or Hellsberg.com.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks will start their 9-game road trip in Toronto today against the Blue Jays. Brandon Pfaadt will go for his 9th win for the D-backs, and Chris Bassett is on the mound for the Blue Jays. First pitch will be at 4:07 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kevin Durant to this team. Kevin Durant wants to go here. Where will the Suns star end up? Here is ESPN's Shams Charania on the latest in the Kevin Durant market.
Durant prefers to play moving forward for 3 NBA teams, either the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, or the Miami Heat. That's the 3 teams that he would sign contract extensions with once he is traded. But for the Suns' part, the focus of their conversations have mostly been around the Miami Heat, the Houston Rockets, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, I'm told.
For more on Durant, head to ArizonaSports.com. Oklahoma City and Jalen Williams shined in Game 5 of the NBA Finals last night. Williams, the Phoenix native, had 40 points in the 120-109 win, and now they are just 1 win away from their first NBA title. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Looking for a career that's more than a job? The Window Depot has positions available in customer service, design, and warehouse operations. Apply at thewindowdepot.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sabolka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody, and enjoy Jared Carlin's last broadcast before he goes on vacation.
Oh, wait. That pause was cruel and unusual.
Oh boy.
Jared,
People excited.
yeah. Jared bought some discount airline tickets. Do they exist? Have you found them?
No.
Uh-oh.
But I'm hoping by the end of the show they will.
Okay.
It is a nightmare. I don't want to even talk about it anymore. So let's change the subject.
Okay.
It's been 48 hours of stress.
Listen,
you never.
Clearly, you're very stressed out. If we can't even goof on you and talk about this.
Yeah, I don't even want to discuss it.
Okay, then I'll talk about golf.
It's going to suck when you have a Marotta vacation stuck in Phoenix with your time off.
A Marotta vacation. That's funny. There's a lot of weird stuff coming out of the U.S. Open. Real quick, golf. Bryson DeChambeau said if you're an 18 handicap, meaning if you shoot 90 on a golf course, you could not break 200 at Oakmont. What do you think of that, Sammy?
Come on. I'm taking the under 200.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
there
we
are
were
stories
talking about the difficulty of that course. That's quite the statement right there.
You could just keep hitting it out of bounds and then dropping it up further and further up on the course and closer to the
200 is a lot.
It is a lot. It is a lot. But I think what they're saying is if average golfers got stuck in that rough, you're not getting out. You might as well pitch a tent.
He was probably exaggerating to make a point there, but yeah.
Sure.
There are rumors that J.J. Spawn and his wife were in a fight during that. So you're aware of this story?
Yes, I have heard that his wife was pretty unpleased.
Their chemistry seemed a little off.
I think the chemistry was solved when the $4.3 million check comes through.
Right. Well, what was weird about J.J. Spawn? I thought to myself, what was he going to CVS for at 3 a.m.? when he had to play golf the next day?
He was being a dad.
Couldn't his partner have hooked him up and said, honey, stay in bed. You got a big day tomorrow?
Ooh, maybe that was the fight.
Babe,
right there.
Babe, I got to go play the U.S. Open final round.
Finally, we had a listener email me who was so mad at the tournament. He said it was a disaster. They should plow the course and plant corn.
Wow. Why? Who did he
And
have his?
that was your golf tee with Bickley.
Who did that listener have his money on?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Well, this is like sort of the argument between watching a defensive football game or something that's like 6-3 or something. Some people love it because you're watching like a real grinded out people. Some people like to see a high scoring game because you're watching people play at the highest ability that they can. So same with golf. My dad absolutely loves it.
Yeah.
When it's really, really difficult
Hard.
like this.
Yeah.
He
Really?
says there should only be like 1 under, 2 under should win you. This is a major. It should be the hardest. Some people like to see the golfers hitting great shots and playing really well.
The football example is an interesting one because there's a difference between a great defensive battle and terrible offenses trying to score on each other.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Golf is different because, it's only the course that's playing the defense against you.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, 200.
All right, Jared.
Now you're talking my language.
I hope you get to your destination, Jarrett.
See you tomorrow, Jarrett.
Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Animal coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Dbacks starting a 9-game road trip, one of 2 trips of that length this season. It begins in Toronto against the Blue Jays at Rogers Center. That's Centre.
Yes, it is.
For those of you scoring north of the border, eh?
Hey.
D-backs coming off a 5-1 homestand against the Mariners and Padres, while the Jays head into tonight's game at 38-33. But on a 3-game losing streak, Brandon Foote. He takes the ball in the opener against Toronto right-hander Chris Bassett. First pitch, 4:07, not a minute before and not a minute after, damn it.
How odd. What a weird starting time.
Not as weird as the year the White Sox had a deal, an endorsement deal with a convenience store chain, and every first pitch was at 7-Eleven.
That's right.
Well, the Toronto start at 4:07. It's 4:05 in America, but with the conversion.
You can hear all the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 3:30. D-back star Ketel Marte leads all National League second basemen in All-Star voting, holding the lead over Tommy Edman of the Dodgers, Nico Horner of the Cubs, and St. Louis is Brendan Donovan. Gino Suarez currently third among NL third basemen in the voting. He's behind Manny Machado and Max Muncy. Corbin Carroll ranking 5th among National League outfielders, behind Pete Crow Armstrong and Kyle Tucker of the Cubs, Teoscar Hernandez of the Dodgers, and Juan Soto of the Mets. Those updates given yesterday. You can vote at MLB.com. And while you're at it, give Geraldo Perdomo some love.
Yes.
He's way too low in these standings. Don't you agree?
I totally agree. But how about Ketel Marte?
He's the best second baseman in
But
baseball.
for people to at least recognize that,
I was just going to say,
something.
it's name recognition he has now throughout the league's fan bases.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Shohei Ohtani made his Dodgers pitching debut last night. The star right-hander pitched the first inning of the Dodgers' 6-3 win over the Padres. Ohtani allowed 2 hits and an earned run in his 28-pitch inning, and his 4-seam fastball topped out at 100.2 miles per hour. He also had 2 hits in the win.
Is that odd to do? In real, this is something normally you would do, in the minor leagues,
Okay,
but since he's also a hitter,
right,
you
this
can't,
is funny.
do that.
I had a knucklehead friend of mine who hates the Dodgers who started complaining about this. Oh, he's so entitled. Why doesn't he have to go make rehab starts like anybody else would? How does he get to do this on the big league level? I had to remind him, yo, idiot, he's the best hitter in baseball.
I mean,
this is the only way you can do it.
I thought it was unfair when you called your friend a knucklehead because he hates the Dodgers. That's a plus.
Right,
but
right.
That's kind of a knucklehead thing. Giancarlo Stanton of the Yankees made his season debut on Monday. He went 2 for 4 In a 1-0 11-inning loss to the Angels, Stanton had missed the entire season with tendon injuries in both of his elbows. I hate to do it, but how many games do you think he plays before he gets hurt again?
Oh, no.
You ever seen an athlete more like carved out of granite that is more fragile than that guy?
That guy.
Game 5 of the NBA Finals will forever be known as the Jalen Williams game. The former Perry High star poured in a career playoff high 40 points. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander added 31 points, 10 assists. And the Oklahoma City Thunder beat the Indiana Pacers 120-109 at Paycom Center. OKC led by as many as 18 in the second quarter, but Indy whittled it down to 2 with 8.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter when Pascal Siakam hit a 3. Thunder immediately respond with an 18-4 run over the next 3:25 to effectively ice the game. Pacers guard Tyrese Hallebertton, playing through a calf injury but was not impactful, scored just 4 points, all from the free throw line. Thunder 1 win away from the championship. Game 6 of that series is in Indianapolis on Thursday night. I can't wait for the growing chorus of voices as we get closer to that game. It's going to go 7. It's fixed. The NBA always does this. There's been 3 Game 7s in the final since 2000, but it always happens.
But they always do it.
Happens, yeah. Florida Panthers 1 win away from capturing their second straight Stanley Cup, and they can get it tonight against the Edmonton Oilers in Game 6 of the final at Emirates Bank Arena in Sunrise. The Panthers roared to a 5-2 win in Game 5 on Saturday night in Edmonton. Brad Marchand had 2 goals in the win for Florida. He has 6 goals in the series, which is tied for the 3rd most ever in a Stanley Cup final, and the first time since Edmonton's Esa Tikkanen in 1988 that a player has had that many goals in a Stanley Cup final. And in case you're wondering, here's your news item that you can share today with your friends.
All right.
The all-time record for goals in the final is 11 by Newsy Lalonde of the Montreal Canadiens in 1919.
Wow.
When they beat the Ottawa Senators 4-1. He did that in 5 games. By the way, the NHL had 3 teams that season. Tonight's
3 teams.
3 teams?
Yes. Ottawa, Montreal, and Toronto. That was it. Tonight's game gets started at 5 o'clock on TNT. History at the College World Series in Omaha. Gage Wood threw only the
Greatest name ever for a pitcher.
Gage Wood.
Because that's what you're doing as a pitcher. You're gauging wood,
yes,
right?
Yes, you are. 3rd no-hitter in the event's history and the first in 65 years. Arkansas wins over Murray State 3-0 in an elimination game. He struck out 19 batters and only allowed 1 base runner, a hit by pitch.
Yeah, it was dominant.
Yep. The other game was rained out. LSU was leading UCLA 5-3 in the 3rd inning in Omaha. They'll finish that contest this morning. And Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray loses in the championship match of Blitz Champs 4, an online chess tournament for current and former NFL players. Murray lost to New Orleans safety Justin Reed, who won $30,000 for his charity.
Wow.
Kyler Murray for second place, $20,000 for the Kyler Murray Foundation.
Wow. I didn't even know that was going on. That's pretty good.
It was
second place.
You can watch the whole 4-hour and 45-minute video of it on YouTube.
Yeah, right. Is that how long it went?
Yeah. Not that match, the whole tournament.
Okay.
It was an 8-player tournament. There you go. There's your splash for Tuesday, June 17th. Coming up, we'll give you the latest chapter in the saga as Durant turns. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch. As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade, Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famer's trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There are a lot of teams that are interested in getting Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app and ArizonaSports.com.
The hottest deals of the summer are being offered right now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler through Independence Day. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Earnhardt Ford's general manager, John Nissen, and his entire team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford vehicle now below employee price. Like they're built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, you can buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. These offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details, and they do end July 6th, 2025. So hurry in to Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the D-Backs Patriotic Tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Arizona sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Bickley and Murata.
So Kevin Durant prefers to play moving forward for 3 NBA teams, either the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, or the Miami Heat. That's the 3 teams that he would sign contract extensions with once he is traded. But for the Suns' part, the focus of their conversations have mostly been around the Miami Heat, the Houston Rockets, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, I'm told. So the Timberwolves are along with a couple other teams known as wild cards potentially for Kevin Durant. But they're going to work with his business manager and partner, Rich Kleiman, on figuring out just exactly where his home could be.
Yeah, there's Shams Charania yesterday updating the situation. We know about the 3 teams that Kevin Durant prefers. The inclusion of the Minnesota Timberwolves at the end, and that seems to be the latest wave of reporting coming from a number of different sources.
Yeah.
That the Suns are trying to get Kevin Durant interested in going to Minnesota.
Yeah.
Which I'll just say this. For Kevin Durant's basketball purposes, if winning a championship is high on his priority list, I think Minnesota's the best fit of any of these teams.
Yeah,
in the
I
mix.
would think so too. And the fact that this is something that a place he does not want to go, I think it's a bad look on KD. I think Anthony Edwards is probably like, dude, what's up with that? You don't want to ball with me? Come on, man. This is weird because we talked about this conceptually, that how could a team that it might not have a chance to extend Kevin Durant be offering the best package compared to a team that is willing to trade him? And it occurred to me, Vinny, that it's exactly the opposite of what you might think. The teams that are willing to give Kevin Durant $100 million don't want to give much more in terms of assets out the door.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently there's an offer from the Rockets on the table that the Suns are totally underwhelmed by, which has led to this conceptual conversation of, do you do right by Kevin Durant? We'll get more into that later. But as of right now, the fact that he doesn't want to go to Minnesota, that he'd be content to go to Miami, or, Houston's a different animal because they're close. And you could see KD actually lifting that team someplace special. But the fact that he doesn't want to go to Minnesota would lead you to believe he doesn't want to win or doesn't care about winning. And yet there are reports that he wanted to go to the Knicks, but the Knicks don't want him.
Unrequited love.
Nothing worse.
On the Minnesota side of it, part of their thinking might be it's worth taking a 1-year chance on Kevin Durant if we can get out of the Rudy Gobear contract.
Yes, and I think you're hitting on something that's also accurate here. Maybe having KD for 1 year is what somebody would prefer rather than lock in at 3 years and $100 million.
Yeah, maybe that Toronto Raptors scenario is attractive.
Yeah.
I mean, the Timberwolves don't have any championship banners hanging in the Target Center.
No.
Here's more from Shams on the Minnesota portion of this.
As far as those Minnesota Timberwolves, they've had some discussions with the Phoenix Suns, but I'm told Kevin Durant has no desire, he has no interest in playing for the Minnesota Timberwolves. So if you're the Timberwolves, how do you evaluate it? From a basketball fit, it makes plenty of sense to bring in Kevin Durant with Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
But if Kevin Durant doesn't want to be there, how do you approach that? The Suns have had an interest level in Julius Randle and Rudy Gobear. So these conversations will be fluid between now, potentially later this week, ahead of the NBA draft.
There's a lot of juiciness there because from the Minnesota side of things, there seems to be some conflicting reporting, too, on whether or not Rudy Gobear is somebody they want to part with because he is so instrumental in what they do defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they would still have Jaden McDaniels, who's one of the premier perimeter defenders. With his length, he's great. But Rudy Gobear kind of makes the defense go.
Mm-hmm.
So whether or not the Timberwolves want to include him remains to be seen. There's the whole Minnesota being held up by second apron status.
Mm-hmm.
And, if this does happen, if KD comes around on the idea, or if the Suns just say, you know what, we tried, but we're not going to hurt ourselves here.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a great column on ArizonaSports.com, and it caused me actually to rethink my position on it. But so I said the Suns have to play ball with Kevin Durant to a degree.
Right. Yeah.
It's not like the Suns are trading him to the worst team in the NBA. A Minnesota trade would send him to an NBA championship contender with a lot of pieces around him.
Yeah.
Now, does he want to sign a contract extension there? Apparently no. But that can't be the Suns' problem.
No. And your take on it wasn't – yours was a little more nuanced. Yours was for your reputation to attract free agents because KD is so revered in the NBA that there would be a little backlash. And I totally respect that. But the idea – what I'm really balking at is the idea that, you got to do this for KD because he's about to be 37 and it's not fair to him to have to go to some place for a year that he doesn't want to be. Well, tough. That's tough. If that's what the Suns have to do, then that is what the Suns have to do. I'm sure KD will be just fine.
And if that did materialize, if the Suns listened to these offers and they were underwhelmed by Houston, San Antonio, and Miami, and they said, we're sending you to Minnesota, it would be met. I don't think they'd get any criticism for it because, again, no, KD didn't want to go there, but it would work out pretty well from a basketball standpoint. It's a really good fit for him.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And the fact that he wouldn't want to be in Minnesota, but he would want to be in New York is a little bit odd to me because Minnesota is just as close as the Knicks are, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, they've been to the conference finals 2 years in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Now they got beat pretty soundly in both of those years, but maybe he's the difference.
And maybe being in the East is something that is more preferable to him out of those two teams. And that's even assuming that the Knicks report is accurate. But KD has got people talking today. I'll tell you, the city of New York, Knicks fans are like, what? You don't want Kevin Durant?
Yeah, here was Mark J. Spears on the KD Knicks lack of connection.
KD wanted the New York Knicks. He wanted to go there. The Knicks have no interest in bringing him in, which probably makes Knicks Nation, I don't know, probably quite interested in why not.
See, and we had speculated on whether or not KD wanted any part of that crucible in New York with all of the media scrutiny that he would go under. But, from the Knicks standpoint, I kind of agree with that.
Yeah.
They would have to dismantle their starting unit to get Kevin Durant. And they were real close to making it to the finals this year.
What you also have to do, and you know this better than anybody, at this level, you got to be real careful in sifting through, and I know Gambo says this all the time, but you got to be real careful in sifting through what you hear and what you think you believe, because everybody has an agenda. And a lot of the NBA information dispensers, this is, they get fed stuff, and it's get this out there for us. And that's what they do. So, but it's all very, very interesting because it's all the picture is starting to be painted now in front of us.
Yeah, and I thought today, because of the reporting late last week and earlier this week, that it's going to happen soon. I thought today, after a game in the NBA Finals, today might be the day. There's a little gap between now and Thursday, but it doesn't sound like they're close on anything. And the Suns are going to take their time. We know that. They took their time in their coaching search. They got to take their time on this, too.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Yeah, so we'll keep you updated on all the latest with the Kevin Durant front. Coming up next, how important is it for the D-backs' upcoming roadie to be a successful road trip? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's crazy, the number of comebacks, the number of blown leads, the number of things that you just
on both sides.
On both sides.
On both sides.
It's been on both sides of the equation. It's a pendulum. It's here, and then it's there. And then it's here, and it's there. We're going to come back and win in thrilling fashion, then we're going to blow a lead, and we're going to lose. I don't know if it evens out in the long run or not, but they've got you on the edge of your seat almost all games. They do.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters. Vinny and I have a colleague who just had his backyard renovated and redone by Turf Monsters. Cannot stop raving about the finished product, the professionalism, everything that it entailed. Turf Monsters, a company that was started with one goal in mind, to offer Arizona homeowners high-quality custom landscaping solutions that get people talking. And what began as a turf installation company quickly became a full-service outdoor landscaping company serving homeowners and businesses. They now have a second office in Prescott covering northern Arizona, and they are proud to be one of the most trusted names in landscaping across Arizona. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. They can build you great barbecue grills, fire pits, waterfall features, great at state-of-the-art customized putting greens. If you're a golfer, what could be better than that? Highly recommend you go to their website. If you've always wanted to have your backyard renovated, take a look at samples of their work, and their near 1,000 five-star reviews gives you a real clear indication as to the character and the craftsmanship of Turf Monsters. Find them online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs will start their 9-game road trip in Toronto today against the Blue Jays. Brandon Pfaadt will go for his 9th win for the Snakes, and Chris Bassett is on the mound for the Blue Jays. First pitch will be at 4:07 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kevin Durant to this team. Kevin Durant wants to go there. Where will the Suns superstar end up? For everything on Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com. Oklahoma City and Jalen Williams shined in Game 5 of the NBA Finals last night. Williams had 40 points in the 120-109 win, and they are now just 1 win away from their first NBA title. Tonight, the Florida Panthers have a chance to win their 2nd straight Stanley Cup, but Connor McDavid and the Oilers will do what they can to get it back to Edmonton for a Game 7. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Hey, it's Luke, and the Arizona Diamondbacks climb back into a playoff spot now that their schedule is getting easier. We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sport.
Yeah, I think we're in a good spot. I was actually looking up at the scoreboard either yesterday or the day before, looking at the standings, looking at the records, and we're one good run away from being right in the mix of it. We got a road trip coming up that I think we can hopefully capitalize on, win some games. But obviously a good homestand. We would have liked to have won today, but like you said, 5-1 on a homestand, a great homestand at the end of the day. And, still a series win against the division team. So hopefully we can continue that momentum going into this road trip. But that run I'm talking about, we haven't really had one yet this year. I'm sure most of the other teams have had a pretty good run where they rattled off some wins right in a row, and we haven't really had that yet, and we're still hanging around. So I think we're in a good spot. If we can catch that momentum and catch some fire and start ripping off those wins, I think we'll be in an even better spot.
That was Mel Kelly after Sunday's loss to the Padres that capped that 5-1 homestand. And look, he's not speaking out of school.
Mm-hmm.
The way the standings are, even with the Diamondbacks up and downs, they're above 500. There's 7 games out in the West right now. Nobody's running away and hiding in a very tough division. Although, as we talked about yesterday, the division got way tougher in the last 48 hours because Ohtani is now pitching. He's hitting 100 on the radar gun. Rafael Devers is going to fit nicely into the San Francisco lineup. So this is going to be tough. But when you have the momentum of a 5-1 homestand and this schedule, this represents, in my opinion, Bick, the best time to have that run that Mel Kelly's looking for.
Well, I think it's essential that they have that kind of run given their unique situation at the trade deadline. We talked to Buster Olney, and there have been others who have echoed the same thing, saying the Diamondbacks could be the epicenter for the entire trade deadline, right? The one-stop shop for all clubs. The Yankees drooling over Geno Suarez, et cetera, et cetera. So
Zach Gallen, Mel Kelly, Josh Naylor.
Yeah, it has to happen now. It's all converging. The Diamondback Stadium, the state legislature, the trade deadline, the 2025 season. It's all kind of spinning to a crazy conclusion, Vinny.
To quote Bull Durham, we're dealing with a lot of bleep here.
That's right. That's right.
Candlesticks always make a nice gift.
But yes, exactly. But I do have faith in this baseball team. I think what they've done over the past week, I really hope it's sort of like the new norm for them. The reporters who cover the team all agreed that when the Diamondbacks left Chase Field for this road trip they're on, there was just a different vibe. There wasn't. It felt to them like the Diamondbacks have turned some kind of corner. We'll see. They're one game over 500. They need to come back many more games over 500 than that.
This is one of two. I'm sorry, one of two 9-game road trips they have. Those used to be the norm in Major League Baseball. Yep. They're outliers now, and we've talked about the weirdness of the schedule. Even this trip, there's a little weirdness to it because it's all the way to Toronto, then you're coming all the way back to Colorado, then back to Chicago. Isn't that strange?
Very strange. Yeah, very, very strange.
It's like there's no consideration given to these teams now and based on what their actual geography is or where they physically are. Something to overcome. Other teams are dealing with.
Think of the carbon footprint. Come on, Major League Baseball. Get your act together.
Ken Kendrick, the owner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday. Talked about a lot of different things, a lot about the deadline, a lot about the stadium issue, but kind of a broad picture here. He talked about the current state of his baseball team.
We're obviously slightly above 500 on paper. You know, that's how you're ultimately measured, wins and losses. And you know, we've battled back and forth. You know, in the first 70 games, I believe we have played, you know, there's lots of good things that have happened. Unfortunately, you know, the injuries have really been way more than we would have ever thought we might have. Yet, you know, that's part of sports. And, you know, I was looking at over the weekend the reports that we get internally on the injuries, you know, across the board. Mostly now it's focused on pitching, as you well know. And you know, looking at the depth of problem there, it's the most significant series of pitching injuries that I can recall in my years of being associated with the Diamondbacks. And, you know, that happens.
Yeah, certainly it has been a bad run on that front. But again, this team has responded and played maybe its most solid baseball in this rash of injuries with these absences. And, you know, everybody points to what the Dodgers have, and I was watching some of that Dodgers-Padres game last night, and there was a graphic that they showed. Just the list of names from a pitching standpoint that are on the injured list for the Dodgers. They are better suited to overcome it, but they overcame a lot of injuries last year, and they won a World Series. The good teams deal with injuries and rise above them. And to do that over the course of the next 90 games for the Diamondbacks is going to be a huge challenge, but they've proven in a very small sample that they can do it.
Again, the core of the 2023 team is right there on the field, right in front of our eyes. So, and that's a group of players who have a very, very special connection. And so I think tapping into that, I think they have enough to get to where they want to go. It's just different. You compare the Dodgers to the Diamondbacks. The one major difference, because you're right, their list of injured pitchers is way worse than Arizona's.
There are teams right now, organizations that would sign up just to absorb that as their pitching staff.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's how good those names are.
That's how good those names are. The difference is Dodger fans are already accustomed to their owners buying everything. This is a new thing for us, right? Yeah. This offseason was like, wow, Look at what we're doing, and we've gotten burned. And that's what happens in Major League Baseball, and that's why it's a crisis. And it's interesting to see how they can eventually kind of get this thing solved, because as Steve Berthiaume pointed out yesterday, these young pitchers, they don't mind that much. They blow out their arms. They've got guaranteed money, and they rehab, and they'll get back, and they'll get it. Some are having a second Tommy John surgery, and it's a real tough thing for fans to have to deal with.
Yeah. Part of the Ken Kendrick interview, too, in dealing with injuries, apparently a fan suggested that the Diamondbacks go out and trade for Chris Sale from Atlanta because they're 8 games under 500 right now. Here was Ken Kendrick's reaction to that.
I'm not a big follower of the Internet. All the experts live on the Internet, and I won't say more than that, but one of the suggestions that was made is, well, the solution for the Diamondbacks is to go get Chris Sale to add to replace Corbin Burns. Well, the last time I looked, Chris Sale makes about $30 million a year, and he's the number one pitcher for the Atlanta Braves, who still have their own hopes of being in the playoffs. So what kind of moves are available to you is only it takes two people to make a deal, and right now there aren't any imminent deals that are out there.
Translation, if Chris Sale moves at the deadline, he's going to Los Angeles.
That's right. Yeah, translation.
That's how I read that.
Yeah.
This, between now and June 29th, this is the most crucial time in my mind for the Diamondbacks.
Totally
because you're in Toronto, decent team, maybe getting them at a good time because they're dealing with injuries as well. We talked about the Colorado and Chicago series. Those are non-negotiable. You got to win a lot of those games. But when they come home, the first 3 games, Bick, at Chase are against the Miami Marlins. So this is a 12-game stretch where the Diamondbacks need probably, honestly, 10 wins in this 12-game stretch to really make this interesting and really make the decisions of Mike Hazen and Ken Kendrick elementary at the deadline.
Yeah, I think I would settle for 9, but I think you're hovering right around the same area that I'm thinking. That this can't just be series wins now. You've got to start stacking wins. I think Steve Berthiaume said, come back home 5 games over 500. I get back a little more greedy than that. You're 1 over now, win 7 of these 9. You're 6 over when you come back, and then you got that series, a very, very winnable, sweepable series. You take care of that, now you're almost 10 games above 500, and that is close to the Dan Bickley line of time to take a baseball team serious.
Yes, the Bickley line.
That's it.
Much different than the Mendoza line.
Completely different.
Coming up, the Thunder are on the cusp of an NBA title as a championship now inevitable, especially if Tyrese Hallebertton isn't healthy. We'll get into Game 5 of the NBA Finals next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Southwest Gas supports the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and so much of what Southwest Gas provides also improves the lives of sports fans as well. Think about it. Whether it's cooking for friends and family for the big game or outdoor dining for a backyard barbecue, to just enjoying the game from the warmth of your home or the warmth and comfort provided by a post-game shower, you can thank natural gas. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances, but natural gas is more than an essential home ingredient. It supports economic development and growth in the community as well. Southwest Gas is at the forefront of it. Southwest Gas Holdings, recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Southwest Gas is an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. Discover more about these prestigious recognitions and learn how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence by visiting swgas.com.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindow.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with turbo power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Right to dunk it. Right to straight.
To SGA driving. Outside Dort. Out to the wing. J-Dub for 3. And down it goes. Jalen Williams with a well-timed 3. 33 points for J-Dub. 8 minutes to go in the 4th quarter of this pivotal 5th game of the NBA Finals.
Mark Kestisher, PJ Carlissimo, right in the middle of an 18-4 run. Jalen Williams hit that 3 of his 40 points. That 18-4 run kind of put the game on ice, and a very, very sturdy performance by the Oklahoma City Thunder. Jalen Williams finishes with 40 points, career playoff high, only his second 40-point game as an NBA player. Man, he came up big when he needed to, and SGA is SGA again.
So last night is exactly the kind of game when Jalen Williams goes off for 40 and SGA drops 30. Those are the games and the nights when people start thinking multiple championships with the Thunder. That's when people start thinking, oh, this might be a dynasty after all. This might be a team with 2 top 15 guys surrounded by a lot of size and great defense and et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, that was the good Thunder we saw last night. It was interesting that the Tyrese Hallebertton, there have been rumors that he has not been well throughout the course of this series. It came to bear last night. There was a lot of people thinking he should be benched in the second half after a real struggle in the first half.
Well, apparently they considered it at halftime, and he wouldn't let him. And
he wouldn't let him. And he made some good plays in the second half. They got that thing down to 2, and then Jalen Williams hits a huge 3, and they just took over the game again. Yep. So there you go, on the brink of a title.
Here's Jalen Williams after his 40-burger, talking about, he was asked about his stat line, and he kind of deflected it.
My answer is going to suck because it's kind of going to negate your question, but it's something more that I'll, look back on later on than, worry about what kind of statement it makes. I think the only statement we have right now is we're up 3-2, and we still have to go earn another win. But it'll be cool to look back on later on, and hopefully somewhere down the line I'll have like a more fun answer for you.
Yeah, I mean, job's not done yet. I mean, that's kind of Kobe Bryant-esque, remember? What am I happy about? Job's not done. We still got work to do. Kind of paraphrasing there. And then you win your championship, you celebrate, and then you look back on it because it's going to be in the record books forever. I get such a kick out of the and we talk about this all the time, and I've been guilty of it as well, just the immediate reaction long term. And yes, you're exactly right. People are talking about this multiple championship. They don't have one yet.
No, you're right.
Jalen Williams is Scottie Pippen. That was a great game.
I know.
Everybody has to just make these big, broad strokes
Bold
after every game
proclamations.
now.
I don't know how we got to that point. I really don't. It's bizarre to me. Maybe it's all clickbait stuff.
It is. That's all it is.
Leap to the most outrageous, extreme conclusion based off of one sporting event. It happens frequently with Tyrese Hallebertton throughout the course of the playoffs. One night he's magical and makes game winners. Oh, this guy! You're right. I don't understand why the series can't be viewed as a whole once it's over.
We've gone the trajectory of the Tyrese Hallebertton discussion this postseason has been: is he a star? Is he the most clutch player of all time? Is he even good?
Is he overrated? Is he underrated?
Right. That's you get blown by the wind.
That's
in
it.
all
No,
of this.
you're exactly
and
right.
It was painful to watch, and has been a very good final so far. And it sucks if he's going to be marginalized, because he certainly was marginalized last night. He's been the engine that makes them go, and it's just one of the perils of playing this long into the postseason. But I give Tyrese Hallebertton a hell of a lot of credit to play 34 minutes on something that was bugging him that much, and he talked about it afterwards.
I mean, it's NBA Finals. It's the Finals, man. I've worked my whole life to be here, and I want to be out there to compete. Help my teammates any way I can. I was not great tonight by any means, but it's not really a thought of mine to not play here. If I can, walk, then I want to play. So, they understand that, and is what it is, and got to be ready to go for Game 6.
So I appreciate the mentality. That mentality is not it's not universal in the NBA. And there's teams even this postseason that are taking some criticism.
Yep.
Cleveland Cavaliers got some criticism in the second round because they had 3 players that all played in the series, but they all took time off early in that series because they weren't 100%. You don't know when you're getting back there. Charles Barkley has talked a lot about it this postseason when TNT still had the coverage. I mean, Charles Barkley is the perfect example. And he played through a major elbow injury in the 93 finals. Fought through it. Remember that gigantic bandage he had on that elbow in that series?
Yeah.
He never got back.
You don't, if you can play, you don't miss playoff games. At least that's the way it used to be. And I give Tyrese Hallebertton credit for that as well.
This
I really
is the
do.
First time since the second week in March that the Pacers have lost back-to-back games. That's how consistent they've been. They lost 3 in a row in that stretch, 2 to Atlanta and 1 to Chicago. And they have not had consecutive losses until right now.
Andrew Nembhard he's been up and then down, up and then down, up and then down. I remember conversations the Pacers were having about how they need him to be better against the Knicks, and he was killing the team last night. So the answer for Indiana, it's as Rick Carlisle said early in the series, they need everybody.
Yeah.
If they're going to win.
Well, role players can obviously propel you. In the last 2 losses for Indiana, they're role players. And I know Nembhard's a starter, but he's a role player.
Right.
And he's an important one.
Yeah.
But their role players have killed them.
Yes.
Benedict Mathurin at the end of Game 4, it was one of the worst stretches of playoff basketball you'll ever watch. And Nembhard last night. So, and then, what held true?
Yeah.
Role players play better at home. And I thought McConnell was really good again last night. He's just a good basketball player. But Aaron Wiggins, a very important role player. Cason Wallace, very important role player for Oklahoma City. Both better than they were on the road in Indianapolis.
Listen. I think Game 6 in Indiana, I think this is going to be a good scene. I'm hoping we get the Game 7. the series has been so bizarre because the Thunder, they have had nights where they look like a 68-win team, and then they have nights where they look vulnerable. And maybe that's just a credit to the Pacers and what they can do when they've got everybody on board. But I would love to see a Game 7 in this series.
I would too. It's coming because they're going to fix it. So
They're
going to
rig it, Vinny.
That crooked Adam Silver.
And I mean, you have to give the Pacers I give them a ton of credit last night, even with a hobbled Hallebertton, the way McConnell played, Siakam played. I thought Miles Turner played really well. There was a time in which they were down 2 points in the fourth quarter. Yeah. And all of a sudden I'm looking at my brother. I'm like, the Pacers can win this game, and the Thunder have played really, really well. And Game 6, we'll see if Hallebertton can really give it a go. But to your guys' point, a Game 7, it hasn't happened. I mean, it's only happened 3 times since, when did you say?
2000.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. Hasn't happened since Golden State, Cleveland.
We'd get lucky, and I think this series might deserve 7, if I'm going to be honest.
Although the network might be doing the exact opposite and say we'll get higher ratings if we just show a rerun of Big Bang Theory.
What is the over-under on Game 6 profanities yelled on the PA system by Pat McAfee?
Oh. I'll take the over.
Yeah, Game 6, Thursday night. That's also key, too, with Hallebertton hobbled. That extra time off could benefit him if he's able to get back closer to 100% because he did not look right last night. Coming up next, KD wants New York, but New York doesn't want KD. Minnesota wants KD, but KD doesn't want Minnesota. KD wants Miami, but the Suns don't want what Miami's offering, and nobody likes the Raptors. We'll give you the latest trade news and rumors on the Kevin Durant front next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last summer I made a joke on the air about my air conditioning bill that came in at $666. I thought it was proof that we lived in hell. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and if you've lived in Arizona for a long time, be like 12 to 20 years, chances are yours are shot as well. Personally, I cannot wait to get my windows replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great, former NFL player Nate Orchard. You might remember him, and the highest rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. That is why their pricing is so good. And get this, Advanced Window Products also running a great summertime special. When you buy 10 or more windows, you will get a $2,500 discount, $2,500 off on a purchase of 10 or more windows. So do what I'm doing. Call now. Beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Oh, it's heating up, Basinonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn bedding summer sale. Now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. $1,600 and new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sport stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know, our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep, don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs will start their 9-game road trip in Toronto today against the Blue Jays. Brandon Pfaadt will go for his 9th win for the Diamondbacks, and Chris Bassett is on the mound for the Blue Jays. First pitch will be at 4:07, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kevin Durant to this team. Kevin Durant wants to go where? Where will Kevin Durant end up? Here is ESPN's Shams Charania on the latest on Kevin Durant.
Durant prefers to play moving forward for 3 NBA teams, either the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, or the Miami Heat. That's the 3 teams that he would sign contract extensions with once he is traded. But for the Suns' part, the focus of their conversations have mostly been around the Miami Heat, the Houston Rockets, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, I'm told.
For more on Durant and the Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com. Oklahoma City and Jalen Williams shined in Game 5 of the NBA Finals last night. Williams, the Phoenix native, had 40 points in the 120-109 win, and now they're just 1 win away from their first NBA title. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Bickley and Murata.
If you're the Timberwolves, for example, even if Durant says he doesn't want to be there, as Shams is accurately reporting, would you still trade for him and say, but we're going to be able to offer him the $100 million extension,
Sure.
and he can't get that necessarily in the open market next year, and we just are going to believe in that? Or are you going to lower your offer to the point where it may not be as palatable to Phoenix because you realize it's possible for a one-year rental. And does the offer come down to the point where now they start to want to work with Durant? I've been calling this the Durant triangle. You need this alignment on where Durant wants to play, how the contract works out, and something that the Suns would accept. That's going to be a hard triangle to satisfy.
Did Brian Windhorst just use the word alignment?
He did. He did.
Now they have alignment with outgoing players, too. It's a lot of alignment. The KD triangle. Miami, San Antonio, Houston. How much is that triangle hurting the Suns' efforts to trade Kevin Durant and get the most in return? Because it started, that discussion, that soundbite started with the Minnesota situation. Again, I think Kevin Durant in Minnesota makes a lot of sense from a basketball standpoint. Just basketball. Kevin Durant, not interested in Minnesota. And the feeling is, from people that are covering this on a day-to-day basis, is it's the Suns efforting to try to get KD interested in going to Minnesota.
Yeah, exactly.
That would indicate that right now they've got the best deal on the table.
Right. Well, apparently the best player that has been floated to the Suns is Rudy Gobear. And whether you like Rudy Gobear or not, he can be a tremendous defensive presence. The Stifle Tower, Vinny.
Yes. He's a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year. He is not a popular guy around the NBA.
No.
For a number of reasons.
Yes.
Including shutting down the whole league and world back in 2020.
Yep. Exactly.
But the fact of the matter is, you want the Suns to get better on the defensive end of the floor. He would impact that.
He would solve the center issue, and he would immediately improve the defensive aspect of the Suns. And I'm all in on that. I don't need to see any more iterations of the Phoenix Suns built on great scorers.
Yeah,
it's not how you win in the NBA.
I'm trying to think. Let's just play the hypothetical game. Rudy Gobear, game 1 in a Phoenix Suns uniform, he's probably the best defensive player that's ever worn that uniform.
You might be right, because for years, even for the decades under Jerry Colangelo, they were always up-tempo, high-flying, high-scoring teams that could never defend in the playoffs.
They had good defensive players individually, but it's a pretty short list.
So that would be the team, though, for the next 3 years, right? Because of his contract and stuff, that would pretty much put the Suns again in a position where they can't really do anything.
Yeah, and then you have to factor in, what the Suns want in return. How interested are they in expiring contracts? A couple of these players that have been mentioned, Harrison Barnes from San Antonio on an expiring contract. That becomes attractive because it opens up cap space or a tradable asset if things go really south during the season. I think you use the word best. Rudy Gobear, of all the players mentioned in all these hypothetical deals, projected deals, probably the best player, most accomplished player. The most intriguing player to me might be Reed Sheppard from Houston. I mean, they're very high on Reed Sheppard, but the Rockets are so deep that he didn't really get a chance at the NBA level to play a lot of basketball with that team.
Yeah.
But he well thought of, high draft pick, good basketball pedigree, can play the point. He might be the most intriguing of any of these.
He's a Kentucky guy.
Yeah. Have that full Kentucky backcourt with him and Book.
Yeah. I wonder about the Rockets, though, because I wonder if Houston is. You would think the Rockets would want to seize the moment, and you would think that the Rockets are testing the Suns' front office, right? Because if there's a firm offer in place from Houston, and that has been reported, and the Suns are underwhelmed by it, what could that offer include? We've all seen a lot of the iterations in a potential trade with Houston. Jalen Green, all right, we don't need that. That's positional overlap. Good player, but again, we've got Devin Booker.
Yeah, but if the Rockets want to move off him, that's where the possibility of looping in a third or fourth team comes in.
Right, and so I would think that on some level, if the Rockets and teams that are willing to acquire Kevin Durant are trying to fleece the Suns in the process because they know they've got to commit $100 million to KD, then I think what the Suns are doing, I think they might be playing their cards properly at the moment. Because if you are threatening to trade Kevin Durant to someplace he wants to go against his wishes, and they really believe you're willing to do that, then I think that's about the only thing that's going to get these other teams that are willing to sign KD to up their offers. And this became clear during Mark Spears' interview when he came out and said Durant's camp is really hoping. Oh, we got the sound? Here we go. Check this out.
I think these three choices are by default. He definitely doesn't want to go to Minnesota, but I think there is some fear from him and Rich Kleiman that they're hoping that there's going to be respect at Kevin's age to give him what he wants rather than try to trade him like he's 31 years old, which he's not anymore. I think they're trying to get a major haul, but they're hoping that they work with him and get it done.
All right, so that information is obviously coming straight from the KD camp, and if there's actually fear that the Suns are going to do this, then that means KD's camp is working the other side, saying, "Come on, get this done. Give them what they want. Make this happen." And so that tells me the Suns are playing their cards right. The idea that they owe KD this because of his age, I am rejecting that thoroughly. The idea, of course KD wants that. KD doesn't want, if KD gets traded to Minnesota against his wishes, what are his options? Well, his options are he could go full on Jimmy Butler and refuse to show up. He could, which he's not going to do. He could play a year there, but then he's going to have to leave another team to go someplace he wants. He's going to have to play next year on an expiring contract, which would make him uncomfortable. And think of all the scrutiny that would be following him on an expiring contract, playing in a city that he didn't like with Anthony Edwards. It's weird because this is the pairing that most of the NBA wants to see. They want to see KD and Anthony Edwards together, and KD doesn't want it. That's got to be blowing Anthony Edwards' mind right now.
I feel like if you're any of these teams, you would want to get KD on 1 year if he's happy. And then you could extend him after the season if you want to. With his age and his up and down injury history over the last 5 years, I think 1 year deal is what anybody would want. They don't want to give a guy his age 3 years. I think that would make KD happy. Obviously, he wants it, so that would you get a happier player.
Well, and that's probably the hesitancy of like a Rockets or Spurs to give up anything more than they're comfortable with. Of if we're only going to get him for a year, I would rather keep maybe my franchise point guard after Fred VanVleet or Jalen Green or Jabari Smith.
But those are the teams that have already, according to the reporting, have already committed that they will give Kevin Durant a contract extension.
Generally, a player like this would object to a team trading them someplace that is incapable of winning.
Yes, that's the thing. Is the Suns would not be sending, if a Minnesota deal happened, the Suns would not be sending Kevin Durant to some basketball exile.
Right.
He's not going to Charlotte, North Carolina.
No.
He's going to Minnesota. They've been in the Western Conference Finals for 2 straight years.
Yeah, so what this is doing, this is exposing Kevin Durant's priorities here. He wants money and climate, location. Because what's the threat? If you group Houston and San Antonio together, you could say, okay, Houston's close, San Antonio, maybe, but Miami? What? And then conversely.
The tax breaks also.
Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting that.
That's a big thing.
Culture.
Yeah. Believe me, he's not. There's a reason he's not wanting to go to the Clippers. You haven't heard that. Los Angeles is a warm weather city.
You're right. You're right. So to me, this is very, very odd. But I really, as I wrote today, the Suns really need to stay firm in their thinking that they don't owe him anything. We're not talking about somebody who delivered anything of value to Phoenix.
We got talked about a lot on the national shows.
He sure did, and he will continue to.
Yeah, until this deal goes down, definitely. Coming up. What is the latest with the Chase Field situation? We'll hear the latest from the owner of the Diamondbacks next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and the big focus in America today is on personal health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. That's why they're turning to QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of a medical revolution since 2018 using regenerative medicine. They have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting pain relief from their joint pain using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. They can also help you avoid surgery like they did with me 5 years ago when I tore my meniscus. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment. Now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, and their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments that will revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and go live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Light up the summer with two great shows. August 13th, Grammy winner Kev Mo brings that smooth southern soul with special guest Sean Colvin. Then feel the fire with the fierce and fearless Samantha Fish September 13th. Two unforgettable nights, one legendary stage, the Celebrity Theater. Tickets on sale now at celebritytheater.com. Feel the blues. Brought to you by Danny Zalisco Presents.
Hey, it's Gambo. How can the Diamondbacks continue their strong play in the month of June? We'll discuss and preview Game 1 against the Blue Jays starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Great location. It's a location our fans are, of course, used to, having millions of them having come to games in downtown. We've been there from the very beginning, as you know, and we've, seen downtown begin to flourish during the time that we've been there. I've been personally involved in some of the non-sports development in the center of downtown, and I'm very proud of our downtown, as a Phoenix person, as a Arizona, and I think we have a very vibrant city, and we're in the heart of it. The Suns are there. that's where we would like to be.
It's Ken Kendrick, the owner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, on with Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports. Yesterday, talking about well, not breaking any news there. Derek Hall has said this repeatedly, and it is an issue now that the Arizona Diamondbacks want to stay downtown. For that to happen, needs to be major improvements / renovation to Chase Field to make that happen. There is a bill that is taking a long time to get approved, and the clock is ticking as we get to this deadline for a budget to be passed, and that is still unsigned, not into law yet. So there's some nervous people right now around the Arizona Diamondbacks on this issue.
What term did Derek Hall use during your interview? Was it a nonchalant attitude that this thing is going to get passed? Don't worry. Apparently the Diamondbacks, I don't know if worried is the right word per se, but I do think that they're anxious because this is a very, very important deal. It's a very important time in their history. And I think they're also dealing with a local government that isn't necessarily really on board with this idea that, hey, you got to keep all your sports teams. So I don't know. To me, it's pretty obvious that the Diamondbacks, I mean, even you take a look at their social media, their avatars now, it's vote D-backs. It's
They were handing out literature on the concourse during this past homestand to inform voters or supporters, because this is not up for a public vote, but how that they can get involved and influence, their lawmakers and representatives to get behind this. Ken Kendrick also elaborated on how this bill is constructed and how it benefits both the team and the city.
We've tried different models of ways that we could maybe solve the problem of the stadium, if I may. And now we have the model of the sharing with us of the taxes that we create from experiences at the ballpark, the sales tax and use tax that is generated from ticketing, from food and beverage, from merchandise, et cetera. That's all collected at the state level, and what we're hoping is that we can get a remittance back into a repair fund to help with the future of the stadium. And that evolved out of several other options that ultimately didn't get to the goal line. We're hoping this one will.
Yeah, and to me, that model, I agree with Ken Kendrick, and I am not an economist. I am certainly not all that politically savvy either, but that seems to be the fairest way to do this. When tax money is needed for improvements or construction for a facility like this, it should be the people that are using the facility that are paying the tax. And in the past, when this was a fledgling, growing sports city and there was a need for new venues for all these teams, when you start to get taxpayer money across the board, people, they don't like that very much. Those days are over, so you have to get creative in how you're funding these operations, and I think this is the fairest way to do it.
So do I. And again, I admit all the time I'm biased with this. I don't mind paying more tax at the ball, or paying more tax at the ballpark because I'm invested in having the Diamondbacks stay here. To me, there was an email that went out that was perceived by some people as a soft threat of leaving the Diamondbacks by saying, help us keep the D-backs in Arizona. Yes, you can perceive that as a soft threat to leave, but to me, it's more, and people get offended by that. Oh, how dare they threaten to leave? Well, we just lost a hockey team. I would consider it more of a reminder of what might happen. And yes, listen, I understand the idea of public funding for billionaires is distasteful, and I don't like it either. But that's not what this is. This is not a facility owned by the Diamondbacks.
No, it's not.
So there has to be some level of collaboration here. That's very, very important because these franchises matter. I said it a couple days ago. I'll say it again. We need to look at the Coyotes as a warning sign of what might happen, and we need to be appreciative of the fact that because the Coyotes never had any real success, one playoff run in 20-plus years in Arizona, one legitimate playoff run in 20-plus years in Arizona, that it made it easier to lose them. And I'm sorry, Coyotes fans, I know you don't want to hear that, but it is the truth. It's not like we lost a star-studded, bejeweled, decorated franchise. It was a franchise that was on and off again, an embarrassment to the league.
And always never on solid footing.
Never on solid footing. So as a result, we suffered a loss that hurts and wounds most cities very deeply. Not this one because of that team and what it failed to accomplish. But you need to consider the factors here. And you need to understand that the appeal of the Diamondbacks to cities that don't have a baseball team are very, very real. And they will give Kendrick and the Diamondbacks what they're looking for. They're facts. So don't be offended by language that this might be a soft threat. Well, of course.
They can't play in that ballpark without improvements for very much longer.
Yeah. And
not to mention the lease is up soon.
And I'll say it again, we're all biased here. We do not want to lose another sports team. And I do recognize that there are people who do not feel the same way. And Kendrick is a billionaire, and that's a lot of money. And people are sick of that kind of stuff, and I get it. But you have to see the nuance and the difference in what the Diamondbacks are asking for here.
Yes, but they're also a tenant in that building and have publicly been on record for years committing hundreds of millions of dollars to these efforts as well. So it's not solely based on this created tax.
Where's the nearest minor league stadium they could play? And that seems to be the trend.
Well,
that's one thing we got a lot of, I guess.
We got a bunch
true.
of them here.
We do. And they're pretty good.
Take your pick.
Yeah, right.
It's time for Character Counts, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals Football Club partnering with Coca-Cola and SRP today for the 3rd annual Summer Water Drive and Sun Safety event to benefit residents of UMOM New Day Centers. UMOM New Day Centers' goal is to end family homelessness by restoring hope and rebuilding lives. Every night, the organization provides safe shelter and supportive services for nearly 800 individuals experiencing homelessness, including 155 families and 130 single women. Cardinals cheerleaders will join the 2025 rookie class to distribute approximately 20,000 bottles of water donated and 200 heat relief kits to those in need. There will also be interactive games for children and families to enjoy at the event. So congrats to the Cards on a great event, and a reminder that Character Counts is presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, your one-stop shop for total home comfort. Sammy's going to take us through the reboot next on this Tuesday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately, playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The D-backs start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and Parker & Sons is great in your time of need. I realized that when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. I called them at 4:30 in the morning, got a live person to answer the phone. That blew my mind. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house fixing my issue. I was equally impressed and grateful. They're also great for preventative measures like the Captura air scrubber, which greatly improves the air quality in your home, a reverse osmosis system and water softener that can improve the quality and taste of your drinking water, and like getting your air conditioning system tuned up before it's too late, because it's that time in Arizona, folks. We're in the midst of 70 consecutive days of triple-digit temperatures, and the last thing you want to do is wake up one hot summer morning and find out your air conditioning system no longer works. That AC tune-up from Parker & Sons will prolong the life of your system. You'll save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, and you will get that peace of mind that you are going to get through the summer unscathed. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS Store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes. You both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, baseball fans, don't miss your chance to meet star third baseman Eugenio Suarez live at Rip Valley Sports Cards on 2nd Street in Roosevelt in downtown Phoenix. Next Saturday, June 28th. Bring your favorite gear, grab a photo, and get an autograph from Gino himself. Spots are limited, so lock yours in today at ripvalley.com/Gino. That's RIPValley.com/Gino. Meet slugger Eugenio Suarez live in person and get an autograph Saturday, June 28th at Rip Valley Sports Cards in downtown Phoenix. Don't miss it.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now. Brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs will start their 9-game road trip in Toronto against the Blue Jays today. Brandon Pfaadt will go for his 9th win for the Snakes, and Chris Bassett is on the mound for the Blue Jays. First pitch will be at 4:07 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kevin Durant to this team. Kevin Durant wants to go there. Where will the Suns superstar end up? Here is ESPN's Shams Charania on the latest in the Kevin Durant market.
Durant prefers to play moving forward for 3 NBA teams, either the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, or the Miami Heat. That's the 3 teams that he would sign contract extensions with once he is traded. But for the Suns' part, the focus of their conversations have mostly been around the Miami Heat, the Houston Rockets, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, I'm told.
For more on Durant and the Suns, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com. Oklahoma City and Jalen Williams shined in Game 5 of the NBA Finals last night. Williams had 40 points in a 120-109 win, and now the Thunder are just 1 win away from their first ever NBA title. Tonight, the Florida Panthers have a chance to win their 2nd straight Stanley Cup, but Connor McDavid and the Oilers will do what they can to get it back to Edmonton for Game 7. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, the proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com. Proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:30. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot, and we start, how could we not start with where Kevin Durant is going to go? He's a superstar for the Suns, and he's on the trade market, and I'm going to play 3 quick sound bites all within the last week of where he just might go.
KD wanted the New York Knicks. He wanted to go there. The Knicks have no interest in bringing him in.
The next one.
As far as those Minnesota Timberwolves, they've had some discussions with the Phoenix Suns, but I'm told Kevin Durant has no desire, he has no interest in playing for the Minnesota Timberwolves. So.
And the final one, guys.
If I'm San Antonio, I'm not doing this deal. I don't want to make this trade. And this isn't a knock on Durant. It's just an evaluation of where the process is.
So it feels like even in the last week, the Spurs, the Rockets, the Knicks, whatever team it may be, the Raptors are even involved, have all been thrown in and shuffled out. But the Rockets have seemed to be the team that's been a constant.
Mm-hmm.
And the Minnesota Timberwolves are a team that wants Durant, but Durant doesn't want to go there. So should the landing spot, the favorite landing spot for Durant, be either Houston or Minnesota?
Well, the Minnesota thing is interesting to me. I don't know why Kevin Durant is against that particular trade, and I'm really, really curious if and when and how Anthony Edwards responds to that. The Houston thing, I agree. Bill Simmons says when he looks at the situation, Houston is the only team that Kevin Durant can elevate. His opinion was when you look at KD going to Minnesota, it might look like another Booker situation. And to quote Bill Simmons, quote, where there's a lot of Durant standing in the corner, like, I guess I'm not in on this play. And he has that weird body language that he gets going sometimes, end quote. We've all seen that. So, and that makes sense to me. As much as Minnesota wants him, I'm not sure they would get the desired effect. The Houston thing, it seems to me, the fact that Houston has put an offer on the table tells me they want Kevin Durant.
Right. Yeah, that is a good way to put it. Where could he elevate the most? And I still think Minnesota's a good fit for him.
So do I.
But there would be some similar elements. I don't think it needs to be one of those two teams. I'm coming over to the Bickley side of the fence. It's like, you know what? Do what's best for the Phoenix Suns at this point.
Yep.
Again, any of these teams. And I'll take Toronto out of the mix. Sorry, Toronto. Any of these teams. The three that KD has identified or Minnesota, he's going to a good situation. So whatever's the best for them, they have to do.
And I guess focusing again on Minnesota and Houston, from both packages that you'd have in mind of a trade, which one would get you more excited? I know Minnesota's kind of Gobert-centric and maybe DiVincenzo, Dillingham. And Houston, it would probably include Jalen Green, the 10th pick, Jabari Smith, and which one would get you more excited as a Suns fan?
Of those two, if I would prefer the Minnesota deal.
Okay.
But
so would I.
Again, if Reed Shepard's involved on the other end with a Jabari Smith and even a Dylan Brooks, not exactly my favorite player, but he's one of those guys you like him when he's on your team.
Right, no doubt.
Right.
And it's maybe something that's they're waiting or negotiating constantly with Houston. We'll switch to the Diamondbacks. They hit the road for 9 games, and we had a brief discussion about this before on the show, but it seems like this year's Diamondbacks team tends to play to their opponent. Really good teams, they elevate their game. Subpar teams, they tend to play down. Are you at all worried that could happen with this 9-game road trip against teams that I think we all think that they're better than?
Yeah, I'm definitely worried that could happen because of what we've seen to this point. Toronto's not a bad team, but then that's followed up with Colorado, the White Sox, and the Marlins. If that does happen, if they play down to that level, and we're talking about a 12-game stretch where they're 6-6 or 4-8 or something like that, the season's cooked.
Then maybe they deserve to be dismantled at that point.
Yeah. I agree with that.
So again, this is just sort of like manifest destiny for the baseball team. If it's inevitable that you're going to be a good team, you better make it happen right here and now.
Okay. And they do head north of the border to Toronto for the Blue Jays. So we're going to do a quick little north or south on some players for the Diamondbacks. Brandon Pfaadt, will he go north or south of 5 strikeouts tonight?
Ooh. I see a good outing coming out. I'm going to say north.
Okay.
I'll say north.
All right. The all-star vote leader at second base, Ketel Marte, will he go north or south of an RBI tonight?
North.
All right.
Yes.
North
what
or
if he's right on the border?
Hey, then see that's an option.
Funny.
That's your
That's
third
funny.
option. North or south of a Diamondback ball leaving the yard tonight? The Snakes hitting a home run.
Yeah, I've been hitting a lot of home runs.
They've been
lately.
hitting a lot of home runs. I'm saying definitely north.
We are optimistic today.
Man, yeah. All right, here's the real test, guys. The roller coaster bullpen. North or south of 2 earned runs tonight?
Ooh.
You're saying if Fott gives you a good outing,
So,
maybe only a couple innings?
Yeah, we're probably still looking at 3+ relief
Fott could have
innings.
5 strikeouts and give up 8 earned runs. I mean, 5 strikeouts does not necessarily mean a good outing.
No.
I'll say south. But
I'll say south as well.
Wait, north of 2 runs? Meaning they'd be
give
worse.
up 2 or more runs.
Yeah, north on that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So pretty much, in all, pretty optimistic about tonight's game. North or south of a win?
I'm going north.
I'm picking a tie.
On the border. 16 innings, guys. We'll wrap up with the NBA Finals. So the Thunder now are just 1 win away from an NBA Finals. Jalen Williams had 40 last night, SGA 31. And it was very kind of reminiscent of a little Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook back in the day. They were obviously unable to win a title for OKC, but this Jalen and Shea and the Thunder, they're very stoic. Like Jalen after the game, all about business. Shea's always been all about business. What has been most impressive about the Thunder in this run?
When they, just how good they are when they've got things clicking. And sometimes I don't know if they're always burning at that level, but when they're rolling and they come at you with waves, they're a very, very impressive basketball team. That's kind of my main takeaway.
It's on the defensive end of the floor for me, mostly is what I've been impressed with. When they can turn you over, and there was a really crucial stretch in last night's game too, where Indiana was pecking away at that lead, and I think it was during the run that separated them, but they forced 4 straight turnovers.
4 consecutive. That's the
by
hallmark.
Indiana.
Yeah.
That's what they do. They just demoralize you.
Yeah, that's their magic. That's their magic potion. They don't turn the ball over, and they're great at turning you over.
Yeah.
It's a great combination.
And when they can turn those, like they didn't in game 1, turn turnovers into points. When they can do that, they're almost unbeatable.
Yep.
Well, in game 4, they only hit 3 threes, and they were somehow able to win that game. Shea was great late, but last night you saw what they're actually able to do if they can hit remotely 35% of their threes, and it's unguardable and it's unstoppable, especially when Shea and Jalen are playing at that type of level.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there you go. Rush Hour Reboot on 7:30s every single day.
Thank you, Sammy.
Thanks, Sammy. Multi-platinum entertainer Dierks Bentley headed to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on June 20th for his Broken Branches tour. Limited tickets are still available, and you can win a pair right now by visiting the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, how big of an impact will rookie Walter Nolan have on the Cardinals in year 1? What's his mindset at this point? We'll tell you straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to become much more aggressive. When that ball is in the air, no. I'm not going to wait for it to come to me. I'm going to go get it. I'm going to stab him out there and stab the pig out of the air and go get it and pull it down. That ball is mine.
It would be great to see, and I know I'm comparing him to an all-time great here again, which is all that seems to have ever happened in his career, but it'd be great to see him go out and just take balls away from defenders like Randy Moss in his prime.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know you have to go big, as in big screen televisions, because these sporting events we love so much cannot be viewed on laptops and phones and tablets. They need to be larger than life. At least that's my viewpoint on it all, and Waltz has exactly what you need to take your fandom to the next level. In fact, if you want to go really big, Waltz has set up a new 115-inch television in their theater room. It's pretty spectacular. They've got 110-inch televisions in stock that you will not find in stock anyplace else. They've got a great selection of big screen televisions, all the major name brands you're looking for, great selection of outdoor televisions, and you should see how the quality of picture has improved with outdoor TVs these days. Also an incredible array of audio components, from sound bars to top-of-the-line speakers, and when you put the right audio component together with the right TV, you will have magic. I know Waltz did that for me. They gave me a great price, and they will do exactly the same for you. In fact, they'll do you one better. When you're at Waltz, drop my name. You're going to get 10% off installation labor or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your choice. You can find Walt Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind IKEA. And again, make sure you drop my name. You can also shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. So what is left to put the finishing touches on a Kevin Durant trade? We'll get you the latest on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
Winstead follows Sumo Karnbay, and he got blasted by Walter Nolan, the transfer from Texas A&M.
Walter Nolan, blasted by Walter Nolan. How many times are we going to hear that this year?
Oh, I hope a lot, Vinny.
Out of the mouth of Dave Pash or whoever's doing the game on TV. Walter Nolan, first-round pick. Signed, sealed, delivered. He was one of the last first-round picks to sign his contract. But, Cardinals mandatory minicamp for the veterans is in the rear view. Rookies hanging around. Walter Nolan speaking with the media yesterday out at the Cardinals training facility, talking about a number of different things. And, when asked about his repertoire, what he does on the football field, if anything, he has added anything to his routine.
Usually I'm one of the first persons in the building, but really just some of the things like they do inside the building, I done started doing like the extra cold tub time and then, just getting in the sun every day and just, staying in the training room.
And also learning from guys like Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson, to help him get ready for his first NFL season.
Just being around guys like DT and Calais, I feel like they're going to take me to where I need to get, especially, they on the back end of their career. So I feel like they put me in the spot where they wish they were at. So
that's one of the things that intrigues me about this line. Not that it's just beefed up with better personnel, but the mix of veteran and youth together. Mm-hmm. They've got all angles covered. They've got, with the youth, Walter Nolan, Darius Robinson, who's going into his second year. In the middle, you got guys like Nichols and Jones, and then the veterans like Tomlinson and the ultimate veteran of all of them in Calais Campbell. We talked about it last week when we were out there getting excited about that revamped defensive line, that could be the strength of this entire football team.
It's a stunning renovation when you look at it up close and personal, and you see the potential, you see the size, you see all the pieces that might fit and might pop, and it's very easy to get very excited. And I'm tempering it because I've seen iterations of this happen, and great defensive lines that look so good on paper that never kind of got to the level you hoped for them to. I think it'd be most fair to keep expectations on Walter Nolan lower and hope he pops and rely more on the second-year jump for a guy like Darius Robinson. I mean, look, we're expecting Marvin Harrison Jr. to make a big jump in year 2, and I think judging by what he's done in the offseason, he's expecting that as well. Darius Robinson gave the team next to nothing. And so maybe that's a little harsh, but I think that the potential for a gigantic breakthrough performance, it's right there for D-Rob.
I think so, too.
Right.
I mean, I don't think, all things considered, when he got injured in training camp, and there was a lot of weirdness with that injury because, it happened in training camp, and there was not really any timeline where everybody was wondering from the outside about setbacks. When is he going to get back? And he finally did make it back on the field, but had some stuff in his personal life, too. I don't think his rookie year could have gone worse, quite honestly. And, again, no fault of his own. But I think you're framing that correctly. Count on a bigger jump there.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that Walter Nolan has all this potential, but doesn't necessarily have to be counted on to play 75% of the snaps or 60% of the snaps because of this deep rotation.
Yeah.
It's a real, I think, an attractive scenario for a rookie in that group to just find his foot and get his feet wet in the NFL.
Yeah. Listen, and like you said, don't put the pressure of having to win a job to validate the draft pick. Just use him rotationally, and maybe he'll be a guy that is just too strong to be blocked. Maybe he is just so much of a problem that he is going to be disruptive, and then he can carve out whatever role he wants to do. But to me, I look at a rookie that I think is going to pop, and a lot of it has to do with just our interview with him. Cody Simon is a kid that not only did he come up huge,
President Simon.
Yeah, exactly. President Simon. Not only did he come up huge in Ohio State's playoff games, but he's got all of that experience in all of those years, and he's got such a great outlook. Look, I'm very, very excited about what this season might bring, and I hope the quarterback is ready to make the biggest jump of all.
Yeah, too. Staying with the defense on Darius Robinson, he was on with Wolf and Luke earlier this month as we had a lot of coverage out from OTAs and mandatory minicamp, and he told the guys what his goals for this season are.
I mean, honestly, I keep them really in my notes and just keep them personal to myself. But if I was to say something, I would honestly just say stay healthy the whole season. Stay healthy. That's goal number one.
How are you feeling right now?
I feel great.
Do you feel great?
Yeah, that's the funny thing. Everybody always asks me about my calves, and it's yeah, I did miss a lot of time, but I promise, in the off season, I've done so many calf raises, so many calf holds. I love, because I appreciate when people ask me that, but I'm I feel great, So honestly, just staying healthy and just dominate my role. Honestly, all the other stuff, on the inside, I know exactly what my goals are, but I don't want to put that out there because I'm a team guy.
Okay, there you go.
Just focus on being healthy and just dominate my role.
And here's Nick Rawlis, the defensive coordinator from that same week, talking about the projected jump from year 1 to year 2 for Darius Robinson.
I mean, I'm focused on the day-to-day, on one of those little things that he can continue to improve to take his game to the next level, run game, pass rush. But, you expect everybody to take those jumps, not just D-Rob, but veteran guys, young guys in the year 2, rookies, it's just everybody. It's how can we get them better? And then we put it all out there on Sunday, but we're really not focused on predicting what is he going to be on Sundays. It's what can we do today to make us better as a defense on Sundays.
Yeah, so we're about, we don't have the official training camp calendar released yet, but based on when they usually report, we're about 5-6 weeks away from training camp for the Arizona Cardinals. Can't get here soon enough. This sports year in Arizona has been very trying for a number of reasons.
I know.
Especially since football season ended.
Listen, I said it in a blast about a week ago. Isn't it crazy that the Cardinals and ASU football, two programs awash in dysfunction just a couple of years ago, are like our shining lights now, our beacons of hope. Well,
yeah, a year
maybe
ago,
the D-backs will rally.
A year ago at this time on the ASU front, they hadn't yet been picked to finish 16th in the Big 12. But that's what we were inching toward.
Right.
And, yeah, I mean, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
2 years ago, forget it. Those awash in dysfunction. Yeah.
Yeah. So listen, football season. We got to get through our summer vacations yet. So I'll be on the clock for cheering for football once we get back from vacations.
Yeah. So you get back like the week of the 21st, I think. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's when we kick it into high gear.
That's when we get the blinders on, the football blinders on. Jared, are you going on vacation this week?
Know. This is very stressful.
Let's get the latest. Coming up next, we get the latest on the Jared.
Very stressful. I didn't do this on purpose. I thought this was like a legitimate, third-party website, like all those other ones.
I feel terrible for you.
Yeah, this is really awful.
Jared, what if they're
really
listening?
Stressful.
FastEddiesTravel.com didn't come through for you. These deals can't be beat.
How enticing was the price that made
it was a lot cheaper. It was a lot cheaper. It was significantly better.
Yeah. It's easy to promise those prices when there's no actual product.
I know.
Learning experience through all of this?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Jared. I hate to see you this stressed.
Look at him. He just looks totally defeated.
Yes, I know.
Well, it'll work out.
You'll get there, Jared. We'll get you there.
Jared. I'm the eternal
We'll get
optimist.
you there, even if we have to do a fundraiser to get you there. Go fund me. We'll get you there, Jared. We're in Cabo.
I need to go fly me. Cancun.
Cancun. That's it.
You did inspire me. I was looking up rates on all-inclusive resorts in Mexico.
Really?
Yeah. It's living. It's if you like to eat and drink and relax, it's great.
That sounds perfect for me. After my ill-fated Vegas trip. Like, I forgot there's walking in this city. Me no likey. Coming up next, Beck's going to kick off the second half of the Tuesday show with the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade,
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There is no shortage of suitors for Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Arizona Sports app.
And ArizonaSports.com.
All right, another great story courtesy of Life Changer Loan. One of our listeners is a fireman. His wife is in education. They have a mortgage rate at 3%, but they've got 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they've got about $30,000 in credit card debt. They switched over to a Life Changer Loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. Proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear, because you always have access to your equity. That is the magic of a Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay off your home in a matter of years, not decades, which gives you a lot of time to build personal wealth. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity, allows you to do a lot of great things. If you need home improvement, if you have home improvement needs, no problem. You just borrow from yourself. Lots of great things, as I said, but there are caveats. You've got to have the right financials, the right credit score. Give them a call. Find out if you're a good fit, because if you are, you're going to love the results. Find out more at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake. I'm Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Let me show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. I'll even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or I'll pay the difference. Call me today, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like? Cynthia.
He's a genius.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka, and here's what's trending now. Brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs will start a 9-game road trip in Toronto today against the Blue Jays. Brandon Pfaadt will go for his 9th win for the D-backs, and Chris Bassett is on the mound for the Blue Jays. First pitch will be at 4:07 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Will it be Minnesota, Houston, San Antonio, or Miami? Where will the Suns superstar Kevin Durant end up? Here is ESPN's Shams Charania on the latest in the Kevin Durant market.
Durant prefers to play moving forward for 3 NBA teams, either the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, or the Miami Heat. That's the 3 teams that he would sign contract extensions with once he is traded. But for the Suns' part, the focus of their conversations have mostly been around the Miami Heat, the Houston Rockets, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, I'm told.
For more on Durant and the Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com. Oklahoma City and Jalen Williams shined in Game 5 of the Finals last night. Williams had 40 points in a 120-109 win, and now they're just 1 win away from their first NBA title. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Bickley and Marana Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Suns and Kevin Durant were once a star-studded relationship. Now their divorce is careening to the finish line with a high-stakes game of chicken. Durant wants to be traded to Houston, San Antonio, or Miami, but those three teams are underwhelming the Suns with their offers, and in return, the Suns are threatening to trade Durant to a situation he does not want. Something has to give, and I hope it's not the Suns' will. They must remember after 2.5 years of disappointment, they owe him nothing. It's not that Durant failed the Suns. He didn't. He remains an elite NBA shot maker, and he provided us with a handful of breathtaking memories. And as he likes to remind us, he cannot be blamed for the collective failure of the Suns because basketball is not an individual sport. But Durant did not lift this team either. He will scream otherwise, overwhelming all critics with statistics and stands, but we have all watched every one of these games with our own eyes, and the Suns got worse every year Durant was on the roster. Team chemistry was always a soggy mattress, and coincidence or not, Devin Booker regressed in his presence. Bottom line, the Suns must be ruthless in finding their very best deal for Durant because they are a broken team currently mocked and ridiculed by most of the national media, and they are a team that cannot afford the price of courtesy towards a soon-to-be former player. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
This is also part of, in my opinion, his legacy. You get a chance to lead a team to a championship. People would never give you that credit for not doing that, the Golden State Warriors. They're going to look at you as a mercenary who left Oklahoma City when your team had a 3-1 lead against Golden State, and you decided to join the Guardians of the Galaxy with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green. People always associate those championships with Steph Curry, even though Kevin Durant was the Finals MVP in back-to-back years. You go to either Houston or Miami or San Antonio, people are going to say Kevin Durant led that team to championship. Don't think for 1 second. That's not lost on a Kevin Durant when it comes to his legacy.
That is Freddie Coleman from ESPN Radio with the ever-present legacy talk. When it comes to Kevin Durant. How can he change it? Well, yeah, if he leads one of those teams to a championship, his legacy would change. But there's so much overkill talk about this legacy thing. I like the way you look at it, specifically on the Kevin Durant front.
Mm-hmm.
No, did he hurt his legacy by going to Golden State? Or did he save the legacy of that franchise because they were able to win 2 championships while he was there?
Yeah, I think it's the latter. I think Kevin Durant gets a bad rap for that because I think that the Golden State Warriors came begging to him. It wasn't vice versa, and they convinced him. Would he have done it again? I'm guessing, yeah. I mean, that's it, NBA Finals MVP. That is the highest award a basketball player can get, in my opinion. That's probably even better than MVP. If you're the Finals MVP, it means you got the chip, you got the ring, and you're the dude who made it all happen. So I believe that. I believe that Kevin Durant has taken a lot of hits for that. When people don't look at the flip side, that had KD not gone there, the Splash Brothers, they may never have gotten back. They may have never recovered from that 3-1 series lead that they lost to LeBron and the Cavaliers. So there is that, but the legacy, and I can see where Kevin Durant is going with this because this is going to be the last act of his career, and his choice of cities where he wants to go, it's confusing to me. It's very interesting to me. It's not indicative of somebody that is looking to win at all costs, and that's his prerogative. But that's part of his legacy as well. And the thing about Minnesota, the reason why I am just rejecting all this criticism by some people that, oh, come on, you got to do right by KD, is a trade to Minnesota is a team that has been in the Western Conference Finals the last 2 years. You're giving him a great opportunity to win.
Yeah. You trade him to Washington or Charlotte, you deserve all the arrows coming your way.
That's it.
You trade him to Minnesota where he has a chance to, quote-unquote, change his legacy personally and change the history of a franchise. If he's not happy with that's on him. So, yeah, it does come down to the Suns doing what's best. And anything that develops, you'll hear it here first. There's another situation. Well, it's not even a situation. It's the reality that the Suns are in. Their dissatisfaction with Bradley Beal at this point. A player they went out and they acquired knowing Bradley Beal's spotty injury history, knowing Bradley Beal was the owner of one of 2 no-trade clauses in all of the NBA and his hefty salary, but here we are going into year 3 of the Bradley Beal situation. And I've always rejected this notion that Bradley Beal was just going to be off this team somehow because the Suns are so limited in what they can do. They'll try to trade him. It's almost impossible to do because Bradley Beal won't waive the no-trade clause. I'm not mad about that. He earned that clause. But I find it interesting now that even Gambo, our very own John Gambadoro, who right after the season ended, came out and said there is 0% chance that Bradley Beal will be with this team next year. He softened the language. He's now saying, look, got emotional about it. Look, the Suns don't want him. They're stuck with him.
Yeah.
That's the reality of the situation. So how do you make the best of it? And there's an interesting report out there from Jake Fisher, who wrote this on the Steinline Substack. Quote, there is likewise some hope within the Suns that moving Durant could possibly present Beal with more offensive opportunity to produce in a manner you'd expect from a player with that sort of contract. As the Steinline has previously reported, various candidates considered during the Suns' recent coaching search were asked how they would try to get the best out of Bradley Beal if he remained a Sun.
Wow. Okay, so it's fascinating to me because for Gambo to come out and say, I got emotional, it leads to a central question. Why are the Suns so angry at Bradley Beal that at one point that they 100% don't want him back? And how weird is it? Because Bradley Beal's a smart guy. He knows this.
Yes. And I've got no inside information.
Right.
I find it hard to believe that the public-facing Bradley Beal is a completely different person than the Bradley Beal behind the scenes and in the locker room. I think he's a genuine guy.
So why the anger, right? That's the question that I'm curious, because how do you reconcile that? How do you just turn and go, oh, you know what? We're so happy to have you. We're going to need you now that KD isn't here. So I think I have some guesses at it, and there have been times when I have been livid at Bradley Beal as well.
Yeah, the availability issue is hard to get past.
And the lack of a hardcore competitor. The incidents where he's just joking around on the court but those are just optics. And optics alone shouldn't make you bail on a $50 million guy. I mean, you willingly acquired this guy.
But that, again, as I pointed out, and the optics that most people bring up when you mention that term is Steph Curry hitting a corner three right in front of the Suns bench, and there was a whole lot of laughing and
oh man, you got me. God, you good, man.
Back slapping. That is part of the Bradley Beal situation too.
Yeah.
Go back. He's been in the league for a long time. You can see his on-court demeanor.
This is what he is.
Yes.
Yeah. This is what he is. This is what they acquired, and to be appalled at what they acquired is it's alarming. And that's kind of, and there's a lack of transparency about all of that.
Well,
we've talked about that extensively.
Yeah, again, if the Suns were expecting a guy to come in here who was averaging 30 points with a bad basketball team, or the offense was geared toward him, he can seamlessly come in and be the number 3 option. Who wouldn't be willing to do that? It's easy. And, we know he misses 30 games a year, but he's going to come here and play 82 games a year. It's a pipe dream.
Yeah. Yes.
My goal as a Suns watcher next year is to really try hard to view and come to terms with that. We're paying Bradley Beal $50 million, sure, but my goal is to view him as a $20 million player. And just be like, okay, go play.
Social media will never allow you to do that.
No, it will never happen. But,
yeah, it's true.
But as a viewer, I just need to come to terms with that's what I'm going to try to do.
And maybe he does take that pay cut after all.
Hey.
Hardly.
I wouldn't.
Well, what's interesting to me, though, it's his demeanor throughout all of this is fascinating because what the Suns have tried to do, putting pressure on him to leave, and for him to say, no, I love it here. My family loves it here. I love my no-trade clause. I'm good.
I'm still smiling.
That takes a certain kind of dude.
Yeah.
Most people would read the room and go, you know what? I don't want to be someplace where I am not wanted. Bradley Beal doesn't have an issue with that.
Let's play north or south.
Yes.
Bradley Beal north or south of 22 points per game next year for the Suns.
22.
Ooh, south.
I think south, but by a slim margin. I think he's a 20.
That reporting is very interesting that Bradley Beal is a topic of discussion with coaching candidates. Because the reality of the situation is setting in.
Well,
he's going to be here, and to pay him $50+ million to go sit on the couch would be absolutely foolish.
You have said this all along, that it never made sense to you that the idea the Suns could just wipe their hands of Bradley Beal.
He just vanishes?
That he just goes away. Or they just pay him his contract and say, go sit in the corner.
Yeah.
Wow.
And here we are.
But again, what are you going to do with Bradley Beal next year? Are you going to – is that your backcourt again? Are we going again without a point guard? That's not a good idea. So there's some issues.
There's been issues.
There's been issues.
Coming up next, NBA Finals 3-2. OKC 1 win away from the championship, and the series has been great. But the coverage of the games, we'll have that discussion next. I'm going to get my man Bick all started up. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
If you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. An accident victim suffered neck and arm and back injuries after a car ran a red light and hit them. The insurance company offered them nothing for their injuries. Sweet James recovered $600,000 for their client and the medical care needed. They can't guarantee the outcome of your case, but if you're hurt in an accident, don't take it on alone. Call Sweet James. Pay nothing until they win. 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on June 30th for a 4-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Where's the dunk it? Right in straight. Connell.
Oh, JW. Gonna try to get to the cup. How the heck does he make that shot? That's as smooth as Barry White. Go ahead, Truck. Don't hurt him.
Here in OKC, he's there first, he's there last, he's there everything. We'll continue after this message and a word from our ABC station.
Oh, going to the commercial.
Yeah.
Mike Breen, Doris Burke on a Jalen Williams bucket. There's been a lot of talk about the coverage of the NBA Finals. Whether it comes down to the broadcast crew, the halftime crew, Lisa Salters not being available due to a family situation. She was back. That was good for the broadcast last night. But also the coverage around the league as we are to this point and how it's affected things from a television rating standpoint. I will say this. What is encouraging about what I've seen is, and again, credit to Adam Silver and the powers that be in the NBA, they're listening to the fans. They've made some changes midway through how they got criticism for not making this big enough. So they did the digital logos.
Which looked horrible at first.
They looked horrible at first. They've improved them as time has gone on. Last night, for the first time since 2013, ABC/ESPN has broadcast the starting lineups. That was the first time in 12 years they've done that. Because fans wanted it. That was one of the things. You don't get player introductions. This is supposed to be a big event.
Yeah.
So they are listening, and they are making changes.
That is funny that it's the first time in 12 years because everybody in their own mind probably thought that's something that happens every year in the finals.
Yeah.
Well, listen, that's been sort of the overarching criticism of the NBA Finals in terms of the telecast or the broadcast is that they haven't seemed to bother to differentiate these NBA Finals from, basketball in February. And it's kind of really, really bizarre. And then you get to the broadcast. And this is something that's been irking me ever since I saw the Stephen A. Smith playing solitaire while the game is going on. And what made it worse was Stephen A. trying to insist otherwise. Yeah. Right? He could have just come out and said,
It's a still photo. It's cropped the right way. This was during a timeout.
Yeah, right. And then didn't bank on the video. And then I saw a video of Stephen A. Smith walking into the arena as if he were as big as the players. Sauntering. And it just really, really aggravated me. And it occurred to me that the issue isn't that Stephen A. Smith is distracted during the NBA Finals by playing solitaire. It feels like the whole NBA Finals broadcast is distracted. It feels as if, and one media critic put it best, he said, quote, "The network has leaned so far into the cult of personality that it forgets the product is what matters the most." And that resonates with me because I can't shake that feeling when I'm watching these NBA Finals.
Yeah. To your point on the entrance videos, I'll say this, blanket. It's one of my biggest pet peeves in sports today is the arrival videos in the NBA, the NFL, the WNBA. People are inundated. I don't get it. Like I don't care what you're wearing to go to work. I care what you do when you're at work. That's why I'm a sports fan. I wish that trend would go away. But the Stephen A. Smith one, and this is not the first time this has happened. This happens quite a bit. And in media, you're told you're not the story. You're covering the story. Don't make yourself the story. We've gone so far away from that in today's sports media landscape that it's all about, for particular individuals, and Stephen A. Smith is the prime example, he wants to be the story. Could you imagine? I couldn't even imagine, like, say you were walking in to cover a Suns final game, and we had an in-house production of, here's Dan Bickley's arrival.
Ridiculous.
In the tunnel downstairs. You'd be like, shut the damn camera off.
Yes, exactly. And that is where I think the network has kind of gone awry, in my opinion. There used to be a time, you remember when Bob Costas would like kind of introduce a big event or the NBA Finals? There was a gravitas to it. There was an idea that, okay, we're going to show reverence and class around this pinnacle of basketball. This platform and this showcase of basketball at its finest and at its highest level. It shouldn't be about the hot takes at halftime.
No.
And that's where, like I said, the media criticism that they are so far into the cult of personality. It's true. From Pat McAfee to Stephen A. Smith.
Now, that being said, I want to let the cat out of the bag.
All right.
Because I have an idea. I think I've run this by you before. I want to spoof these arrival videos. But we need help.
I love the idea.
We need help from our video people.
This is great.
I want Jeremy and Felisa and our video department to film our arrivals when we get here between 4 and 5
Oh, I'm
a.m.
so in. I'm so in.
With the hip music and the slow-mo and
let's make a couple
all
of
the
them.
drip that we have on this show.
Yeah, right.
Let's make a couple. Let's do like a casual one, and then we can dress up one day.
If we spoof it and make these videos look so uncool, maybe they'll go away.
Oh, I like that idea. Yeah. And there was a time when the walking into the arena, it did serve a purpose when limited. When you show a superstar coming in, it's like, oh, the battle's not far away.
Oh, my God, he showed up to work today.
Yeah, right.
Well,
right.
The first time I remember this becoming a thing was Allen Iverson, when he used to show up for games wearing, like, hip-hop clothes. And they actually put a dress code in, right, because of that?
Yes.
And
what a controversy that was.
It was Steve Nash more than anybody who was responsible for that dress code. I'm not kidding you.
Really?
Yeah. Because he just used to dress like a schlub.
Canadians. But it's
go north or south.
Yeah, right.
North or south of the border. Who's responsible for the dress code?
It's just part of making everything entertainment rather than just the sporting event.
Yeah.
And that's part of it. It's like people arriving on the red carpet of an award show or something like that.
But even about the presentation and the graphic presentation of it, could you imagine, and I know it's not an apples to apples comparison, but can you imagine the Super Bowl being played on a field that wasn't decorated?
No. And so I think the NBA has really whiffed on a lot of this. Listen, and there are people who think that that Stephen A. Smith doesn't always believe the things he is saying to the veracity of which he is saying them, right? And there have been a couple of examples of where he has spoken very passionately about guys who are no longer on the teams he's talking about, right, that seem to prove that. That's when the juxtaposition of him walking in like he's a superstar bothers people.
Well, and to do that in last night's game, right after the solitaire incident?
Yeah.
It's also attitude, because stuff like that, like you just said, when Barkley and Shaq do it, it's almost charming. Oh, he doesn't know where this guy's playing on.
Right.
But they don't have sort of the pompous attitude that Stephen A. Smith has.
That's right. That's right.
They poke fun at themselves and each other, and they do it very well.
Yeah.
Coming up next, we will continue to talk Kevin Durant, his future, and what it looks like when he leaves Phoenix. Kellen Olson, who covers the Suns for us here at Arizona Sports, will be our guest next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
We'll take Amen Thompson and the number 10 pick overall. Okay? I'm just telling you right now.
Yeah.
You want KD? Okay, you don't. You must not really want him, because you're going to tell me right now Amen Thompson and Kevin Durant are equal players? No.
You ask which of those three teams I would prefer. Yeah, I think we're back to where we started. I think I would want it to be Houston, because it just doesn't sound like San Antonio is going to trade Stephon Castle or the number 2 overall pick.
Right.
Which is fine, but then you don't get Kevin Durant.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Not that long ago, I visited New Life Dental Implant Center, their facility in Scottsdale. I literally could not believe how many people were in that facility getting fit for a new smile, and that is because at New Life Dental Implant Center, they are revolutionizing the industry, making it easier, faster, and more affordable than ever. At New Life Dental Implant Center, you're going to get everything done in one location from start to finish. No bouncing around to different offices. Everything you need, including surgery, lab work, and follow-ups, is right there in one location. And New Life, they're committed to being the best and most affordable option you are going to find, up to 40% cheaper than the nearest competitor. Their mission is to make their dental implants available to everybody. People of limited means, people with limited to no insurance, they are there for you. They've even got an in-house laboratory, which means faster turnarounds, higher quality control. You are not waiting weeks for some outsourced lab to finish your new teeth. It's all happening right there in real time. At New Life Dental Implant Center, that new smile, that new you, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sport stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
I'm Sammy Sabolka here with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks will start a 9-game road trip in Toronto today against the Blue Jays. Brandon Pfaadt will go for his 9th win for the Diamondbacks, and Chris Bassett is on the mound for the Blue Jays. First pitch will be at 4:07 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kevin Durant to this team. Kevin Durant wants to go there. Where will Suns star Kevin Durant end up? For more on Durant and the Suns, head to arizonasports.com. Oklahoma City and Jalen Williams shined in Game 5 of the NBA Finals last night. Williams had 40 points in a 120-109 win, and the Thunder are now just one win away from their first NBA title. Tonight, the Florida Panthers have a chance to win their second straight Stanley Cup, but Connor McDavid and the Oilers will do what they can to get it back to Edmonton for Game 7. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure to call Parker.
Arizona sports.
The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, it's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks.
Suns on New Horizons. KD Watch with Bickley and Murata.
I guess you could take the Knicks off that list. They don't want him. But still a lot of discussion. A lot of possibilities on where Kevin Durant could end up once traded from the Phoenix Suns. Here to talk about it with us, our Suns insider from ArizonaSports.com, the Empire of the Suns podcast, Arizona Sports at Night. Kellen Olson joins us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen, good morning.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. At the end of last week, everybody that's reporting on this, including our own John Gambadoro, said, next couple days, this is going to go down. Here we are close to a week later and still nothing. In terms of the recent wave of what's being reported, Kellen, how much has that affected the timetable in your mind on this getting done?
Yeah, my latest read on it, guys, is that we know the offers aren't up to snuff. Like, we know that's the deal right now. So there are two outcomes to me. One, the Suns drag this out into draft week, which is kind of what we expected. If we would have predicted like a couple weeks ago how this would go, we would have said draft week. But apparently with this reporting from Shams, with this reporting from Gambo, it seems like the Suns are motivated in some ways to get this deal done by the end of this week. That's what that reporting would sort of suggest. So either this is going to drag out into draft week, or the Suns get an offer that they deem worthy, and the first offer that they get that is deemed worthy, they are going to accept. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they're sitting on an offer right now that they feel comfortable saying yes to, but they're going to wait to see if anyone can top it. That's what they should be doing anyway.
Yep.
To be clear, but it seems like there is some motivation to get this done. Maybe that is to get some late draft workouts in if they're getting a lottery pick. Maybe that is to explore other offers with the asset that they're going to get coming back. Not really sure why they wouldn't just wait until draft week, but it doesn't seem like that'll be the case.
All right, I'm curious your initial reactions to a couple of reports, and again, a lot of the reporting here it can be biased, it can be agent driven. We all know all this stuff, but the idea that Kevin Durant wanted to play for the Knicks and they didn't want him versus the idea that Minnesota badly wants him, but he doesn't want Minnesota. Your reactions to both of those, regardless of how truthful they might be.
Yeah, Dan, it kind of echoes something that you guys talked about for a couple of months in March and April, and just how this was always going to not just be a two-way street, but as ESPN's Brian Windhorst has referred it to, it's a triangle of sorts. Like, you have to work with the team that you're trading with, and you also have to work with Durant at the same time. Now, are you going to be able to please both sides and yourself at the same time? Like, that's pretty impossible. You're not going to be able to do that, but there are all of those dynamics at play, and it's going to make it more difficult to find the right deal for you. The Knicks thing, I think, is really interesting just because specifically they seem like a perfect match for what the Suns front office wants to do. They want to be much better, or at least have a roster more equipped to win next year. I'll phrase it as, I'll put it that way instead. And the Knicks apparently were not interested and had the type of tools to offer that would have greatly intrigued the Suns, and I'm really interested by that just because I feel like the Knicks could have gotten him for a pretty affordable price on their end, and maybe didn't even realize it when they were rejecting KD, or they're just so ignorant to the fact that they don't want Kevin Durant on their roster no matter what, that they could have gotten him for a pretty reasonable price.
Kellen Olson, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. I think at this point, all of us following this story have been inundated with about, 1,000 different projected trades. Of those projected trades with these teams involved, is there a deal that stood out to you as, hey, that's one that would be really great for the Suns? Or maybe not even to the whole deal, but an intriguing player that you'd be really pleased with the Suns walking away with after all this?
Yeah, for me, guys, and we've talked about this a lot, is that like this is their one get out of jail free card, and it's not even going to be free. It's going to cost them a bit, and we know that you're not going to get an absolute haul here, but this is the trade that is going to form most of the core that you're going to have in terms of younger and older players for the next 2 to 3 years. They do not have a first-round pick next year. They do not have multiple first-round picks that they can trade right now. They can only trade one right now. They can't even trade their 2032 pick because they got frozen because they were in the second apron repeating. So they're in this situation right now where the Durant trade, outside of a Booker trade, which they said they will not do and they're not going to do, this is their chance to do that. So I look at the possible return that Houston could give you. That's the Jalen Green, Jabari Smith, number 10, whatever else kind of deal. I honestly look at what Toronto's been offering, and I don't know how much truth there is to them making Emmanuel quickly available in these types of talks. It seems more like it's an RJ Barrett, Jakob Poeltl kind of thing. But if number 9 was in there, like that's the type of piece that should be intriguing to the Suns. What I don't like is some of the offers going around right now, particularly Minnesota, like the Rudy Gobear, Dante DiVincenzo thing. I think that appeals exactly to what the Suns want. I do not think they should want that at all. I get that there is value in being better next year and trying to establish a culture through winning and being competitive and trying and doing your best. But in the West, like you just have no shot at doing really anything. Even if you surprise absolutely everyone, that would be finishing 7th, 8th, 9th in the West. And like, what exactly is that doing? Well, it's building a culture, identity, sure. But when those guys are gone and when those guys are older, you have no one left because you haven't had draft picks. You haven't had anything else to trade to build up. That's the position they're in and why they need to nail this trade. So for me to like answer the original question after blabbering about it for so long, it's like 3 to 4 guys that you can look at, whether it's through draft picks, whether it's through younger players on their second deal or second deals upcoming, that you can hold on to for the next 5 to 7 years. We'll see if that winds up being true. I don't think the Suns are particularly interested in what I just said.
No, I thought it was very well said. All right, there seems to be a kind of an acknowledgement that it's not going to be that easy to make Bradley Beal go away. How do you put that genie back into a bottle and rely on him as an effective contributor next year if that, in fact, is what's going to happen here?
Yeah, it's gotten to the point, Dan, where it's beyond getting awkward now. Like, it got awkward in December, right? And it got awkward when they had to bench him. So it's at that point now where it can't really get more awkward. Maybe I'm wrong in misreading the sort of situation of how much more awkward it can get. But I really do wonder the depths that this goes to, because if the Suns accomplish what they want to this offseason outside of getting rid of him, I do wonder if they just don't have him show up if he's not interested in playing the type of role that they have in mind for him. Like, what if they roll into training camp? They're like, Brad, you're going to keep coming off the bench, and he doesn't want to come off the bench. How does that go? We saw how that went with Jay Crowder when Cam Johnson was emerging. Like, we've seen situations like that across other NBA teams and how that will go. I still think that the best outcome for them is bringing him back, having him play, and then you have him on an expiring deal next summer, and maybe that makes him easier to trade. Again, waving and stretching, like this short-term thinking, just take the loss. Like, again, like what they're looking for in a Durant trade, what they're looking to do with Beal, all of it speaks to a lack of just like accepting that they were wrong and taking the short-term punishment for being wrong. But they're not going to do that, guys. We just know they're not going to do that.
Are you of the belief that he can help a basketball team at this point in his career? Can he help the Phoenix Suns next year?
Yeah, if he can stay healthy, but he's not going to stay healthy. And I hate to say that. Like, I'm not trying to be cute here and try and take a jab at him. Like, it sucks because I've seen him at multiple points in his Phoenix Suns tenure actually be effective. I know there are people listening who don't believe me or they watched every game and they didn't see what I was seeing. But when he was able to stay healthy, Vince, you saw it, like over those stretches, especially in his first year, when it was like 20 games straight, 25 games straight, they were like 12 to 15 game stretches where, okay, he's figuring out where to be on the floor. He's connecting with his teammates. He's figuring out all the areas he can impact the game outside of scoring. Like, he's a very, very good basketball player still. But when you're that hurt and you're that in and out of the lineup, I don't care if you're Michael Jordan and LeBron James combined. It's just going to be really, really hard for you to gel and adapt and be cohesive. Like, look at Team USA as a perfect example, right? Like, we see the best players in the world struggle to adapt to that situation because they're not really playing so much, because their role is different. Like, that's what Brad was dealing with on top of being in and out of the lineup. So I think that he can still be effective next year, but the question is, if he can stay healthy, if they can figure out some magical remedy, maybe it's less playing time, but they've tried everything for 2 years now. Nothing's worked.
Very true. Kellen, great stuff as always. We appreciate the time, man.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Kellen.
Kellen Olson. He's got a great piece, too. If you want to get primed for the NBA draft, the Suns have the 29th pick. He's got 29 possibilities for the Suns in different tiers and different parts that he's presented on ArizonaSports.com. So check that out. Kellen joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, if the D-backs are buyers at the deadline, how much are they willing to buy? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Are the Suns doing any damage to their reputation as an organization by sending a star like Kevin Durant to a place he doesn't want to go? To prime the pump for the next star who comes to play for them. Would a potential star who wants to come to the Suns go, yeah, but man, they did Kevin Durant dirty a couple of years ago. He gave him a list of the places he wanted to go, and they sent him to Minnesota. They sent him to Toronto.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Gambo. How can the Diamondbacks continue their strong play in the month of June? We'll discuss and preview Game 1 against the Blue Jays starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
If the facts and circumstances suggest investing gives us a legitimate chance to be in the postseason, then we're gonna do that. Even though we're at the highest watermark in the history of the team, I believe in these young men. I think we have a solid group of baseball players. If you really look at the talent, I believe that you could say even now with the injuries that we have, the talent base are as talented a group on paper from their past performances as the team that went to the World Series. Some may argue with me. That was a band of brothers who did it. This band of brothers may be also able to do it. So I think we just have to let the next month play out.
Diamondbacks owner Ken Kendrick on with Burns and Gambo yesterday when asked, hey, you're going to further invest at the deadline. And let's just start at the top, like 30,000 feet. To hear Ken Kendrick say what he just said.
Yeah.
That, hey, if it's going to help us get to the postseason, we'll invest more.
Mm-hmm.
What a great thing for a baseball fan to hear. That has not always been the case in Arizona, and I tip my cap to Ken Kendrick for having that attitude.
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying that on the heels of a $210 million pitcher being on the shelf for a calendar year after he just invested very, very freely in the offseason.
I totally agree with you because an owner that went in as hard as he did on starting pitching with Jordan Montgomery and Eduardo Rodriguez and Corbin Burnsy, those are significant financial investments to a team that, as I pointed out, you could make an argument already had enough. And for them to all go down, it would be very easy for an owner to go, oh, I ain't ever doing that again.
Mm-hmm.
Get this... cut off some payroll immediately, Mike. Save me. And he's not. He's doing exactly the opposite. So now that's not to say that the Diamondbacks are going to be buyers, but Ken Kendrick is very clearly telling his team, you go on the road, you get your act together, you come back here in good shape, I'll listen.
Yeah, you want help? We'll get you help.
We'll get you help.
But you got to be in position to be able to accept the help.
But you've got to prove that you deserve it. And so I think that's a very fair and generous approach to have. And he's also banding on the Dan Bickley theory, the Band of Brothers theory, that the nucleus of this team went on a magic carpet ride 2 years ago. And that's a bond they share that is very powerful. Yeah, I hope it brings out the best in them.
What are the differences between those two teams? I mean, the pitching staff basically is the same.
Mm-hmm.
The bullpen has some of the elements, missing a couple of the elements. Gino Suarez at third base.
Better than Evan Longoria.
I mean, that Longoria and Rivera was their platoon.
Yep.
And people wondered how they got to the World Series with that platoon, with all due respect.
Exactly.
Christian Walker gone. Josh Naylor has been more than solid at first base. Not the defensive player. We knew he wouldn't be the defensive player, but yeah, that's how close these two teams are.
Yeah.
In terms of makeup.
Yeah, and you remember that 2023 World Series run? It pretty much our dreams died the night that we had to do the relief pitcher game in a World Series game, and it turned out to be disastrous. And afterwards, Mike Hazen took all the blame and said, "I left that team a pitcher short." Well, you've got Eduardo Rodriguez who's still pitching and dealing and looking better. So, yeah, I would, if I were inside that room, I'd really, really vibe on that. And you know this from covering sports. Sometimes you can add too much to a mix. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you can add personalities that kind of change the spirit of the team. And I'm not saying that's happened here. But as I said in that column last week, maybe they've been reduced to the team they were meant to be all along. Mm-hmm. And that's the hope that you have. And this road trip, these 9 games plus the 3 when you get back, these are very manageable opponents, and they're a chance to do exactly that. They're a chance to go and win 9 or 10 of the next 12 and then your owner will go buy you a relief pitcher.
But the weirdness of all of it is it could go in the opposite direction. The Diamondbacks could be big. They're going to be big-time players one way or the other. Mm-hmm. And Mike Hazen's on record in the last 2 days saying, I don't like the idea of being sellers. We're always going to try to be buyers looking to the future, but things go south between now and the June 29th date that we just outlined earlier, these next 12 days. That's going to write, the future for the Diamondbacks. They could be sellers at the deadline. Bob Nightingale was on with Wolf and Luke yesterday here on Arizona Sports and specifically looked at a couple of pitchers, very important figures with the Diamondbacks and good pitchers in Mel Kelly and Zach Gallen, what they could maybe fetch if the Diamondbacks do go down that road.
No, I think both significant interest in the sense that, both are big game pitchers. And a lot of times these pitchers, that have good seasons or have a good seasons. If you're an East Coast team, you say, can he really handle the East? Can he handle New York or Philly or Boston? Both those guys have. I mean, Gallen's a Philadelphia kid anyway. So we saw what he did. He dominated against the Yankees and Mets this year. So I think there's such a scarcity of starting pitchers are available. So, no, I think both will draw tremendous interest.
We have talked endlessly over the last 2 months about the just strange roller coaster, up and down, peak and valley nature of this Diamondback season. Mm-hmm. And that, to me, might be the weirdest part of it. As we're sitting here on June 17th at 36 and 35, it could go. I mean, we don't know what the future looks like because again, so much needs to be crystallized in the next 2 weeks for this team.
Yeah, and the schedule is soft enough where it can be seen as a litmus test. There's no, we'd have liked to have gotten our acts together by the end of June, but we had to play the Dodgers, and we had to play the Phillies, and we had to play the Astros. You know what I mean? It's not that.
Well, at the end of this 12-game stretch, too, and I mentioned after the 9-game road trip, 3 against Miami at home, then they'll get their first look at the Giants with Devers in the lineup, and that team's going to look a lot different.
By the way, I said this during our show meeting this morning. I'm going to throw this out there. Bill Simmons, really, as a diehard Boston Red Sox fan, he deeply believes in a conspiracy theory that the only reason the Red Sox got rid of Rafael Devers was to clear money so their parent company could afford the star midfielder for their soccer club in Liverpool.
Let me tell you, that midfielder is legit.
Florian Wirtz. Okay.
Good.
All right, but Bill Simmons' point was until 2018, the Red Sox were the most important thing to John Henry. Now they're just part of a portfolio.
Which is a scary thing because there's countless examples of owners owning different sports teams.
Yeah.
And if this is, again, this is all conspiracy, but if this is remotely true in that he's saving money from one team so that he can pay his other team to get better, we're talking about the sports world kind of flipping on its head in terms of owners owning multiple teams.
And I'm not saying there's no truth to that. It could be part of a bigger picture. You can't ignore the fact, even the Red Sox organization's own words on it, where we weren't in alignment with Devers because
there's that word again.
He was being a pain in the rear.
Yeah.
They got tired of dealing with him.
Yes, they did.
But they also saved a lot of money in the process.
And they could have dealt him in a couple weeks or two, but that soccer player's salary or matching of transfer fee was coming up real soon, so they had to do that soon.
It is interesting.
It is interesting.
Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour on this Tuesday. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. All right, by now you know Sweet James, the official accident attorneys for your Phoenix Suns. You've probably seen the commercial of Sweet James dunking a basketball. I don't know whether that vertical leap is real or artificially enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his accident attorneys are great at dunking on the opposition, primarily the insurance companies you are going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. Here's what Sweet James will do for you. They're going to get your car fixed. They're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to go and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. And along the way, they're going to treat you with compassion every step of your journey together. They're a law firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys who have extensive trial experience, and that experience gives them great leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. That's why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big. They consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in Arizona. And remember, your consultation is free and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
Entrepreneurship, that was always the dream, right? The American dream. I guess I instilled that in my boys.
My name is Garrett Lee. I'm one of the owners at Moving Team 6. I would say my dad taught us dedication and discipline. If you have these attributes, you're going to be successful at no matter what you do.
I'm JT Lee. I'm owner of Moving Team 6 too. We want to make you successful. I heard this ad about Moving Team 6. They take care of our vets. That's what we want.
MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ready! My technician let me know everything he was doing and finally found the problem. He took his time and he made sure everything was working perfectly before he left. Thank you, Ready Services.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Ready. If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the GMC Sierra 1500 is a fan favorite. Why is now the time to buy?
What's up, Dave? Whether you're hauling, towing, or cruising, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 delivers. It's powerful, tech-packed, and ready for any job. And right now, summer savings means some of our best deals yet.
Like $12,500 off for 4.9% financing for 84 months?
Exactly. Kick off summer with a serious truck and a serious deal.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks will start their 9-game road trip in Toronto today against the Blue Jays. Brandon Pfaadt will go for his 9th win for the Diamondbacks, and Chris Bassett is on the mound for the Blue Jays. First pitch will be at 4:07, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kevin Durant to this team. Kevin Durant wants to go here. Where will the Suns star end up? Here is ESPN's Shams Charania on the latest in the Kevin Durant market.
And prefers to play moving forward for 3 NBA teams, either the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, or the Miami Heat. That's the 3 teams that he would sign contract extensions with once he is traded. But for the Suns' part, the focus of their conversations have mostly been around the Miami Heat, the Houston Rockets, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, I'm told.
For more on Durant and the Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com. Oklahoma City and Jalen Williams shined in Game 5 of the NBA Finals last night. Williams had 40 points in a 120-109 win, and now the Thunder are just 1 win away from their first NBA title. Tonight, the Florida Panthers have a chance to win their 2nd straight Stanley Cup, but Connor McDavid and the Oilers will do what they can to get it back to Edmonton for Game 7. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
That time of the morning, we head to social media for Social Studies with Sammy Cebulka.
Yeah, good morning. It is that time of the day. Be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata to respond to our daily questions. We're on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook at Bickley and Murata, and Arizona Sports on YouTube if you want to watch us. And our first question is revolving the Diamondbacks. We've talked a lot about what the team should do around the deadline. How do we feel about buying, selling, this, that, the other? But our question for Diamondback fans is, how do we feel about this? How do we feel about the team this season and why? Here are the 3 options. Are they better than their record? Are they worse than their record? Or are they what their record says they are?
You galumpus.
No room for
no
insults.
room today. Jarrett was stressed to think about the words.
No, I wasn't stressed. Just the stupid character limit. You hump.
You galumpus.
You milksop.
Yeah.
It is.
To update everybody, by the way, anyone who cares, I just bought new tickets, and I'm going to try to get a refund.
No way.
Yep.
Did you?
I could.
You've got to make the flight.
Yeah, it's tomorrow morning, so there you go.
Well, I'm sure you got a deal for booking so close. They always have those last-minute specials.
I'm sorry, dude.
It was no more than it would have been 2 months ago. It just.
Oh, really?
It just was much more than this discount website
Well,
would have
again,
been.
when you pay for the legitimate ticket.
I know.
And in case people are just tuning in, this is Jarrett heading on
the
vacation
worst.
tomorrow to Cancun, and he's fighting some off-brand flight?
Offshore.
Offshore? Sure.
Is your anxiety any better?
Kind of.
At least now you know you're.
Now I got to deal with trying to get the refund. And
yeah, you can do that when you get back.
Yeah,
it's true.
All right. They are what their record says they are.
That's where I'm at.
Okay.
Yeah, because the highs have been extreme and so have the lows.
So yeah, 58% of the vote tends to agree with that. 34% says they are better than their record says they are, and 7% say worse than their record says they are. Daylight Film says, they've made me realize that I should have studied Tommy John surgery in college, as I'd be loaded right now. They're treading water like Jack in the Titanic. Justin Prestegard in the Dennis Miller voice says, I haven't seen a group play the middle of the road since the Pretenders. Babe.
That's one of my favorite misheard lyrics, by the way, that line in that song. I'm standing in the middle of life with my past behind me. Mm-hmm. When I was a kid, I thought it was I'm standing in the middle of life with my pants behind me.
That's what everyone thought. Yeah.
No, pants got to be on to be in the middle of the road there. Eddie V says they are the same team that we've had the last 3 seasons, right around 500 winning percentage, including this season. They are just above 500. They are who we thought we are.
How we let them up the hook?
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see in the next 12 games if this team is better than what they've been so far this season. So Suns fans, a lot of Durant talk. It's been quiet this morning. No Durant reports yet, so we'll see what happens in the next hours or days. But we wanted to know, what title would you give the Kevin Durant trade saga / soap opera? What would you call it?
I'm going to defer to Eddie V, whom you just cited.
Yeah.
His answer is brilliant. His soap opera is No Heaven for Devin with Kevin. The subtitle is Everyone Goes Through Hell, Champions Get Through It.
It's a great one.
It's a great line.
Eddie bringing the heat today.
Yeah.
I can't top that. What else do people have, Sam?
Steven Ruiz just said Dynasty ?
It's pretty good.
Bordertown Kid says, just let me go. Jimbo says The Stairway to Kevin. That's pretty good.
Keith has a good one. The Bold and the Pitiful.
That's good.
AZ Sun Devil says These Little Sun Blues. Let's see if there's...
Ross, As the Stomach Churns.
Yeah, that's a good one. There are a bunch of responses.
Generally inhospitable.
And yeah, I like that one. Andy Bryant said Ishbia's millions down the drain. Donnie Appleweed said low compensation for old men.
That's good.
How about Wookie? All my children will never see the Suns win a championship.
Yeah, those are really like the best ones. Operation Disaster. We've got Steven Ruiz again. Old Yeller. Goodness.
I mean, we need to just tie it to a tree and put it out of its
Oh,
misery.
boy.
Oh no.
Just might here. The last
Hope
question.
I didn't give anything away there.
Spoiler alert.
Hey, if you haven't seen that movie, you know what happens. Our last question, we were talking about Bryson DeChambeau. Actually, was talking about what a 18 handicap would have shot at Oakmont this week. So we asked our followers, what professional sport do you think you could most competently play? What sport could you compete in and not embarrass yourself against the pros? Why? And on the flip side, what sport would you do the worst in?
Well, first of all, let me back up, because a one handicap dude played Oakmont the day after the tournament on Monday, shot at 93. And that's a one handicap.
That's at a par 70.
Is it a 70 or is it a 72?
It's a 70.
It was 70 during the tournament.
So he's a plus 23, so he's 22 shots worse. And that's a one handicap.
Man, that's bad.
So if you're an 18...
So if you're an 18, 200 might not be that far-fetched.
See, I'm a 15 right now. And it really sounds naive for me to say I think I could break 140.
Oh. Ooh.
You definitely could break 140. Come on.
I am
just grass and a ball.
To answer the question,
grass and a
that's
ball.
all it is.
To answer the question,
there's no mental aspect to it at all.
I'll take a crack at this. At one point in time in my so-called prime, I probably could have hung with a tennis player and maybe if lucky, won a game over the course of a match. And I know that because I played against Jim Courier in that celebrity tennis tournament that came to, was it Peoria? Surprise. And in the mini set against Jim Courier, who was a very good player, I couldn't touch his serve, but I won a point on my serve against him.
Okay.
But what sport would I be worst at?
So
all the rest of them.
I was so jealous of you that day.
You were filling in for me that day.
I filled in for you that day. Well, he's off playing professional tennis. I'm like, I'm talking to Mike Jarecki. I am well past the point of being delusional enough to think that I could hang at this point in anything. If I had to pick one, I'm a terrible bowler.
Right.
But it would have to be bowling because you can walk.
I was just saying, the answer has to be something like darts or billiards or bowling or something where it's just repetition of skill and not necessarily athleticism.
Yes. To Bick's point, at one point it was probably tennis for me. But it's weird. Like in this job, you get the opportunity sometimes, especially when we were younger, to play sports against professional athletes.
Right.
It's a different level.
Oh,
they're different creatures.
No doubt.
Have either of you played tennis against each other?
We played tennis before.
Yeah. It's been a long, long time, but yeah. We used to play on a semi-regular basis.
Oh, that's I'd like to see that again.
We're going to go back and play on a special grass court. We got an invite, so once Vinny gets his hip together, we're going to play on grass.
Oh, so never.
Once I get my hip together. Is that a challenge, Jarrett? You might push me into actually doing
Do
something.
it.
A couple of quick responses. DNB Band says NASCAR, just the way I drive every single day. Stephen Reese again, he said, I'm a literal card-carrying member of the Professional Disc Golf Association. That's pretty good. And then he brings up a point that every single time an MMA fight rolls around, me and my friends will watch it. And he said, I'd be awful at MMA because I would never make weigh-in, and I believe in gravity. But we have the conversation of how long could you last in a ring with a guy like that? And we go back and forth. One of my naive friends will say, 30 seconds. I go, give me 3.5 and I'm done.
Yeah. 3.5 minutes? You could run around and avoid it for part of it.
Now, like if your adrenaline pumping and a beast chasing you.
5 seconds and I'm in his hands.
I can't even. There's not enough money in the world.
Same.
No, not
absolutely
not
Poker.
same.
Poker's my answer, but it's not really a sport.
It's a good answer. Keep these answers coming in. There's some good ones. We want to know what sport you might be able to compete with the pros against in today's social studies.
I remember those days when I was delusional. God, I wish I could go back to those days. I could do that. I could play. Thanks, Sammy. Social studies every morning at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, as the Durant turns continues. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The D-backs start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Oh, it's heating up, Basinonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gambo, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
On July 3rd and 4th, enjoy fireworks spectacular shows at Chase Field presented by Bar S. Secure your tickets to celebrate Independence Weekend at Dbacks.com.
Arizona sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizons. KD Watch with Bickley and Murata.
The team that needs him the most is the Miami Heat. If you need to matter again, Pat Riley loves star chasing. You have a team right now where Tyler Hero is your best player. You are not going to win a championship right now with Tyler Hero being your best player. At times, depending on the team, he should be your third best player. That's not sliding him. That's just saying what it is. Yep. But if anybody needs Kevin Durant to matter again, it's no question the Miami Heat, because Pat Riley loves stars, and you have one of the most gifted scorers that the NBA's ever had.
That's Freddie Coleman from ESPN Radio making the case that it is the Miami Heat that need the services of Kevin Durant the most. Others believe, also on ESPN Radio, Harry Douglas said it's the Houston Rockets that need him the most.
Yeah.
You can get arguments for the Minnesota Timberwolves. You can still get arguments for the New York Knicks, although the latest wave of reporting from Mark J. Spears was this.
KD wanted the New York Knicks. He wanted to go there. The Knicks have no interest in bringing him in, which probably makes Knicks Nation, I don't know, probably quite interested in why not.
So it's only Tuesday, and I know at the end of last week, everybody was thinking, including Gambo, was like, next few days, something's going to happen. Shams Charania kind of followed suit on that too. But here we are, 5 days later, nothing. I think this is going to drag on a little while longer. At one point, I thought today might be the day, based on the NBA calendar, the last off day in the league on a non-finals day game day. We saw a big trade go down between Orlando and Memphis, but I don't feel like anything's close. And Sam Amick and John Krasinski have been all over this story for The Athletic.
Yeah.
Here's part of their writing on a piece that was released last night. Suns have made it clear to Durant's camp that they need to prioritize the best return for the team in a deal. Music to your ears, based on your blast in your column. What's more, they appear focused on landing the kind of impact players who can help now as opposed to prioritizing draft picks. Talked to Kellen Olson about that. The Wolves would seem to have options available to offer with Rudy Gobear or Julius Randle headlining a package that could give the Suns hope of contending. With offers from the Spurs, Rockets, and Heat coming up short to this point, league sources say the Suns are still hopeful that Durant might warm to the Minnesota Timberwolves possibility.
Wow. Hence the game of chicken that is going on. The teams that are willing to give KD the money are trying to prey on the Suns' desperation, and the Suns are trying to wait them out and get those offers increased. Now, there's a great piece from Kevin O'Connor who wrote this, quote, "Sure, everyone wants a say in where they live and work, but Durant's on a run of bad choices. First, KD picked Brooklyn, and the Nets had to trade Jared Allen because KD and Kyrie insisted on signing DeAndre Jordan. Then he picked Phoenix. After 1 year, both he and Devin Booker wanted DeAndre Ayton to get traded, which resulted in Yusuf Nurkic, and Durant admitted to Vincent Goodwill of Yahoo Sports that he pushed for the Bradley Beal acquisition. Another big mess. Maybe the best thing for Durant is not getting what he wants," end quote. First of all, I missed that Vince Goodwill piece from 2023.
Yeah, I mean, I know there was organizational support for it, but I don't remember it going that far. He pushed for it?
Right. I wasn't aware of that either. I went back and checked out the piece, and basically he was very supportive of the move, basically saying, who is going to stop us?
So wait a minute. Are the Suns about to trade their de facto general manager?
Well,
that might be the biggest story of all.
Right, exactly.
They've had 14 de facto general managers.
So now we know who's to blame for Bradley Beal. It's KD.
But
Get him out of here.
You just mentioned the Windhorst called the Kevin Durant
triangle,
where you have to find the team that wants Durant, you have to find a team that Durant wants, and then you have to find the team that the Suns you want from that team, and it's hard to. I pointed this out, but it's like having another guy with a no-trade clause almost. Like the power that he seems to have in this. Now, they keep saying they're going to do what's best for the Suns.
Yes.
If they're going to do what's best for the Suns, why haven't they done it?
It's still early in the process.
I guess so.
But to your point, the longer this drags on, the less likely it is for Kevin Durant to land in one of those 3 landing spots he wants to land.
So, here's another paragraph that illustrates exactly what you guys are talking about. Quote, of course, Durant has some leverage. He has 1 year left on his deal. He'll be 37 next season. And even when things look good, he tends to find something to mope about. So teams are understandably cautious about bringing in someone who might not want to be there. The Athletic reports Minnesota doesn't want to trade for Durant unless he says he wants to be there.
And we know that's true, or else Kevin Durant would be on the Warriors right now.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Are we past the point of return? And this might sound a little crazy. Of if the Suns aren't blown away by offers of
no, don't even entertain him.
I know what you're going to finish that.
We're keeping him and trading him at the deadline.
Like starting the year with him
and really we're past that point.
I think we're past that point, right?
Okay. I think so too.
A month ago, you know what my fears were, that they were going to run it back.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't look like it's possible now. So yeah, I think we're past the point of entertaining that.
So it's also interesting to me that you're looking now at the comps of Paul George and Kawhi Leonard are out there. Kawhi Leonard went to Toronto, didn't want to be there, won a championship, went to L.A. where he wanted to be all along. Paul George also wanted to be in L.A., went to Oklahoma City. He loved it there more than he ever thought. They signed an extension there. Then they ended up trading him for a boatload of picks that basically set up the iteration of a team on the cusp of the NBA championship.
Shea in that trade.
What's that?
They got Shea in that trade.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So to me, yeah, this is something where the Suns really have to hold their nerve and understand what they're looking for and leverage the best they can to get it.
This also from Amick and Krasinski. The Rockets and Suns have had meaningful discussions about a deal, team sources said. Houston has a firm offer on the table, but Phoenix to this point has been seriously underwhelmed by it.
Mm-hmm.
So then it turns into the question, and I know Dwayne Rankins raised this question over at AZ Central, are the Suns placing too much value on Kevin Durant at this point? You know, it's an interesting mix. The age, the production, all you mentioned the demeanor, all of those things get factored into it. They also wrote the Spurs league sources say have been conservative in their pursuit of Durant.
Interesting.
Maybe that ramps up.
I ran this by you because this trade actually works. How would you like a trade where Kevin Durant goes to the Rockets, Jalen Green, Jabari Smith, Aaron Holiday go to the Celtics, and the Suns get, wait for it, Jaylen Brown?
Okay.
I'd sign up for Jaylen Brown.
I like Jaylen Brown as a player. You're getting yourself into, you're keeping yourself in second apron, third apron territory there.
Celtics aren't in the mood for Kevin Durant. It doesn't match anything they're trying to do here.
No, because they're trying to get less expensive.
Right.
It's fun. I'm glad we have this to talk about for the last, the NBA offseason is really, really long when your team doesn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
How long ago does it feel like the Suns played a game? It's been like 2.5 months. So it is interesting, but are you at the point where you want something to happen already so we can move on? Or are you still intrigued by the possibilities?
Both. I would say both.
Okay, fair enough.
I want it to end.
Do you?
Yeah.
Coming up next, we will roll out another edition of Mustache.
Not a mustache.
That's next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Suns owe Kevin Durant nothing when searching for a trade partner, writes Dan Bickley. The Suns are reportedly hopeful Durant reconsiders Minnesota as a possible landing spot, and Diamondbacks owner Kendrick is still deciding whether to be a trade deadline buyer or seller. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought, because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs will start their 9-game road trip up in Toronto today against the Blue Jays. Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes, and Chris Bassett is on the mound for the Blue Jays. First pitch will be at 4:07 here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Where will Kevin Durant go? The Rockets, the Spurs, the Timberwolves, or the Heat? Find out more on Durant and the Phoenix Suns at arizonasports.com. Oklahoma City and Jalen Williams shined in Game 5 of the Finals last night. Williams had 40 points. SGA added 31 of his own in a 120-109 win, and now the Thunder are just one win away of an NBA championship. Tonight, the Florida Panthers have a chance to win their second straight Stanley Cup at home, but Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers will do what they can to get it back to Edmonton for a Game 7. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford, and I do think I know where this is going given our discussions today, but should the Phoenix Suns trade Kevin Durant to one of his preferred destinations, yes or no?
I think it's more nuanced than that.
It is.
You can't accurately answer that question.
No. I mean, just because he wants to go there, the answer is no.
Right.
It's got to be mutually beneficial at the minimum.
Yeah, 76% of the vote says no, 24% say yes.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. Vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you've only got a mustache.
The mustache sensation has taken over much of the country.
Oh, baby, it is Tuesday, 9:30, and it is back because we didn't do one last week of Mustache.
Not a mustache.
America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, where I will play an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. Bickley and Murata will have to guess whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person first. 1 to 10 wins. And because this was originally scheduled to be last week's edition of Mustache, Not a Mustache, which fell on a certain Luke Lipinski's birthday.
Okay.
So this is a Luke Lipinski themed edition. So all these clues
have something to do with Lipinski.
No, have something to do with being bored or boring. Dan Bickley, would you like to go first or second?
Sure, I'll go first, Jarrett.
All right, here we go.
Boy, I've never heard that song before, Vinny. Man, I can't seem to place that.
Sounds like the hit of the summer.
Kurt Cobain, Mustache.
That is Mustache.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he doesn't have a mustache.
What do you mean he doesn't have a mustache?
Like all kinds of scruff and
scruff. All right, okay. Please, let's not get contentious here this early in Mustache, Not a Mustache. But we will give.
How about now?
How about now?
Well, I'm so tired of losing, I got nothing to do with all day to do it. Well, I go out cruising, but I've no place to go, and all night to get there.
That is Styx. That is Tommy Shaw.
Very
correct?
good. Very good.
I'm going to say not a mustache.
He does not have a mustache. That is correct.
I think he's had a mustache at times.
Well,
he has too, but
the
for
other
most
guy
of
in the
his-
band also. All right.
Dennis DeYoung.
But he's also fluctuated between fuzzy upper lip and no fuzzy upper lip.
No fuzzy upper lip.
That would be Sammy, the fuzzy. No, he shaved.
It's gone.
It's gone.
You mean you tweezed?
This November,
That's
stay
funny.
tuned, listeners, and those viewing us on YouTube live right now. This November, we're all not going to shave for
Wow,
the
that's
full
a
month.
teaser. I've never agreed to that, Jared.
Oh, I thought we all agreed on it. All right. For charity.
Yes.
Or whatever.
Yes.
All right, Dan.
Stay there. Give me the ball. Hey, relax. All right, don't try to strike everybody out. Strikeouts are boring. Besides that, they're fascist. Throw some ground balls. It's more democratic.
Great movie. Kevin Costner, Bull Durham, Not a Mustache.
That is correct. This is the Luke Lipinski edition of being bored or boring. All right, Vince.
Yes.
I'm bored. I'm bored is a useless thing to say. I mean, you live in a great, big, vast world that you've seen none percent of. And even the inside of your own mind is endless. It goes on forever inwardly. Do you understand? The fact that you're alive is amazing. So you don't get to be bored.
I'm not familiar with the clip, but I think I know the voice. I'm Louis C.K. Mustache.
That is correct. That was from
Vinny's locked in. Vinny's locked in.
It's funny because I was just I had dinner with a couple of my buddies, and Louis C.K. came up, and I told the story of how I insulted him to his face on the air. And I went back and I found the interview, and my recollection of how that conversation went down was so different from the reality.
Is that right?
Yes. I thought
How so?
We were talking about Chris Rock movies.
Okay.
And
as you've told the story, yeah.
He said that he's been in a lot of bad movies, and I said like Down to Earth, and he's like, yeah, I wrote that movie. It's a horrible movie. Like he agreed with me about how terrible the movie was, but I remembered saying that it was like a hunk of crap, and that never actually happened.
Wow.
But I was listening. I was just a couple days ago. So
I also
listening to
thought
Louis CK's
the
voice.
movie you were talking about was Pootie Tang also.
The conversation started with Pootie.
Well, as most conversations do.
Yeah.
All right, Dan Bickley.
Yeah. That would be the Ramones. That would be Joey Ramone, I think, is the singer.
Mm-hmm.
Not a Mustache.
That's correct. What was the deal with the Ramones? They weren't actually named Ramone. Like, they weren't actually related or something?
No, they just all took that name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Not their real names.
Like the Righteous Brothers.
Yeah. He also could have made a ton of money as a Howard Stern impersonator.
I know. All of them looked like Funhouse Mirror versions of Howard Stern. All right, Vince.
Yes. 6-4 right now. Bick with the lead.
Hear the voices in my head. I swear to God, it sounds like they're snoring. But if you're bored, then you're boring. The agony and the irony, they're killing me.
That is.
So you got to use your early alternative rock.
Yeah, the band is Harvey Danger. Flagpole Sitta.
That is correct.
Wow. Locked in, man.
I don't know if I've ever seen what this band looks like. I'm going to say Not a Mustache.
That is correct.
Okay.
Well done, Vinny.
I agree with you. I had no idea what he looked like, but that was a very big song. What would you say, around 99, 2000 kind of thing? All right, we're doing
As
great.
featured on the American Pie soundtrack.
Most good songs are.
Yeah.
All right, Dan Bickley.
Jared Carlin.
Let's do this one.
And I don't understand why I sleep all day. And I start to complain that there's no rain. And all I can do is read a book to stay awake.
That is Blind Melon. The lead singer's name I once knew. Not a Mustache.
That is correct.
Was it Shannon?
Shannon Hoon.
Shannon Hoon, that's it. Yep.
Did you ever hear the Pearl Jam song about him?
About Shannon Hoon?
Yeah.
No.
It's called Bee Girl. It's after.
Oh, yeah, from the video.
Yep. Stay tuned for that at some point ever, maybe. Who knows? All right.
What?
Vince.
Yes.
I'll sit around and watch the tube, but nothing's on. I change the channels for an hour or two. Twiddle my thumbs just for a bit.
How come you cut it off there, Jarrett?
I was going to it would have been a little too long, but I cut it all off right at the word and got everybody nervous.
I think this is like the 6th straight week. I've got a Billy Joe Armstrong clue.
Wow.
Not a mustache.
Some bands just, it's really actually, this is only the, I think, 6 different Green Day clue I've given. Can you, we're running out of time, but whose clues we've had the most of anybody in the 5 years we've been doing this? There's ones that we've done like 12 or 13 different songs from.
Really?
Yeah. I'll look into that after. But here we go. We got to get to these last 2 clues.
We got a double perfect game going.
We have a double perfect game going.
That's what I just said.
Oh.
First thing you've said in the last 4 hours, that's a fountain of conversation, man. That's a geyser. I mean, whoa, Teddy, stand back, man. And I'm sitting here driving and just trying to chat, you know, keep our spirits up, fight the boredom of the road. And you can't say one thing just in the way of conversation.
That is the great movie Fargo. I know this actor, and I don't know why I can't place the name right now. I love this movie, too.
It's a great
Why
movie.
am I blanking
Wow,
on this?
movie.
His face is right in front of me.
Okay, well, what does his face have on the lip?
There's a mustache
Okay,
there.
that is correct.
I know this actor. Give me a second.
Okay,
It's
you got
slowly coming.
You got it.
Steve Buscemi.
Yes! Yes! Steve Buscemi, you got it.
I would have been mad at myself for a week had I not gotten that because I adore that movie.
I would have been mad at you,
Thank goodness.
too.
All right, Vince, for the tie.
His face was etched, and how does that face not get etched in your brain?
Yeah,
It's quite a face.
exactly.
All right, Vince.
Yep.
Brandon Fott.
Tua Tagovailoa. Or Eduardo. I don't even know what a trumpet is.
No, we're going to skip. That was just a joke one, actually. Well, here's your real one.
I think you can get this one.
Well, I don't know. The reason that was Luke Lipinski, obviously, but I don't know. He's had a beard and not a beard and unshaved, shaved.
And you don't have
for
any
those
video
different,
proof of-
for all those different clues or different times. But here we go.
What I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about today is just the building blocks of success. So this won't be long, and hopefully it's really boring because success is boring. It's doing the same things over and over with consistency and intensity.
That is the 2-time MVP, Steve Nash, not a mustache.
That is correct. When he was speaking to ASU.
Yeah. Double perfect
Double
game.
perfect games. You guys know your Luke Lipinski and boring. Which means that we will be heading to a tiebreaker that will not be boring, but it will be after this commercial break.
All right.
Not a mustache.
By the way, I watched the movie that this song is from again the other day, A Million Ways to Die in the West. I'm not a huge Seth MacFarlane fan, but I love that movie.
That's so Seth MacFarlane-y, though.
It is. It just cracks me up. Oh, we'll determine the winner. Coming up, some final thoughts next here on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to become much more aggressive. When that ball is in the air, no. I'm not going to wait for it to come to me. I'm going to go get it. I'm going to stab him out there and stab the pig out of the air and go get it and pull it down. That ball is mine.
It would be great to see, and I know I'm comparing him to an all-time great here again, which is all that seems to have ever happened in his career, but it'd be great to see him go out and just take balls away from defenders like Randy Moss in his prime.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the field, on the court, on the diamond, sports fans know the 3 magic letters are MVP, most valuable player, but on the roadways, it's BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. That's what my friends at Chapman BMW will give you. If you've never been behind the wheel of a BMW, you really should go treat yourself. Press on the exterior of the car, rock solid. Step on the gas pedal, the power is exhilarating. It's like riding a thoroughbred. The handling, the style, the status, the engineering, it's all top of the industry. I was reading consumer reviews yesterday. The reports and the analysis of BMW kills the competition. My wife drives the X5, which is their awesome family SUV. My 12-year-old calls it the presidential limo. And if you like a little status or swag, that iconic emblem is awesome, repping you everywhere you go. And remember, at Chapman BMW, you have got a friend in the business. So go take a test test drive, find what you like, then ask for my guy. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's a GM of both locations. He's a personal friend of mine. He's a great guy. He's hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Are you thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers available by making one call? That's exactly what you get with Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or Carol will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, Carol delivers. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as we're our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tori. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, today's song of the day. This, as most people know, is Eddie Van Halen. And Van Halen, the sound is pound cake. And at the very beginning of the sound, a lot of people probably already know this, Eddie Van Halen is using a power drill to make that sound. He's playing it right above the pickups on his guitar. It was a complete fluke. Here's a little trivia, Eddie Van Halen trivia for you. Eddie used to like to play in the control room. He hated wearing headphones. So he's back there, and there's an engineer who's working on some equipment, got up and go to the bathroom, left the power drill, cordless power drill, sitting there. He decided to pick it up and play it right above his pickups, and he said, like a miracle, it happened to be in the sound was in the same key as the sound was in.
Wow.
So he took that same cordless drill on tour every time with him. Reason we're playing it, this is from For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, the album.
What was that?
This is the release date back in when?
1991.
Oh, good Lord.
34 years old?
Good Lord.
It's amazing how fast time goes. For my money, this is the best song ever written about a buttery confection. You agree, Jarrett?
What do you think of pound cake, Jarrett?
Yeah, it's all right. Not bad. Need some like ice cream or whipped cream with it.
Toasted pound cake with like raspberry preserves on
That's
it.
good. Yes, that is good.
Ooh, baby. Sign me up. Pound cake. Van Halen, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Aren't you still the host of the show?
No, it's Sammy.
Yeah,
please
sure.
take it away with the
Yeah.
tiebreaker.
I was given the guidance there.
Oh, it's okay. We had to pay that off. I mean, our
Absolutely.
audience.
Oh, they're on the edge of their car seats.
So we have two perfect
So many
games.
wagers being made.
Oh, yeah.
We have two perfect games going right now in Mustache, Not a Mustache, basis on the boringness. And so I looked up during the break a little bit and during the segment of who's the most boring superstar sports has seen. And in a lot of cases, the answer was Sidney Crosby. So,
boring.
Today's tiebreaker of Mustache, Not a Mustache, how many career goals does Sidney Crosby have?
All right, so I will submit my guess through the messenger system.
How many years did he play?
He's still playing.
He's in his 20th year, I believe.
He's still playing.
To put it into perspective, he has 1,352 games played.
All right. I don't know if I love this guess, but my guess is in.
Okay.
How many games did you say, Sammy?
1,352 games.
And he's probably a goal in every other game kind of player over his career.
Yeah, that's why I think I shot low on this.
Oh, isn't that
1,300 divided by 2, 650?
That's your guess?
Yeah, 650.
Okay. So
I would guess less than that.
So Dan Bickley is your winner today. He guessed 650. He has scored 625 career goals.
Wow, that was a good guess.
I'm giving the trophy.
What was Vince's
Vinny
guess?
Vince's guess was 488 goals.
I'm still giving the trophy to Vinny. Vinny had a astoundingly good performance today on some very tough questions.
That's a terrible. I couldn't even remember that. I was trying to think, like, when somebody reaches 500 goals, it's a big milestone, and I couldn't place remembering.
That's a good point. I don't remember that either.
But then when I heard the games played, it's a bad guess.
Because Sidney Crosby was boring.
I appreciate your show of sportsmanship, but I'm declining.
But I got a clue that you didn't have. I asked for information that I just kind of reverse engineered it.
That's all right. I'll be fine.
You're the champion in spirit today. Vinny, you're my champion, Vinny.
I have to bring something up. You noticed this today. My eyesight is changing. I had to go out and get readers. So here, I got the readers. But I also have it doesn't work with the headphones very well. I have a stupid question. I am obviously not an optometrist, and I don't play one on the radio. Why can I go to any store and get reading glasses that work perfectly for me, but I can't go to the store and get distance glasses that are perfect for me?
It's a great question.
Because one's just a magnifying glass. The other ones are more complicated than that.
Okay.
I didn't know the answer to that.
No, now you do.
That's why the reading glasses, they just say, 1 time, 1.5 times, 2 times.
Well, I had bought readers months and months ago, and I bought too strong of readers. That was no good.
So we need to guess, how many pounds will Jarrett Carlin gain on his all-inclusive vacation in Cancun? Which he has salvaged with last-second purchases, trying to get refunds from tickets that never exist.
Yeah, Jarrett, when's the flight tomorrow?
7:30.
We know his weight will be down because his wallet is a lot lighter.
This is... Well, there's still another step, because I bought him on a airline that is refundable up until the last minute. And do I wait it out and see if the other tickets come through and then try to...
Smart. Okay.
It's a good game.
Good luck to you, Jarrett. We'll miss you. We'll miss you, Jarrett.
Have a great vacation. My guess is 9 pounds.
I'm going to go 11.
Make sure you do the pre-vacation weigh-in. Thanks to Kellen Olson for joining us. We are back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke up next here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day, everybody.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
And on score!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 5-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
With great deals coming this Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves! Prime member, Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Shop great deals this Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs will start their 9-game road trip in Toronto today against the Blue Jays. Brandon Pfaadt will go for his 9th win for the Diamondbacks, and Chris Bassett will be on the mound for the Blue Jays. First pitch will be at 4:07 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Kevin Durant to this team. Kevin Durant wants to go here. Where will the Suns superstar end up? Here is ESPN's Shams Charania on the latest in the Kevin Durant market.
Durant prefers to play moving forward for 3 NBA teams, either the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, or the Miami Heat. That's the 3 teams that he would sign contract extensions with once he is traded. But for the Suns' part, the focus of their conversations have mostly been around the Miami Heat, the Houston Rockets, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, I'm told.
For more on Durant and the Phoenix Suns, head to Arizonasports.com. Oklahoma City and Jalen Williams shined in Game 5 of the NBA Finals last night. Williams had 40 points, and SGA added 31 of his own in a 120-109 win. And now the Thunder are just 1 win away from their first NBA title. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Tuesday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, bud?
Good, just plotting my revenge on Jarrett Carlin.
Okay, why? What happened? What did Greg Brady do?
I haven't heard it yet.
Oh, okay. Somebody's just telling you?
Yeah.
Word of mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the worst.
I mean, I did have revenge lined up, but it might be too much, so I'm gonna go.
So what did he do? I'm assuming he bagged on you.
I'm sure he did.
Okay,
Have you ever heard Jared say anything nice about anybody?
Well, you make a point. Interesting.
I would be uncomfortable if Jarrett was complimenting me.
Yeah.
Like if you see Jarrett Carlin, he's like, "Hey, you dressed nicely." It's like, "Cool, you went through a clown's closet again."
You know what? You make an excellent point again.
I'd rather be where we are
because you're right about that. I'd be looking at him like, "What, Greg?
Yeah.
Brady?
What
happened?
What do you want?
Okay.
What are you doing? You need to borrow money." Wolf, you and I were talking before the show, trying to make sense of all these KD rumors, and now it's rumors on top of rumors. And here's a rumor that he wants to go here, but that team isn't interested in him because they can't move this guy, and it's just trying to figure out the best way to organize this, and it's just there's so many different directions you can go with it. So I'm just going to play some sound, okay? And we just react to that.
That'd be so good. I love the sound of that, literally.
Did you have anything you wanted to say about life before I start firing
I really
off
didn't
these
want
cuts?
to.
Okay.
No. As a matter of fact, I didn't want to say anything about KD, really, before you started firing off some sound.
All right. Well, this is hey, you know what? Let's start here. Let's start with Mark J. Spears yesterday saying there's actually another team KD wanted to go to, but that's not going to work either.
KD wanted the New York Knicks. He wanted to go there. The Knicks have no interest in bringing him in, which probably makes Knicks Nation, I don't know, probably quite interested in why not.
Yeah,
Fair question.
Okay. That is a great question. What's your response to that, Luke?
If I were a Knicks fan, I'd probably be angry. Although, I guess if I were a Knicks fan, I would just naturally be angry. But I'd want an explanation. You know, you at least, I feel like if I'm a Knicks fan, if I'm a fan of any of these teams that is in win now mode and Kevin Durant's available, I want an explanation why my team isn't in on it. Now, if the explanation is, hey, the Suns are asking for Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby, and we really want to move Karl Anthony Towns, and the trade's just not going to work, that's fine.
Yeah.
But the way it's presented right there is, nah, we don't need Kevin Durant. Well, the last time I saw you did need Kevin Durant.
Yeah. So. You know, let me just say this right now. I believe the New York Knicks, Masonians, this is what I was talking about a couple of weeks ago. Number 12 in terms of the regular season in points scored. That's a big metric right there, of course. Points scored. Number 12 in the association. That's not great. You want to be top 10. If you want to be recognized as doing anything really, really good, in the association. Be in the top 10.
Yeah.
In whatever it is, okay?
Okay.
Especially if it's a positive thing. Like points. Point score, would you say that's a big thing? Yes, I think we'd all agree.
Fairly important.
That it is right there. Number 8 in the postseason. Number 8 in the postseason in points per game.
Okay.
So think about that. I mean, do they need a score?
Barely top half.
They need a score. There's no doubt about that. They also need somebody to close out games, to help Jalen Brunson close out games. They need that.
Yeah, I mean, you could make a pretty easy case that if the Knicks could add Kevin Durant, they'd be in the NBA Finals next year and might even win it. Now, I understand, it's what do you have to give up? And if you're interested in KD and then the trade talks don't go right and you don't get him, that's one thing. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of being a Knicks fan, though, right now. If I'm just hearing, nah, we don't need KD.
So why would they say that? Why would the New York
idea.
Knicks as an organization say, that's okay. Thanks, but no thanks?
It makes zero sense.
Wow. Posturing?
The only thing is if they really are just trying to move Karl Anthony Towns and the Suns don't want Karl Anthony Towns.
Please tell me the Suns don't want Karl Anthony Towns.
Then get a third team involved.
Please, once again. Because you bring in players to model your culture.
Mm-hmm.
The type of player base, the Phoenix Suns are going to bring into their organization, that's your culture. The type of player.
Yeah, they're going to model your
matters.
culture one way or the other. Whether it's the culture you want or not, they're going to model it.
Yes. So that's the reason why. If you're sitting here telling me this is going to be a tough team. This is going to be a team that plays defense. This is going to be an intense, tough team. This is what we're going to do. Well, Karl Anthony Towns, I'm sorry, scorer of the basketball. That's what he is. I don't look at Karl Anthony Towns, and I don't think tough. I don't think dog.
If I'm trading Kevin Durant, I'm not trading him for a guy that makes a bunch of money that is a scorer of the basketball.
Yeah.
Because Kevin Durant scores the basketball just fine.
That's a great way of putting it.
Why would I trade him for probably a lesser version of the same thing?
I'm sure you're going to be getting more as well. Karl Anthony Towns right?
Well, who can we rule out?
Right?
I think maybe can we rule out that Karl Anthony Towns is going to be I think we can rule that out.
I think rule that out.
Because it doesn't seem like anybody's really interested in that on either side.
Right. So tell me, Knicks organization, tell me right now, you're really not interested in Kevin Durant. Look at me and tell me that. That's what I'd be doing, Brian Gregory, right now. Look at me and tell me you're not interested in Kevin Durant. Because we all know you need it. Yeah. I can't believe we're here on the New York Knicks.
Here's more from Mark J. Spears.
I think these 3 choices are by default. He definitely doesn't want to go to Minnesota, but I think there is some fear from him and Rich Kleiman that they're hoping that there's going to be respect at Kevin's age to give him what he wants rather than try to trade him like he's 31 years old, which he's not anymore. I think they're trying to get a major haul, but they're hoping that they work with him and get it done.
Okay. Okay, do you want to go here? Why don't you start, Luke? Why don't you actually start?
This isn't necessarily where I was going to go here.
Okay. Where were you going to go? I'm interested.
Well, no, that cut just kind of took us there. So I'll let you really run with this. I'll just simply say this. I think the Suns are probably going to take whatever team gives them the best offer.
Yeah.
But I would assume that's a team that wants Kevin Durant long term and is going to get Kevin Durant long term.
That makes sense, doesn't it, right there? Yeah. Boy, you put that so succinctly. I have so many words in regard to this, Luke. So many things that I want to say, but man, the way you just said it was so short and blunt and beautiful. I don't understand this. I don't understand. There's no quarrel in regard to getting the best deal for Kevin Durant. There's no quarrel about that. My problem is, are you telling me there is a team that is out there that looks at Kevin Durant and says, we don't care if he's going to be here a year or not. We don't care. It's an expiring contract for us. That's what it is right there. We don't care if he's only going to be, we'll win him over or maybe we won't win him over. But a general manager in that situation is actually going to give you more than a team that would have him for 3 years? How?
It's the whole the conversation we were having yesterday where, you look at what Orlando gives up for Desmond Bane, and I'm looking at that and saying the Suns should be able to get probably not as much because Orlando gave up a lot for Desmond Bane, but you should be able to get closer to that than closer to, just a throwaway trade. But I'm saying that with the thought process of Orlando's getting Desmond Bane for 4 years.
Yes.
So whoever's getting Kevin Durant, I'm assuming he's getting him for 3 years. And I have no fear that Kevin Durant's not going to be a good player in 3 years. You're not going to sign him for 8 years, but in 3 years, Kevin Durant's still going to be a good to great player. So it would make more sense if you're trying to get more of a return that you trade him to a team that he's going to sign with. Logic doesn't always play out, but logically that makes the most sense.
Yeah, and again, his bird rights, I understand that. The fact that, again, you could say, hey, okay, it's not going to work out. It's not, so it's an expiring contract. What are you really going to give up for that? I just don't think a general manager would give up more than what a general manager might give up, knowing he's got him for not only next year, but 2 years after that. That's 3 years you can count on him.
We're going to stay on this, obviously, throughout the show. We might have a trade during the show. You never know at this point. We're into the week where this could very well and might very well actually happen. Now, when we come back, though, we'll go to baseball. And, Wolf, this is a question I'm not sure I even like my own answer to be honest. But if the Diamondbacks don't end up being buyers at the trade deadline, don't they kind of have to be sellers? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The D-backs start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Arizona heat, it is here, is it not? Oh, my goodness, and it's only going to get hotter. If you've been dreaming about a backyard pool, now is the time to act. My brothers at Presidential Pools and Spas, they're building fast. That's what they're doing, building fast. I like to say it like that, too, which means you can still be swimming this summer. Don't wait till you're sweating through another scorcher. Let's turn up the cool in your backyard, right? Well, Presidential Pools and Spas, they can do that. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts right now. Presidential Pools, they love our military and they love our first responders as well. Free interior finish upgrade to Pebble Essence and enhanced Pebble Sheen finish with smooth glass beads for extra color and radiance. That's available for you. Free landscape lighting packages with path lights and uplights while supplies last. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfornow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Suns owe Kevin Durant nothing when searching for a trade partner, writes Dan Bickley. The Suns are reportedly hopeful Durant reconsiders Minnesota as a possible landing spot, and Diamondbacks owner Kendrick is still deciding whether to be a trade deadline buyer or seller. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, we're back here. It is Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. Diamondbacks in Toronto tonight. Wolf, the one series out of the country tonight against the Blue Jays.
So bad to be in Toronto. I feel bad for them. Diamondbacks up there in Toronto. Such a nasty city.
At least it's not like snowing or anything. I've never been to Toronto.
Has a reputation of being one of the best cities, but Wolf is from Buffalo, so he's trashing it.
I'm just telling you right now, they look down their nose, metaphorically speaking, at Buffalo.
I thought maybe you had once played for the Maple Leafs, and like so many of their players, you're just
Can I tell you
fried.
right now, I wish that there would have been an NFL team in Toronto, so we could go up there, hammer them. Now, I don't know if we would have won the game, Bates, but I can tell you somebody was going down.
Somebody would have gotten hammered.
Somebody was going down from Toronto. The Argonauts. That would have been a great name for them. The Toronto Argonauts in the NFL.
Did you ever have the opportunity to play in the CFL, Wolf?
I didn't, as a matter of fact. No, I did not.
Spent all your time in the NFL, going to Pro Bowls. See how it is.
So cool.
See how it is. Well, anyway, the Diamondbacks are in Toronto.
Would have loved to hammer some Argonaut.
You're probably still capable of playing in the CFL.
Wow.
Rick, are you kidding me? I'm serious, Basin on these. If I did get into a three-point stance and tried to fire off with the kind of force and explosiveness that you need when you run an ISO, something would happen. And I mean something bad. I don't know, hamstring, groin flying out your armpit, something like that.
Yeah, that doesn't
something
sound
bad would happen.
That doesn't sound medically great. I got to be honest with you. You'd be going to see Dr. Neil Elatrache too, like everybody else.
Dr. Doob.
The Diamondbacks are in Toronto tonight. We played this cut yesterday, Wolf. I want to play it again though. This is Mike Hazen from MLB Network Radio because it raises a pretty tough decision the Diamondbacks might have to make.
It's hard for me to wrap my brain around that line of thought. I get it. Yes, it probably objectively makes a lot of sense to want to, load up for some imaginable future. I would have thought I'd have Corbin Burns and Justin Martinez and AJ Puck for the entirety of this season. That didn't go that great for us. So, me planning for acquiring 10 prospects that may or may not make us a good team, it's just hard for me to wrap my brain around that. It's hard for me to watch how hard these guys are grinding every day and then take the trap door and rip it out from underneath them, honestly. And we kind of do these jobs to take shots and win. Those 4 guys that you mentioned, I built the team with those 4 guys knowing they were going to be free agents at the end of the year. And we had every intention of going for it with that same collection of guys.
Oh, where do you begin on that, Luke?
Well, I feel like there's more on the line this season and now specifically in the next month or so, but than general, because the Diamondbacks have gone for it. And I don't mean they've pushed all the chips in. Like, if we don't win the World Series this year, the team's going to get dissolved. It's not that. It's not like what the Suns did 2 years ago where they went for it and it didn't work. And so now you're seeing the painful side of it. If the Diamondbacks don't win the World Series this year, they still have a good, mostly young team that's building, but they did go for it to a certain extent this year. And so you need to have that rewarded in that they at least can be buyers at the deadline and make the playoffs, because otherwise I don't know if they're going to be able to keep going for it like that.
Yeah. It's interesting when you say 2 years ago they went for it. You're talking about the trade deadline?
The Suns. I'm saying when the Suns went for it 2 years ago.
I see what you're saying.
Because they went all in, every chip you have. Yeah.
Okay. So right now, when you look at the Diamondbacks, the 2023 trade deadline, what do you remember of the 2023 trade deadline? Do you remember them saying, oh my goodness, they were buyers? Do you remember that, Rick?
Yeah, and they got Paul Sewald, and it turned their season around.
Okay. Paul Sewald, it was a big acquisition. There's no doubt about that, because he was a closer.
They didn't have to give up a ton.
They did not.
Not anything they were using, really. I mean, Dominic Canzone obviously just hit a home run against the Diamondbacks last week that hasn't landed yet, but they didn't really need another outfielder at that point.
Yes, you think about it. Tommy Pham, of course, was acquired.
Tommy Pham.
2023 trade deadline. Peter Strzelecki as well was acquired. Right-hand reliever, and Jace Peterson from the Athletics as well, a utility player.
I forgot about Jace Peterson.
Four guys they acquired at the 2023 trade deadline. I remember us at the time, I think, Luke, thinking this definitely is being a buyer. Yet at the same time, it was with caution.
Yeah. Baseball's a little bit different. I mean, if you have a surplus at a position, you can buy, and it's not really costing you as much as it might cost another team. And Hazen's been good at that, and certainly that year he made the right moves. I mean, Pham ended up being big. Picking up Ryan Thompson, it didn't cost you anything. That ended up being big that year. And the deal for Sewald was obviously huge because they don't go to the World Series without that deal. That was
huge, wasn't it?
It was, but in the moment, it's not like they gave up a key piece of their future to get him.
So you know what I'd love? You know what's so cool about this? This was 2023 base earnings. How about 2025 in the trade deadline? Wouldn't it be kind of cool if they could actually go out and be a buyer in terms of getting a closer? Wouldn't that be awesome?
I don't think that would cost you that much. I mean, that's
just like it was with Paul Sewald.
Yeah. I mean, there's some risk.
Wouldn't it be
involved.
great to also get a Tommy Pham?
That
those
won't
two
cost
guys,
you that much.
Get a type of those two guys. I think, I'd like that.
Acquisitions like the Tommy Pham one are big, but that's more, can your scouting department or your front office identify a player that you need? That doesn't really cost you that much. It's not like you're going to have to give up a top prospect for that sort of player, but then obviously they can come in and make a huge difference for you. I'm looking at the other side of this right now because I sort of hate this, but we referenced that story that Buster Olney had up yesterday with the front office execs under the most pressure, and Mike Hazen was first on the list. It's, again, not because he's on the hot seat or anything. It's because if they aren't buyers, they have a lot that other teams would want. And that's sort of the question that I would be wrestling with if I were him, and it kind of sounds like he is right there, Wolf. Hopefully it doesn't come to this. Hopefully they just make up ground over these next 12 games as they should, and then they play well against San Diego and San Francisco before the All-Star break, and they're in it. And then I don't think you have to have a conversation about selling. But if you drop out of it, you heard Hazen say right there, I don't necessarily want to sell these guys off for pieces that may never pan out. I agree with him, and I totally get where he's coming from, especially right now.
Yeah.
But if you have Josh Naylor and Erod and Zach Gallen and Shelby Miller and Mel Kelly and you're not going to make the playoffs, I'm guessing you're not bringing all those guys back. You're probably going to have to trade one or two of them away if you're not a buyer. I don't know that you can just stand pat 5 games out of it or something.
Listen, Mel Kelly, Zach Gallen, Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk. I mean, these are guys. These are guys that I think are definitely valuable pieces that you could move. Now, Mel Kelly, again, we've talked about this many times. I'd love to see Mel Kelly stay here and be a Diamondback. I'd love to see Zach Gallen stay here. I believe Zach Gallen has got to turn this thing around, though, to convince people, to convince them, even before the trade deadline. Just go out and be Zach Gallen. And I think that will convince people to say, just stand pat on him.
If they got to a point where they had to sell, and again, they don't have to get to this point. They're still within striking distance right now. They're still a month and a half. They may very well be in a playoff spot when the trade deadline rolls around. But if they got to a point where they had to sell even 1 or 2 players, I feel like Gallen would be the first one they sold.
I think so.
Just because
I'm with you on that.
He's going to cost so much in the offseason. If he pitches well now, he's going to cost a ton. If he doesn't, then he's not helping you. And teams just need starting pitching at the trade deadline.
Yeah. Closer.
This was a depressing conversation.
How about Eugenio Suarez being moved for a closer?
I don't even see. I think this is
no,
where Hayes
you don't like it. Look at that.
I think Hayes
command and control, shaking their heads.
He has had so many big home runs for them this year. You cannot get rid of him.
Not if you're still going for it this year.
No, and that's what I'm saying. We don't know what's going to happen before the trade deadline. I'm just saying right now.
Yeah.
If the Diamondbacks they go 500 the rest of the way, they have the record that they have right now. What are you going to do?
You still got to go for it.
What are you going to do?
You still got to go for it.
Man,
but
I don't know about
I do have.
You can also move people for what you need.
You can buy and sell.
That's what I was.
You can thread the needle.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say, can you move Zach Gallen for a closer potentially?
But then the problem is you don't have enough starting pitching.
Yeah, that's the thing. When I thought that might be a good plan before Corbin Burns got hurt.
But yeah, and that's a good point. But what you can do and what Mike Hazen's been good at is you could move a prospect that is 7th in your system or something that would be meaningful to another team.
Sure.
That I think you could only do it for a closer or for relievers. I don't know that you go out there and you can't move one prospect for Rafael Devers, obviously. But you might be able to do it for a closer or a reliever you can turn into a closer. And that prospect might be a good prospect. You might just not need him as much because of his position. All right, when we come back to Suns, there's so much talk about what they might trade Kevin Durant for. We don't really even know what a Matt Ishbia rebuild will necessarily look like, do we? Let's try to figure that out. Wolf, the look on your face says no. Let's try to figure that out next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfleger from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. You might want to go to Aria Dental Implant Center if your teeth are all jacked up, Basinonians. Yeah, you know what? I've had the all-on-4. I can tell you right now, it is a game changer. Socially, professionally, personally, a game changer to have the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. The all-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. And right now, in most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. That's right, 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust, of course. Here's what you need to do, Basinonians. You go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state, back and forth, dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a long road trip tonight in Toronto against the Blue Jays. First pitch is at 4:07 on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt will get the start for the D-backs against Toronto's Chris Bassett. We are all awaiting what is next for Kevin Durant and the Suns. For the latest KD rumors, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And we could have a champion in the NHL tonight as the Panthers look to close out the Oilers in Game 6. Puck drop is scheduled for 5.
Arizona Sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO, Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
All right, just doing a quick check here. Kevin Durant hasn't been traded in the last 5 minutes.
He has not been traded.
No.
Kevin Durant has not been traded. Ron Wolfley reporting.
Thank you for reporting on non-news.
I love that, man. That's
my source.
Well, I'm just saying. My sources, the internet, my sources tell me.
Talking to people walking down the
KD has
hall.
not been traded. You know, I think we ought to adopt some type of music, too. Some betting for Kevin Durant, don't you think?
For when he's not being traded?
I mean, at some point, for when he's not being traded, when he is being traded, whatever it is, we need some silent lucidity. Is what we need. We need some Queensryche, Rick. You might want to get on that. A little silent lucidity, a little silent intelligence, Basinonians. Interesting. It's an interesting concept, isn't it?
Just quietness. Oh no, is that what this is?
This is the way that you feel.
Oh, this is soothing.
When you start talking about Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns.
This makes me feel better about 3 years of not making the playoffs coming up.
This is the way that I feel right here.
This is really just kind of unsettling, I gotta be honest.
Well, it is a little creepy. There's no doubt about it, even though it's soft.
That's what makes it creepy.
It is a little creepy.
I would say this is not tunnel time music.
It's not tunnel time at all, even though you can have some songs that are very slow and soft, that are very intense, dripping with intensity.
This is going to be our
Sound
music
of
bed?
Silence might be
that one's a little more intense.
song that you could understand.
Yes.
Disturbed version of Sound of Silence.
Oh, yeah, we're not going to go down your path of why you don't like Simon and Garfunkel.
Do not go down to Simon and Garfunkel.
Didn't they write the song?
Yeah.
One of them?
Okay,
here we
so
go.
that's it, Basinonians.
That's the beginning of the song. It was like 4 hours.
I know. I know. We're gonna play this as betting. Can we use that? Do we have authority to do that, Rick? Can we play it as betting underneath?
Strike on the phone.
When we're talking about Kevin Durant, and just to calm everybody down. Calm down. It's not that complicated.
It's not?
It is.
Sure seems like it.
It kind of feels like it is, but it's not.
Well, right now it just seems
It's like Queensryche's version of silent lucidity.
Do you think Brian Gregory's playing this in his office right now, being like, it's not that difficult?
Oh, I'll guarantee you, Brian Gregory loves him some Queensryche. Do you not, Brian Gregory? Look at me, Brian.
That's breaking news.
Brian,
right
look
there.
at me and tell me you don't love Queensryche.
This isn't going to be another question you send Jamal to ask, is it?
Hey, Matty-ish, tell me you don't like Queensryche.
Is way too slow for Matt Ishbia.
No way,
Matt
Matty.
Ishbia listens to like EDM music.
This is exactly
100%.
what Matty needs. Just a little,
Might
put the
be-
headphones on
might
and
be what he
curl up
needs.
in the corner
All right.
as I hit the
I'm
post.
playing this Shams audio, whether there's Queensryche playing or not.
I love it, man. Feel that, Basinonians.
Here, this will add to everybody's confusion, even though it's not that complicated. This is Shams yesterday talking about some players the Suns might be interested in.
As far as those Minnesota Timberwolves, they've had some discussions with the Phoenix Suns, but I'm told Kevin Durant has no desire, he has no interest in playing for the Minnesota Timberwolves. So if you're the Timberwolves, how do you evaluate it? From a basketball fit, it makes plenty of sense to bring in Kevin Durant with Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
But if Kevin Durant doesn't want to be there, how do you approach that? The Suns have had an interest level in Julius Randle and Rudy Gobear. So these conversations will be fluid between now, potentially later this week, ahead of the NBA draft.
Oh, where do you begin on that one? Where do you start, Luke?
I think.
Okay, I start with that, man. I'm glad you asked me, Luke. I'm glad you asked me. Are you kidding me? Anthony Edwards, how much has he gone on the record in regard to, I love Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
I love playing with Kevin Durant.
He plays some of his best basketball against Kevin Durant.
And now all of a sudden you're going to tell me KD's going to look at Minnesota and go, "Pfft, what are you talking about?
Well, the best thing about the internet is a bunch of people online yesterday found old tweets from KD about how he just doesn't want to live in Minnesota because it's too cold.
Yeah.
I mean, KD's pretty active on
KD's got a
social
point.
media. No, he's not wrong.
He's got a point.
If you want to play hockey, Minnesota's a great place to go. Otherwise, you better be ready for the cold. I actually go the other end of that cut right there, though. It's the end where Shams says the Suns are interested in Rudy Gobear and Julius Randle. So, again, I'll ask this question. What do we think Matt Ishbia's view of a rebuild is?
The show sheet. Let's get back to the show sheet. Yes, you're right about what is this rebuild? Is this a Matt Ishbia rebuild, or is this a reload?
It feels like we're all just looking at it and saying, okay, get as many draft picks as you can. Or like for me, I want them to get a player that can be a young player that can be Devin Booker's running partner for the next 5 years or whatever. That matters more to me than the picks, but you need some picks too. But just conventional, historic, whatever traditional way of looking at it, everybody's saying, oh yeah, get a couple young players and get some picks or stockpile picks. If they want Rudy Gobear or Julius Randle, they're not approaching it that way.
Okay, Rudy's what? So right now, he's 32? Is he 32 years old right now?
No, I feel like he was 48 when he broke into the league.
He does kind of look like one of these guys, Basinonians, who's older than he really is. So when he was like 18, he looked like he was 28.
I mean, he's a good player, but that's the sort of player you add if you're in win now mode, isn't it?
Yes.
That's not the sort of player like, hey, you know, let's rebuild. Let's go get Rudy Gobear and start building.
This is why it's on the show sheet right now, because this is what you think is a Matt Ishbia rebuild.
I don't know. Does that sound
it's
like a
kind
rebuild?
of like a reload.
How many teams look around and they're like, okay, we got to strip this down and we got to build from scratch. Let's go get Rudy Gobear.
Yeah, you know what? As a matter of fact, we're gonna lose Kevin Durant. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna lose KD, and we're gonna go and we're gonna get Rudy Gobear and Julius Randle. We'll get 2 for 1. We'll replace him with those two guys. Is this what you're saying?
Those are good players. If the Suns traded Kevin Durant for picks and, you know, Jabari Smith or whatever, and then Rudy Gobear was a free agent and they signed him, I wouldn't be like, no, what a terrible move. But it doesn't feel like the sort of player you traditionally trade for in a rebuild.
Yeah, especially I think there's 3 years left, if I'm not mistaken, on Gobear's contract.
And he's
getting paid 30, 35, 37, somewhere in that vicinity. A lot. It starts with a 3, I believe, right there. Don't hold me to that. It's kind of like a surprise that we're even talking about Rudy Gobear, even though he's on the show sheet. Interesting.
This is going to be an amazing 4 hours.
I'm just saying right now, this is going to be really, really cool. But Rudy Gobear, I love the defensive mindset, of course. But it doesn't feel like a rebuild, does it?
I understand even if you're rebuilding, you want to bring in some veteran players. So, again, if Rudy Gobear was a free agent right now, okay, I'd be, you know, maybe go out there and sign him or whatever. But you're going to have to pay him a lot. He's going to be 33 next week. He's basically...
so he is 32.
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't
you
randomly know that?
Seriously, I'm not looking at anything.
You don't even have the internet open.
Unbelievable, Basin.
Your knowledge of every professional athlete's age is unparalleled.
I will bust a wedge tomorrow.
You said your hamstring will fly out of your elbow or something.
Oh, my goodness. The pain and suffering that would take.
So KD's like 3 or 4 years older than him. That's not a big enough. Like 3 or 4 years is nothing. I'd much rather have Kevin Durant. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I hope this is not going to be the rebuild. Once again, I hope we get some pieces. We get draft capital.
I'm sure they would want other stuff too. I'm sure they were asking Minnesota for draft picks or McDaniels. I don't know, like other pieces. But it's just interesting that Rudy Gobear would be the centerpiece of a trade because that I'm not even trying to sit here and judge if it's wrong or right, although it's not the way I would do it. But that makes it sound like the Suns are still trying to win next year.
Yeah.
And we're all just assuming they're not.
Sure. But I like the defensive mindset. I like what that would say, Rudy Gobear.
When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or by donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. When we come back, which Cardinals rookie has the most pressure on them in 2025? Will Johnson? Walter Nolan. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get it nowhere else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, the basin is heating up. And if you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, you need to call my friends over at All Pro Shade Concepts. That's right, Robert Malvin, good buddy of mine. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to take care of you. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, no glare on that television, and a lot of privacy as well. They came over to the Wolfley compound. Man, they told us what our shading needs were and what our options were. They did us right, Basinonians. Now through November, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. Think about that, Basinonians. Now, they are partnered with our military members, U.S. service members. Shoes for Soldiers. All you need to do is text SHOES to 620-620, And some of our military members are going to get shoes. Shoes for soldiers. Text shoes to 620-620.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Gambo. How can the Diamondbacks continue their strong play in the month of June? We'll discuss and preview Game 1 against the Blue Jays starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, Wolf, I know you love speculating about possible trades. I know that's like your thing.
It's so cool.
You just love speculation.
It's
on top of
all
speculation.
we do, Basin on Ian. Sit around and speculate.
We'll talk about football, though, for a little bit.
Oh.
Can you indulge us for a little bit and just talk some football?
Where's the mouth guard, man? Break it out.
There's a story on Bleacher Report as Wolf reaches for his bag where he may actually have a mouth guard. It's called The 6 Rookies Under the Most Pressure Entering the 2025 NFL Training Camp Season. Is that a mouth guard that you just pulled out of there?
Yes. Basin Earnings, you always, if you're on YouTube right now, don't at me, okay? Don't do that, but just look at this. It's a mouth guard. It's in a plastic bag.
Always have it just in case.
It's a mouth guard just in case. You never know what's going to happen. Something might break out. You know what I mean?
Just know if things go down, Wolf's putting in a mouth guard somewhere.
Put in a mouth guard, bro. You might have to defend yourself.
That's true. You know, to be fair, if there was like a fight that broke out somewhere and one guy over in the corner put a mouth guard in, I think everybody would leave that guy alone.
Yeah, see, I got the mouth guard in right now, and I need to form it to my teeth, but I'll do that later.
Yeah.
See, Wolf carries around a mouth guard, though, because he's got to protect the all-on-4s.
Yeah, that's right, the all-on-4. That is great.
You got to be
I've
smart about
got
it.
to work that into my life.
You should.
Got a mouth guard to protect the all-on-4.
Yeah, you don't want to mess up the great
It's a
work.
game changer right there, socially, professionally, personally.
Well, what I was going to say, which is loosely related to all this, is the story on Bleacher Report has the 6 rookies under the most pressure entering training camp this year. And it's not Cardinals, it's just everybody. But one of the 6 is a Cardinal in their eyes, and it's Will Johnson.
Wow.
And
they picked Will Johnson.
They picked Will Johnson, yeah.
Okay.
So why the stunned reaction right there? What if it was Shamar Stewart, which would imply he's going to play? So maybe not.
First of all, let's try to reason why they would pick Will Johnson, the second round pick for the Arizona Cardinals. Well, let's see. Walter Nolan is playing a position that is jam-packed in the room.
Suddenly,
So
yeah.
there's not a lot of pressure on Walter Nolan to go out and suddenly carry us.
No.
Will Johnson, there might be, because Will Johnson offers something a little bit different in that cornerback room specifically. He's a big unit, dudes. He's 6'2". He's over 200 pounds. This guy has got a lot of length. And I don't believe, even Max Melton, I don't believe there's another corner in that room that has the kind of length that Will Johnson has. And because of that, too, the perfect scheme fit. We hear this over and over and over again. And I was saying this before JG ever said it, Basin audience. I'm not just parroting what JG was saying. Now, I'm not saying JG. I'm not saying that he ripped me off. He didn't.
Put the mouth guard back in.
Exactly. He did not, Basin audience, okay? But anybody who knows the Arizona Cardinals scheme and knows what they like to run, boy, you knew that Will Johnson was a really good fit for the schemes the Cardinals like to use and employ. That's why I think he's got the pressure on him to go out and produce, because everything is perfect for him doing so.
Yeah. Yeah. Would you not say the pressure you're describing right there is more, like from here, though, right? Like, okay, here you are. The Cardinals used not as high of a pick as they would have expected they had to use, but they used, a second-round pick on you, and you're in a position to succeed, so there's some pressure on you.
Yeah, I don't think that puts pressure on Will Johnson, though, that hey, you were around. You got drafted, what was it, 47?
47.
Yeah, you were drafted number 47. I don't think that puts less pressure on him. Yeah, that's right. I fell to the second round. I think what puts more pressure on him is the expectation that is inside that organization.
Yes, yeah.
Because that looks at him and says, "You're perfect for what we do. We want you to start."
That's where I was going with that, because this story is written from a national perspective, and I would say the national pressure on him is
reduced.
It is, but it's just different, right? Like, all eyes are going to be on him, because if he's an injury problem, there's going to be a lot of GMs being like,
the injury you're bringing, yes.
But if he's not, and that's what most of the story just focuses on, the injury. Okay, well, he was limited in mandatory minicamp with a hamstring issue, and he dropped to 47 because of a knee issue. If he goes out there and succeeds, Wolf, like if he isn't hurt all the time, there's going to be a lot of GMs that look kind of ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like, okay, yeah, you could have had Will Johnson. He was supposed to be a top 10, top 12 pick going into the draft.
Yeah.
You could have had him at 22. You could have had him at 27. You could have had him at 34. Like, even if you want to take him in the first round, you could have been a team that traded up and took him early in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
And all these teams left him there, and the Cardinals got him at 47. So it's almost... he's just going to be somebody that is, as far as a rookie that doesn't play like a flashy skill position on offense, I think he's going to be a name that a lot of people pay attention to across the country.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. And the fact he came from a very high-profile program at Michigan, of course. But to me, there's always going to be pressure on rookies. There's always going to be pressure. And the pressure is this. It's internal. It's internal in regard to, can you play at this level?
Sounded like Monty Williams there for a
second.
second.
There is always going to be – what?
Remember Monty Williams?
Oh, yeah.
It was like it's internal with the DA stuff, and he wouldn't answer. He was like, it's internal.
That's right. I forgot about that.
We never got an answer.
That is a bad memory right there. It was internal. You better believe it was internal. Are you looking at me, DA? Ball, will you please?
It's internal.
It's internal. Okay, but it is the pressure for Will Johnson, the pressure for Walter Nolan, any rookie that comes in here, whether you were drafted or not, Basin audience, the pressure is this. Hey, we're going to find out if you're good enough to play at this level or not. That's it. I don't care where you were drafted. I don't care how much money you're going to get. I don't care. You know it, and I know it. You still have to prove that you can play at this level. And that is in play for every rookie. How do you respond to that internal pressure? That is the question.
Here's Will Johnson. He was on the Cardinals Corner podcast last week. He talked about his health.
Yeah, I feel great. Been doing everything just to get my body right. That's what I'm going to spend these next 5 to 7 weeks doing. getting my body as fully ready as I can be going into camp and going into the season, so I can be ready for these next. I think it's 25 weeks we got coming forward. So, just get my body ready, and I feel great.
Will walk through it and take the blue juice. Okay? I'm just telling you right now.
Uncle Ron has spoken.
That's right. Walk through it. You're going to get nicked up. You're going to get nicked up. There's no doubt about that. When that nick turns into a strain, take the blue juice.
Well, speaking of Knicks, this is Nick Rollis when he was on our show last week talking about what?
You just pulled a Paul Calvisi.
Well, you set it up.
Totally. Oh my goodness!
I thought you were doing it on purpose. That's
Speaking of Paul Calvisi, he just texted me.
Oh boy!
And said, driving to the radio studio, I had the misfortune of hearing Queensryche. Please notify Wolf. I will never ever agree to fill in and carry his slacking keister ever again, as I cannot be associated with any show that endorses or espouses Queensryche. # glam rock.
You know what's amazing about that is Paulie loves Queensryche.
Doesn't sound like it. I got to be honest. Sounds like he's the opposite of loving Queensryche.
He is Queensryche. Okay. Where I'm Pantera, he's Queensryche.
Typically, I would blame the driver of the show for letting this happen, but that might be me.
What are you doing?
Well, I'm going
to
actually play this Dave Sears audio instead, okay? Because he was talking about both the Walter Nolan and Will Johnson picks. This is from Big Red Rage last month. Maybe you've heard of it, Wolf, Big Red Rage.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're not rolling the dice on Walter's talent. I'm not sure where that assumption would come from, and Walter's tape is not a roll of the dice. So I don't really see it that way. I think there's probably a little bit of media misinformation about Walter the person. Sometimes that happens in the draft process, but we spent enough time with Walter to feel very comfortable with him. So it's not a roll of dice for us, you know. And with Will, again, like, this is a guy that's a true junior. He was a 3-time All-American. He's got the Michigan record for pick sixes. He was defensive MVP of the national championship game. I mean, every time you turn on the tape, the guy's playing good ball. You know, his father was a player at Michigan at DB. He's a well-regarded trainer in the Detroit area. So, like, this is about as clean a player as you can find in terms of his skill set and his production. There were some injuries with Will, but nothing we thought was that he couldn't overcome or we can't manage. So we were excited about Will being there for sure.
When and if the Arizona Cardinals in 2025 play well enough to get into the postseason, when and if that does happen based on our needs, Dave Sears is the first casualty of that. He's gone. He's going to go be a GM somewhere else.
Yeah, there's a couple names. You wonder if things go well, other teams might be looking at the Cardinals and saying, we'll take him or we'll take him. But that's fine. That's the trade-off, right? I'd rather be in that position where the Cardinals did so well where other teams are trying to take somebody like Dave Sears. They cannot take Nick Rollis, though. Sorry, that's off limits. When we come back, how big is this D-backs series in Toronto that starts tonight? We'll really dive into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Suns must do what's best for them because this is the kind of deal where you do it right and you give yourself a chance to make this not so painful. If you do this wrong, and it is going to hurt. This is going to hurt for years. It might hurt for years no matter what. They might not have a choice on how bad this is going to hurt, but if you do this right, you can shorten the hurt. I think the Suns, for now, have to worry about this is the biggest franchise-altering trade they're going to make in a long time.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and instead of waiting around, you just move in right away. You don't have to wait around to sell your old place first. It sounds like the ideal situation, right? It's the best way to do it. Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program allows you to do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. It is much less stressful that way. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. This way you don't have to rearrange your entire life around everybody else's schedule, which is just annoying and inconvenient. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home. They're going to make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, Sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation and see what you're working with. That's Orchard.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family?
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community?
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a long road trip tonight in Toronto against the Blue Jays. First pitch is at 4:07 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt will get the start for the D-backs against Toronto's Chris Bassett. We are all awaiting what is next for Kevin Durant and the Suns. For the latest KD rumors, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And we could have a champion in the NHL tonight as the Panthers look to close out the Oilers in Game 6. Puck drop is scheduled for 5. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Wednesday morning. All the latest on the continuing saga of Kevin Durant. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Blink 182 by request of Wolf, who is a huge Blink fan. Constantly.
There was no request, but Paul Calvisi, I think, is a Blink 182 guy, kind of like you.
Yeah, I like Blink.
Yeah.
I'm not as educated on Queensryche as you or Paul or some of our listeners are. Apparently, I don't know the history of Queensryche. Diamondbacks are in Toronto, taking on the Blue Jays tonight. Brandon Pfaadt is on the mound for the Arizona Diamondbacks. So that in itself is its own topic. He'll be opposed by Chris Bassett. But this is a series against a team that is above 500, that's just kind of hanging around in the race in the American League, Wolf. And then it's 9 straight against 3 of the worst teams in baseball, against the Rockies, the White Sox, and the Marlins. So this is not an easy series by any means against Toronto.
Right.
But it really sets the tone here for this 9-game road trip.
Yeah, Toronto is 5 games over 500 right now. I think 5 games, 38 and 33. Yet at the same time, this is the start to this 9-game, 3-city road trip. And to me, you want to start it off on a good note. You want to go win this series. You want to go win this series and then win the next 2 series as well. Right now, they're 9-4. The Diamondbacks are 9-4 in their last 13 games. Did you know
That's
that?
their record in June. It doesn't feel like it, does it?
It doesn't feel like that. And yet, they're winning games now on a 2-to-1 ratio. You love to see that. You'd love to see them continue, especially on this 9-game road trip right here. It's not against the best talent, of course, Major League Baseball has. Yet at the same time, I think this is going to be an important 9-game road trip.
Well, the timing,
I'm going to read into this, Luke.
I mean, everybody is. Mike Hazen's basically forced to read into it because of the timing of when it is. You know, we talked about this earlier. You want to be buyers or sellers. You don't have to make that decision right now on June 17th, but you're going to have to make it in the next few weeks.
Just think if the Diamondbacks win all 3 of these series.
That would be ideal.
Think about that for a minute right now. Is that possible?
Well, they should win 2 of these series.
They should. So is it possible? Yes. I believe that it is possible. But can you imagine what a statement that might be? Now, I know we got a long way still till the trade deadline, July 31st.
Yeah, but again, you're not deciding if you're going to be a buyer or a seller at midnight on July 30th. You're deciding in the weeks leading up to it.
Yes, of course. But right now, I think that would be a statement. If they were able to win all 3 of these series, I think that'd be huge for this organization right now.
It sets up one way or the other. I mean, it is absolutely a statement if you can keep this going, because you are 9-4 in the month of June. So if you win these next 3 series, then that's at least at worst case you'd be 15-7 in June by that point, by the end of the White Sox series, and that's it doesn't account for potentially sweeping 1 or 2 of these teams. But if you start losing ground against these teams, and maybe not so much Toronto. There's no shame in losing to Toronto.
Yeah.
But if you start losing series to the Rockies and the White Sox and the Marlins at this time of year, that also is going to say something.
Man, I think of the guys inside the clubhouse once again. I'm sorry, Luke, but this is where my mind goes all the time, Basinonians. It does, because I was a professional athlete, because I was in that locker room. I know the psychology of a player, the individual player and the collective, the psychology of a team. It is so important. And that's why I think in a 9-game road trip where you should win at least 2 of these series, you should. If you could possibly somehow find a way to win 3, what kind of collective confidence boost that would be inside the clubhouse.
Yeah.
It's important. Yeah. It really is, especially when you suffer these setbacks, the kind of injuries that the Diamondbacks have suffered. It's important that you are a confident team. And right now, I wonder how much confidence they really have inside that clubhouse.
Well, here's Mel Kelly after Sunday's game talking about those injuries.
I just think in this industry in general, it's something we're used to. Injuries happen every single year. Obviously, we feel like we've been probably bit by the injury bug a little bit more than most people, but you look around the league, the Dodgers have, 14 pitchers on the IL at the same time. So I think we can't sit here and feel sorry for us as a team, obviously you feel for those guys that are on the IL and that are going to be gone for a while. But at the end of the day, we got to keep doing our job. We got to keep putting one foot in front of the other, and I think it's kind of just the next man up mentality.
You know,
I love that.
When we say it doesn't feel like they're 9-4 in June, it's because of the injuries.
Yeah.
That's why it doesn't feel like it.
Yes. But I love what he just said right there in regard to the fact that, hey, you know what? You can't let yourself get down. You can't. And that's an acknowledgement that it does happen, brothers. It does happen. And that's the kind of leadership that you need inside that clubhouse as well. One of the reasons why Mel Kelly, we always talk about Mel being this silent leader. Don't play silent lucidity. Do not do it. Okay? We only play that for KD. All right? Do not play silent lucidity. But to me, it is a situation, it's an acknowledgement. Mel Kelly as a leader inside that clubhouse, we all recognize him as one. A guy pointing to the fact that it does happen. This is why I'm talking about confidence, individually and collectively, for this team, and how important it is. I don't see wins. I don't see series wins so much as I see confidence being boosted for a team that has suffered setbacks.
They could have the same record they have right now, which is 36-35, Wolf. But if they had won a bunch of games at the beginning of the year, and then once these injuries started piling up, they started losing, wouldn't you feel a lot worse about it? I understand 36-35 is not where they wanted to be or not where anybody listening wanted them to be. I get that. But they're in this. They're still in this. But part of the reason they're still in it is because they've responded as well as you can. You're going to lose Corbin Burns for a year, not even for this season, like into next season probably. All right, well, we're going to win 4 in a row. All right, you get swept by the Reds. And now you come back, and now Justin Martinez is hurt. You're probably going to lose him for 12 months. All right, we're going to win 5 in a row. If these were 5-game losing streaks, if they had just lost whatever, let's say 9 of their last 13, and their record was even still the same that it is, but they were trending down with the injuries, you could see this unraveling.
Yes.
And it does still feel somewhat fragile at the moment because of the injuries, but the best way to respond is by stacking wins, and they are actually stacking wins this month. They're 9-4 is one of the best records in baseball in June right now.
The best ways to get over injuries that you've suffered is to win, because it proves to you and everyone else inside the clubhouse that you can.
When we come back, I might just let you go off next segment, Wolf. I might walk over there and get some pizza or something. How much should the Phoenix Suns consider where Kevin Durant wants to go in a trade? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat? Yeah! Oh! June 17th, Basin Onions gather around the transistor and press the year. I can tell you right now it's heating up, and it's getting hot out there. Ron Wolfley reporting. But the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool, thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. We, the Woo Fan Clan, we love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding. And there's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn Bedding summer sale. That's right, it's the summer sale, brothers. Now through June 17th. Well, that's today, Basin Onions. Now through today, you can get 25% off everything that is in store and everything that is online. So it's time for you to head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX-ZED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the Desert Sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Arizona sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. Like, I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
All right, Wolf, I'm going to ask you a question I know you love to give the answer to, okay? Because I feel like of any conversation we've had, this might be the one that just makes your head explode. But the question is simple. If the Phoenix Suns get a better offer from a team like Toronto or Minnesota or somewhere that KD has not said he'll sign an extension, what are they supposed to do?
Yeah, exactly. What are they supposed to do? They're going to take the best offer that is out there. There's no quarrel in regard to getting the best deal for the Phoenix Suns. There's no doubt about that, regardless of KD's team wish list based on audience. There's no argument there whatsoever. The Suns owe KD absolutely nothing in that regard. This is a mercenary league. It is. It is a mercenary league, and this is just a reminder of that mercenary league that is the NBA. But I'm making the assumption that teams KD wants to go to will give up more because they can actually control him longer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we were talking about this before the show. We briefly got into it earlier on the show as well. If the Suns end up trading Kevin Durant to a team that isn't on his list of places he said he would sign an extension, doesn't that kind of tell us something about the offers they were getting from those teams?
Yes.
Because what you're saying is right. I can't imagine Houston makes a reasonable offer, knowing full well that KD wants to come there and stay there, and then Toronto comes over the top. I don't even really know what Toronto coming over the top would look like. I don't even really know how they could beat a good Houston offer, where they're just like, no, we'll give you everything, right? Because it logically wouldn't make a lot of sense. To me, the only way that really happens is if Houston doesn't make a reasonable offer, San Antonio doesn't make a reasonable offer, and the Heat don't make a reasonable offer, and then a team like Toronto or whoever is looking around like that's all it's going to take to get Durant.
Yeah.
Even if we only get him for a year, we can offer more than that.
Right. With his expiring contract, of course, I understand about the bird rights that are out there for KD. I understand his expiring contract. I understand all of this. But I'm operating under the auspices that the Suns will get more value from a team if Kevin Durant agrees to sign an extension. I think teams will give up more for KD, knowing that they're going to have, 3 years with him, as opposed to he might sign with us? Oh, well, then you've got an expiring contract. Oh, okay, and there is some value to that. I understand that, but are you really going to give up value for that?
Not the sort of value.
Not the sort of value you would saying we get 3 years with KD.
And not the sort of value you need back if you're the Suns, quite honestly. I mean, this is your last big chip that you can push to the middle of the table for a long time. How many times have we said, the Suns are all in? Okay, well, now the Suns are really all in. Well, now the Suns are all in, and they already know that their hand lost, right? So this is the last big chip they had left to try to start a new hand, basically. And whatever you get back for Kevin Durant needs to be something you're building around. And I just don't see a team giving them pieces that they're going to build around long term unless that team is just crazy for Kevin Durant.
Yes.
That if they're only renting KD. Again, I'll say Toronto's the only one that it doesn't even make sense to me, but it's the only one I'm still kind of looking at because
they've done it before.
Because they've done it, and it resulted in a championship.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, but they didn't get to keep Kawhi Leonard, and the Raptors were a much better team at that point when they made that trade. I mean, they had Pascal Siakam, they had Fred VanVleet, they had all these pieces when they made that trade. They were a KD away, or Kawhi in that case, away from really contending. I don't know that Toronto gets KD and they're immediately a title contender.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. Kevin Durant is going to the team that gives the Suns the most assets, the best deal. Can we all agree on that?
Yes.
Whether they're only going to have him for a year or they're going to roll the dice and hope that he's going to sign an extension with him, whatever it might be, KD is going to go to the team that gives the Phoenix Suns the most assets for him. That much we can all rest assured.
They
we
have
can
to
bank on that.
I mean, you hear people saying the Suns don't owe KD anything, and
I know.
I'm not saying they do. Look, KD has not been a problem for the Suns at all. He's not even the one that asked out of here. I heard a national show earlier when I was I guess it was yesterday. I was watching it, and they were like, well, KD's been so unhappy in Phoenix. He hasn't been unhappy in Phoenix. He didn't ask out of here. But at the same time, this is your last trade chip. You don't. What are you going to turn around and be like, all right, now we're going to deal that second rounder in 2029. That'll get us something. This is your last chance. This trade will determine if you're going to start to get back on track right away or if we are years away from the Suns being able to be relevant. This is your last big piece. And by the way, it is a huge piece. You're talking about a guy that if he goes to Houston, they are a title contender.
I'm just wondering at what point in time do the Rockets really step up and separate themselves from others? I don't know when that point might be or if it will be at all, but to me it just makes so much sense. And honestly, if you're a general manager and you're not sure you're going to have KD, are you really going to give up a lot of value for him? I just think even though these teams know, well, he wants to come here. He wants to come here. I think you know it. I know it. We all know it. Brian Gregory, he wants to come here. So we're not going to give up the farm. And this is why it's really important that the three teams that allegedly are out there that KD does want to go to and would sign an extension with, those three teams are in it. And they want to be all in it.
Let me throw
you know what I mean.
a couple. Well, first, let me give you an update from Shams.
And that's why you need to use the pressure point of the draft.
Yeah.
To
which
get
is
full advantage.
Now a week away from tomorrow. Here's Shams on Pat McAfee. This is from today, talking about the Spurs and their level of interest.
San Antonio's got a ton of flexibility. First of all, they've got Victor Wembanyama, potentially the future face of the NBA. You have De'Aaron Fox. You have the number 2 pick in the draft. You have the number 14 pick in the draft. They have their first-round picks moving forward. What that organization has done, now obviously Greg Popovich has moved into the president role. Mick Johnson, first-time head coach, full-time head coach, starting this next season. But what that front office, Brian Wright as general manager, Mick Johnson as coach, they want to have a similar run and be set up similarly to R.C. Buford and Greg Popovich. And in their minds, they have a ton of assets to where if there's a guy that becomes available that's on that timeline potentially, you go out and make that deal. That's not to say that they don't have interest in Kevin Durant. They do. And potentially they would make an offer. But, and I'm sure they have discussed different frameworks. But what the other teams are offering is just a little bit more aggressive.
Well, that's a good sign, though, for the Suns. I mean, right there. Not the San Antonio part. But what Sham said at the very end, if other teams are being a little more aggressive than San Antonio, I mean, again, I'm assuming one of those other teams is either Houston or Miami.
Exactly. And again, if it's a wild card, if it is somebody out there that is willing to give up, that has all the capital that you're looking for, they're willing to give up assets, and they're willing to take the risk. We don't know how long we're going to have them here, but we're willing to give up more than teams that are out there that know they could have them for the next 3 years. If that is the case, man, the Phoenix Suns, winner, chicken dinner.
How about this cut from Brian Windhorst from ESPN Cleveland today?
It's a real stare down. Desmond Bane got traded for 4 first-round picks, and I see people saying, "Oh my God, if Desmond Bane gets traded for 4 first-round picks, Kevin Durant's got to you got to get 6 first-round picks." No, you're not going to get that great of a package because the team paying for it isn't sure what Durant's going to do necessarily. And the teams that Durant wants to go to, Houston and San Antonio, for example, they're leery of paying a huge amount for a 37-year-old. Their whole teams are in their early to mid-20s.
Right.
So you don't have alignment in making everybody getting on the same page. What Durant wants, what the Suns need, what the teams want to pay,
right, with
the contract. I would not rule out the Suns not being able to get a trade they like and having to make a decision like, do we not trade him at all?
Okay, he's definitely doing it on purpose now because that's the second time he said alignment in the last 2 days. There's no way.
Yeah, what did he just say at the end right there? Can you play the last 5 seconds?
He said it's possible that they would just not trade him at all.
Yes, yeah. I know, but he set it up differently.
To get a trade they like and having to make a decision like, do we not trade him at all?
Yeah, okay, it was a little bit before that, as a matter of fact. He's saying, hey, I think the Phoenix Suns are going to get a trade they like. And now they're going to have to say, hey, do we not trade them all?
Well,
At all? I mean, that to me is contradictory, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and listen. I thought he was saying if there's a possibility they don't get a trade they like, and then what are they going to do?
Okay, maybe I just heard that wrong.
I kind of checked out when he said alignment. So to be honest, I think everybody just sort of tuned out when Brian Windhorst, he keeps saying alignment. Houston's the one. What he was saying there of like, I can see these teams looking and saying, well, KD's older. Does that really fit our timeline? The timeline thing is and always has been and always will be idiotic to me. If Kevin Durant can help you win now, then I don't care how. Kevin Durant can be 55 if he's playing the way he is, and I'm Houston, I want him.
What are you doing?
I understand to a certain extent San Antonio not wanting to go all in on him, but it's not because he can't help them now. It's because they're on such a unique path with Wembanyama, and they keep benefiting from the lottery. It's seemingly every other, and now they're going to get Harper too. So, are you giving me the break?
I got the break. I just wanted you to know I got the break.
Good, thanks.
Okay, it's a good take.
Houston is the one that should be operating with a sense of urgency.
Yeah.
All right. When we come back, are the Diamondbacks ready for this 9-game road trip? We're going to ask Diamondbacks broadcaster Jody Jackson next. Wolf is just leaving. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's crazy, the number of comebacks, the number of blown leads, the number of things that you just
on both sides.
On both sides.
On both
sides.
It's been on both sides of the equation.
It's a pendulum. It's here, and then it's there, and then it's here, and it's there. We're going to come back and win in thrilling fashion, then we're going to blow a lead, and we're going to lose. I don't know if it evens out in the long run or not, but they've got you on the edge of your seat almost all games.
They do.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, summer savings are underway. What can customers expect this June?
What's up, Dave? We're kicking off summer with some serious deals. Drive into summer in style with limited time offers on our full lineup. All month long, save $12,500 on the new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $7,000 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra HD Pro, SLE, or SLT.
Sounds like everyone wins at Liberty GMC in Peoria or online, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a long road trip tonight in Toronto against the Blue Jays. First pitch is at 4:07 on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And joining Wolf and Luke to talk about the series is D-backs broadcaster Jody Jackson. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, Jody Jackson is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line as we get ready for Diamondbacks-Blue Jays tonight from Toronto. What's going on, Jody?
Hey, I'm just enjoying this beautiful summer here in Arizona. No, it's, Todd's in Toronto, and, which is cool because he's from upstate New York and not far from Buffalo, as I know Wolf knows all too well. But, man, it's what a great day I'm sure everyone had yesterday. The weather there looks amazing, and hopefully this team can do a lot of the good things we saw in the last 6 games. I know that it kind of ended on a clunker there against the Padres, but, man, they did a lot of things really well against Seattle and those first 2 games against the Padres. And I think we can all agree that this 9-game stretch, and you can throw in the Marlins on the back end, but I guess just for the sake of focusing on the road trip, it's going to be a huge 9-game stretch to see where they land, because it will be part of that determination of what they're going to do at the trade deadline.
Yep.
Well, Jody, it's, we were talking about this probably about a month or so ago, just kind of looking at it of here's 12 games that should be pretty winnable. And especially when you get to the Rockies and the White Sox and the Marlins even, I would say the Marlins are better than those 2 teams, but not great. But Toronto actually has a decent record this year now. They're they're 5 games above 500. They were 8 games above 500 as of last Wednesday before they got swept by the Phillies. What is it about the Blue Jays that makes that team tough?
Well, you just look at the pitching that they're rolling out against the Diamondbacks. They've got Chris Bassett, they've got Eric Lauer, the lefty, and then Kevin Gausman, an oldie but a goodie there. I mean, these guys are all quality pitchers, and they all have the numbers to prove that. And their closer, Jeff Hoffman, who, used to be in a relief role with some other teams, but he's really thriving in that role. So it's a team that I usually think about offense with Vladdy and, Bo Bichette. I know it's had his ups and downs, but I remember when we were there, so I was there in 19 where the D-backs had a really good road trip that included Toronto. They played very well against them. In 22, they didn't pitch as well, and some of those matchups I remember, Bo Bichette, he hits the ball as hard as anyone when he's going well. So Alejandro Kirk is another guy that's dangerous. So you see on the back end, you've got the Rockies and the White Sox, but this Blue Jays team is a really good team. And it's going to be a challenge, no question, for the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks also have a very good team. I just think, again, you have to pitch well, especially if you want to hang with the pitching they're rolling out there.
Yeah, what's amazing about it, Jody, and I know you know this, but they were 12-2 in their last 14 games and then got swept by the Phillies. But they were playing some really, really good baseball. Tell me a little bit about Chris Bassett and what we know about him.
I mean, he's a guy he's very solid. I know his last outing, I think he went 7, gave up 4. He's a guy that's going to go deep into games. He was pretty good with the Mets. He has a good track record. These guys are veteran. I think it's the one thing that I looked at when I was looking at the Blue Jays, took the deep dive on them the other day, is that, again, a lot of times I think of their offense, and they play well at home. Bassett has pitched great at home. I mean, you look at the numbers, it's not always all about the numbers, but for Bassett, it really lives up to the 7-3 that he has. The record really does, and his metrics back it up. Where Brandon Pfaadt, I think, still has a lot to prove there because he's got the wins, but some of the hard hit rate and things like that, I think I'm looking for Brandon Pfaadt to try to take another step forward today, because I think he's going to have to against a veteran pitcher like this. But, the D-backs, some guys have had good success. One guy that has is Eugenio Suarez has had a number of at-bats against Bassett and has been good. So I think, look, I'll go back to any pitcher against this D-backs offense, and I love this lineup 1 through 9. It's relentless. Even the guys at the bottom can tear it up. So, I give them certainly a chance to do some damage tonight. It's just these are veteran pitchers, and Bassett starts it off.
Talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, these 9 games just specifically on this road trip, you looked at Toronto right there. Obviously, the Rockies are really struggling this year, and the White Sox have been struggling for a couple years. Given what time of year we are at and, what's coming up in July with the trade deadline, what is a successful road trip here? Like, how many of these games do you think they need to win to put themselves in good position before they come back and start playing teams like San Francisco and even San Diego?
Yeah, just on the surface, Luke, when I look at a 9-game road trip, to me, it's like to be good, you want to have it be like 6-3, because 5-4 is kind of mid, 4-5. You're looking at a D-backs team right now that, there's 3 games back in the wild card, which is not bad. It's not bad at all. It's just there's a lot of teams involved. So you now are looking at these games before the end of July and saying, we need to take a step. We need to take a leap here. And even the Rockies, no one wants to hear this, but even the Rockies can get a little hot here and there. So they've been playing better of late. You have to take control, though, of these teams that you're better than. And that means that and if your pitcher starts out and has a rough inning, you got to pick him up, or vice versa. If the offense is shut down, the pitching has to play to that. So, I would hope, I just look on the surface of a 9-gamer, you want 6-3. Anything better than that is kind of gravy, but that's what I'm looking for.
Okay, Jody, thank you so much. I wanted to ask you one more question, but I got time? Rick said
give
I got
Wolf more
time right now.
It's not me.
Jody, we're all hoping the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to be buyers at the trade deadline. I wanted to ask you, though, if they were buyers, where would you buy if you were the GM of the Diamondbacks?
Well, it's an easy one, not just because it's where guys always buy, GMs always buy, but it's an easy one because it's also the state area you need it most, and it's the bullpen. It's the bullpen every year, but especially this year. And look what Mike Hazen has done in the past. He went out and got Paul Sewell 2 years ago. He went out and got A.J. Puck last year. So who can be that guy? Who can be that A.J. Puck for this year? Because so they have to play well. And this is why, for me, I really hope they can step up to this challenge of playing better and better as this next month goes along, because you guys know that if you can play well to hang, and then you can go get some guys for this bullpen, and, obviously they do need to have some depth in the rotation, whether that comes from the minors or whatever. This team is going to be as dangerous as any team, and I truly believe that, because that's how good parts of this team are. And I just hope they can play well enough to hang right in there to see Mike Hazen go out and pull off some magic, because I think to me, the pieces they have in the bullpen right now are good. They have some good pieces. They just need more. They need a little more. And that's what I would love to be able to see, guys. I know that I'm not the only one, but that's where I would be looking. Yeah.
Jody, we appreciate it as always. We'll talk to you Friday.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line as the Diamondbacks get ready for 3 in Toronto. Brandon Pfaadt tonight, Erod tomorrow, and Ryan Nelson on Thursday.
Toddy in Toronto. We got to call Todd.
Don't you think he went up there to just kind of recapture the moments of going to Canada
Toddy.
for hockey?
No doubt.
It's like he's just trying to convince himself he's going there for a hockey
Walking
game.
around Toronto, acting like he's all Buffalo.
When we come back, does one specific moment from last night's Thunder-Pacers game mean the NBA Finals are over? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch. As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade, Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famer's trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Go to movingteam6.com if you've got a move that is coming up right now. That's right. Whether it's a long-distance move, you're going to move all the way across the country, or maybe it's a local move. Maybe you're just going to move out to Apache Junction, whatever it might be right now. Moving Team 6, they got you covered. You know, moving can be the third most stressful part of your life. That's what some experts actually say out there. I don't know about that, Basinonians, but I can tell you right now, you don't want to move yourself. Let Tim Lee, that's right, the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. Let Tim Lee and his sons, Garrett and JT, it's a family-run business. Let Moving Team 6 move you. They are built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. That's because it's built on the backs of the Lee family. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Summer is a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, Corolla, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system up to $2,500 because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Bunker to Bunkers Golf Tour is kicking off their summer swing at Verado Golf Club's Founders Course on Saturday morning, June 21st. Benefiting the Arnie's Army Charitable Foundation, Bunker to Bunkers two-person scramble is loaded with breakfast, team competitions, a huge raffle, awards, and even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Come enjoy an unforgettable day of golf with your friends. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. So what is left to put the finishing touches on a Kevin Durant trade? We'll get you the latest on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock. Welcome
back to the show. Wolf, I've been, checking out the YouTube chat a little bit because we are obviously live on YouTube.
Yeah.
I can tell you that most of the comments are similar to what you and I feel. Not really fired up about a trade for Rudy Gobear. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
let's just put it that way. Let's look at that game last night. The Pacers and the Thunder. Oklahoma City wins the game. They take the lead in the series. It's the first time they've actually led the series, believe it or not. Even though they've been heavily favored the entire time, this is the first time they have led the series. And now they have a chance to close it out on Thursday in Indiana. And to make matters worse for Indiana, Tyrese Hallebertton got hurt. Here's Rick Carlisle after the game.
I got him out early toward the end of the first half for 2 or 3 minutes because he just wasn't moving well. Was fatigued. It was tired too. He got back in and seemed okay. And then halftime we talked about it. I went through this whole thing already, but yeah, I mean, all these guys playing in this series on both sides. I mean, I think it's pretty clear now that we're going into the 6th game, and all the attention and the crowd noise in both arenas, everything. This is a lifetime opportunity, and not many guys are going to sit. Even if they're a little banged up. If you're injured, that's a different story. But we'll evaluate everything with Tyrese, and see how he wakes up tomorrow.
Oh, my goodness. I just can't. I do not want to see the NBA Finals go this way. I don't want to see this. That the other team, that being the Pacers, down now 3-2 in this series, that the other team's going to lose their best player because of injury. I don't want to see that.
We got so close to the end of it.
I know.
What I mean? Like, I think Oklahoma City would have won anyway. I think pretty much everybody felt that. But, let's see it. Let's see what we saw the first 4 games. Let's see Tyrese Hallebertton at full strength, not Tyrese Hallebertton limping around for 34 minutes and making 0 shots in the game.
My goodness, I just do not want to see this series. And this has been an awesome series. To surprise the Indiana Pacers. Yeah, you know what, honestly, I think there were people out there that believed OKC, they were capable of sweeping this series.
Yeah.
There were people out there, some analysts out there, I've heard them actually say they thought they were going to win in a sweep. The Pacers, what you got to love about them is their competitiveness and their ability to continue to go out and grind and ball out. You could just see it. I've talked about this analogy in the past, but it's the truth. You've got the Pacers who are just swinging wildly. They're just brawlers. That's who they are.
They did fight back last night even. They got it
They
to 2.
did.
And then
They
it wasn't
did.
2 anymore.
They didn't just collapse. They continued to brawl, and then all of a sudden, you know what happened, man? The fulcrum of the game in the middle of the 4th quarter happened, where OKC and their culture went out and won a game in the 4th quarter. In the middle of that 4th quarter, 4 consecutive turnovers because of OKC and their defense.
Yeah.
They are unbelievable how many times they get their hands on a basketball, how many deflections they have in a game. It is incredible to see, and that's what launched them to this win in the middle of that 4th quarter.
Here's Jalen Williams, who just casually put up 40 last night. Of course, Perry High School's own Jalen Williams.
Career high.
Yeah. Good time to have a career.
Yeah.
I mean, why don't you just go put up 40? They're missing their best player. I mean, he's out there, but he's not really out there. Can you just go ahead and chip in 40 for us on top of what SGA is giving us? Here's Jalen Williams afterwards.
My answer is going to suck because it's kind of going to negate your question, but it's something more that I'll look back on later on than worry about what kind of statement it makes. I think the only statement we have right now is we're up 3-2, and we still have to go earn another win. But it'll be cool to look back on later on, and hopefully somewhere down the line I'll have a more fun answer for you.
And not just last night.
I love that answer.
Does he not sound like a guy that's been playing in the NBA for 17 years?
Yes.
And this is Jalen Williams' third year, I think. His third year. Like,
yes,
he sounds like such a vet. Yeah. And he always has. He sounded like a vet his rookie year, too. But now goes out there and drops 40 in an NBA Finals game that really swung this series. And he's just like, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you saw the later interview on SportsCenter with Scott Van Pelt. It was, 7-8 minutes of him sounding like that and just kind of not really getting too caught up in the moment because, as he said, it wasn't a race to 3 games.
Yeah, it's amazing just watching this. The Thunder were the better team for a half. And then the toughness of the Indiana Pacers got them back into the game. It did. But watching the Thunder, man, they are so much more athletic, whippy, and freaky than the Pacers. Jalen Williams has got an awful lot to do. SGA, Chet Holmgren, Lou Dort. Who doesn't love Lou Dort?
He got a bang from Mike Breen yesterday. Did you guys see that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, in the fourth quarter, he made a big 3, and Mike Breen did the bang call, which I was like, oh, cool. ASU guy got the bang call.
Rick watched the whole season for that moment, and it finally
honestly
came to pass. Right at the last
Didn't have that
second,
much fun watching the Suns or Wizards, so I might as well just enjoy that Lou Dort moment in the finals.
Here is the one thing to keep your eye on, Basinonians, in Game 6, of course. Here's the one. The Pacers, they're a young team. They're 12th, I believe, in terms of age in the NBA. But the Oklahoma City Thunder, number 1, the youngest team in the association. Think about that. And they've shown a little immaturity from time to time.
But then you hear SGA and Jalen Williams talk, and you're like, these guys are actually in like their mid-40s. They just are pretending they're 22.
But still, would you say they're really a confident bunch and just kind of like, yeah. I think they're a young team, and I think we're the reason why the Pacers are in this series is because of the youth and inexperience, relative youth and inexperience of OKC. And I'm wondering, will that show up in Game 6?
Yeah.
Will the Pacers, knowing they're at home, this is it, the desperation, they're going to come out. Who knows how Tyrese is going to be, how healthy he's going to be, but you could see the Pacers laying it on the line in Game 6. And then OKC winning again in Game 7.
That's the problem, circling back to where this conversation started. I hear what you're saying. I could see it playing out that way because I think the Pacers deserve the respect at this point. I mean, they are 2 wins away from winning a championship as well. But if Tyrese Hallebertton can't move, I would be stunned if they beat Oklahoma City with him hobbling around like that.
He didn't look like he was moving that badly, though.
Except every single break, he was just like trying to realign his leg.
I know that, but the blue juice.
Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Houston, San Antonio, Miami. Those are the destinations that are reported to be high on Kevin Durant's list or on the list. They comprise the list. How close do you consider those 3 teams? I mean, Houston probably is the closest to competing for a championship in my mind. The other 2 aren't close.
No, that to me is really the big takeaway that very, very, very few people are talking about, in my opinion. That if this is accurate, that this is where KD wants to go, winning a championship is not at the forefront of what he's thinking about. It just isn't.
Totally agree.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, brothers and sisters, do you have some back issues that you need taken care of? Well, I can tell you, as a former football player, playing 10 years professionally, I had a lot of back damage as well, and I went to Dr. Chris at DISC. That's right, DISC helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend warrior to those just trying to get their life back. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgery, or surgeon, I should say, for professional sports teams and athletes. That's right, Basinonians. From all over the globe, man. Athletes come right here. Sports teams right here to DISC. It's time for you to enjoy life again and get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction.
driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a long road trip tonight in Toronto against the Blue Jays. First pitch is at 4:07 on Arizona Sports 98.7, as well as the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt will get the start for the D-backs against Toronto's Chris Bassett. We are all awaiting what is next for Kevin Durant and the Suns. For the latest KD rumors, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And we could have a champion in the NHL tonight as the Panthers look to close out the Oilers in Game 6. Puck drop for that one is scheduled for 5.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on a Tuesday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
All right, guys. So we're going to start with Joey Chestnut. No, I'm just kidding. Some Kevin Durant updates to start wolfing down your lunch.
Now I kind of want to know about Joey Chestnut.
Well, he's back in the hot dog eating contest this year.
That's huge.
ESPN's Mark J. Spears reported that KD wanted to be traded to the New York Knicks, but the Knicks do not want him. ESPN's Shams Charania reported that Kevin Durant does not want to go to the Timberwolves and that the Suns are interested in Rudy Gobear and Julius Randle. And Gambo said a deal to the Heat is unlikely. So, is there a possibility a trade can't be worked out and KD is on the Suns next season?
I mean, I guess anything's possible at this point. I feel like they are going to do everything they can to get a deal done. But for my money, I would rather, like, there is a level where I just wouldn't trade him. You know, like if I'm just getting offered trash for one of the best players in NBA history who is still very good, then I just wouldn't trade him. Like, because it's not like you suddenly can't trade him early in the season or midway through the season or whatever if it came to that. Ideally, you're not like. Ideally, you just, if you're going to do this, you have a clean break. You go into next season, you start building something. Ideally, but I'm not giving Kevin Durant away just because teams aren't going to offer anything.
I wonder what Jordan Ott would say about that, because I'm thinking, okay, young coach coming up in the NBA. Give me Kevin Durant.
Probably.
I'd love to have KD.
Depends on what his relationship is with him going back to Brooklyn.
Exactly right, going all the way back to Brooklyn.
This seems like a segment idea.
Well, I think we already talked about that, believe it or not.
Rick producing on the air.
I know, but Jordan Ott, I would love that. Jordan, take him out somewhere. I don't know. People take him out. He's on a yacht. Take him out over past the internet. I didn't even
I like
to do
that too.
Out on a yacht. Take him out past the international date line like they used to do in Hawaii where you could then gamble.
Yeah, we should have a segment where we send Jordan Ott to Lake Pleasant, put him on a yacht, and have him join the show.
That's right.
Out on a yacht.
Out on a yacht.
I'm sure he'll
take him out there
jump all over
and just
that.
ask him, would you like to coach KD?
More likely we can pull off Rick's scenario, Jordan Ott on a yacht calling in, or that Mike Budenholzer would ever talk to the media.
Ott.
Probably Ott on a yacht.
It's a great football name, Ott.
It is. All right, Wolf, I think you might actually like today's Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com. It asks, should the Suns trade Kevin Durant to one of his preferred destinations? Yes or no?
I'm just going to make the assumption that you're going to get more because you're going to be able to trade him to a team that is going to get 3 years out of KD with a 2-year extension added on. Because of that, I could be dead wrong on that base, but because of that, assuming you are going to get more, yes.
Kevin Zimmerman, who is going to join us in about an hour, he convinced me that they should go to a team that KD wants to because, again, he wants to sign that extension, and they'll get more for that.
Assuming you're going to get more.
Yeah.
There is
right,
no
Luke?
real context in the question, though, right? It's just yes or no.
Yes or no, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say yes, operating under the same assumption you guys are, that Houston can offer more than Toronto or whatever. Minnesota's a team that kind of I guess we have to keep an eye on because there's that report out there that the Suns want KD to reconsider Minnesota because...
Boy, I wonder, yeah.
Like, what are you getting from Minnesota that I don't...
Well, Rudy Gobert.
It's not a rebuild, then.
Rudy Gobert.
It's just we're going
Julius
for it next year
Randle.
without Kevin Durant. So, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I would love to see Rudy Gobert come here and get
There's
played off the
nothing
floor
wrong
in the
with those
playoffs.
guys. There's nothing wrong with those guys
I have
as
some-
NBA players.
No.
I'm just saying, I'm ready for the rebuild. Let's do it.
Well, if you're not rebuilding, then just keep KD. I mean, if you're trying to win now, just keep KD.
There you go. There you go.
All right, I'm going to vote yes. And overwhelmingly no. 76% no, 24% yes. People understand what we're saying here is if KD goes to a place that he wants to go to and wants to sign, they're probably going to get more for him.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple ways. You could read that question, though, as should they only trade him to one of his preferred spots? Maybe that's why people are voting no, or maybe people are just so bitter after that season that they're just like, no!
They don't owe KD anything.
Trade him to wherever he doesn't want to go.
Yeah. Man.
It was a rough year. Really wasn't KD's fault, but it was a rough year.
Doctor, my brain hurts.
All right, the Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series at the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the Snakes.
You gotta fight for your right
to party responsibly.
I always hit the table when we play that, and there was a pen right there. That didn't feel great. I smashed a pen with my hand. Yeah. Now, he really better pitch well tonight.
Why do you hit the table when we play that?
I always hit the table like as the drums.
Okay, gotcha.
But
I
usually
like
there's
it
not a
when
sharp
we
pen signal.
broadcast transparently.
Yeah.
What do you guys want to see out of Pfaadt north of the border?
Something closer to what we saw in his last start. I mean, his ERA since May 1st is 8.31. So his last start, I thought, was relatively encouraging. What was it, 2 earned runs over 5 innings?
Yes.
Something closer to that. Something closer to what he gave them most of last year. Something closer to what he gave them throughout all of April this year would be fine. But May 1st was now a little while ago. You know, that's a month and a half of the season. His ERA is 8.31. So we could talk about Erod getting better and Zach Gallen getting better, but they need Pfaadt to look more like Pfaadt here, too.
I think I'm going to have to agree with everything Luke just said because I agree. They need Brandon Pfaadt to go out and pitch like he did at some points last season. Pitch like he did, of course, in the postseason of 2023. Pitch
in
like
April
he
of
did.
this year.
Yes, in April of this year. They need him to go out and be Brandon Pfaadt. At least the one that we know.
Yes.
Where he's going to fight.
All right, the last one for you guys. The Stanley Cup Final resumes tonight with the Panthers looking to close out the Oilers in Game 5. Will the Panthers secure their second straight cup tonight, or is it going 7?
I think they're going to secure it. I don't know if it'll be tonight. I have all series long thought Florida's the better team, but I did think it was Edmonton's year. Pretty much all playoffs, I thought it was Edmonton's year once they were 30 seconds away from going down 3-1 in the first round and basically came back with a buzzer beater against the Kings and then came back and won the series, and they've looked great ever since. And this is typically how the great players win their first cup. And Connor McDavid is a great player, and if he doesn't win the cup this year, I'm not really sure when he's winning the cup. But, man, Florida is clearly better. And the problem Edmonton has now is even if they go into Florida and beat the Panthers, when Florida loses in the playoffs, they come back with 5 goals the next game every time. Every time. So
Yeah.
I don't know how you're going to beat them twice.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I think Florida has got the square jaw and the shoulders back. I think they win this in 6.
That's going to be crazy if McDavid and Draisaitl got this close and lost again, because that's 10 years in for McDavid and he won't have a cup. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, if the Arizona Diamondbacks do end up being buyers this year, what would they be looking for? And I'm even going to add this. How much would it actually cost? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The D-backs start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. You might want to go to Santan Ford just to meet Tim Hovick. He is the owner of Santan Ford. I can tell you he is one of the biggest sports nuts ever. I love going to Santan Ford, not only because of the new and pre-owned Fords that you can look at, but also just to sit down and talk with Timmy right now. You know what? They got employee pricing going on. It's been extended at Santan Ford, and they also have a massive selection. Santan Ford has over 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. They got all the models, all the trim levels, different options, every color that you could possibly want. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford. What a Ford employee is going to pay for a brand new Ford, you can pay. It's employee pricing at Santan Ford. And you can also drive away in the Ford you really want. So head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and no one plans for an accident, and if it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix run by world-class attorneys who are part of our community. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time. And remember, when you're hurt and you are counting on someone to deliver, winning big is everything, and that's why you call Sweet James. 809-million, 809-million, sweetjames.com, awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day. So no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
It's easier not to be
Hey, it's Gambo. How can the Diamondbacks continue their strong play in the month of June? We'll discuss and preview Game 1 against the Blue Jays starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
church by and by. I'll read to you here, save your eyes. You'll need them, your boat is at sea.
All right, Wolf. I have something to throw at you here, okay? This is, I don't want to build this up because it might not be anything. Okay, but I'm just going to throw this at you.
Have anything to do with this?
With this drop that's about to happen right here? Right. I figured I had to wait now because I knew this was coming. Somewhere Paul Calvisi is driving around upset that this isn't more Queensryche. That's what I've learned today. As Wolf told us earlier, Paul is Queensryche. And would you say you are Pantera?
Yes.
I guess yours are doing the Pantera call out. You
of
earned
course.
That. Yeah. Okay.
Are you talking to me? Yes.
The idea that the Diamondbacks would be buyers. Let's look at it this way. Okay, we looked earlier like, okay, what happens if they're not, if it doesn't look like they're going to make a run? Don't they kind of have to sell some of these guys instead of just letting them walk at the end of the year? But let's be optimistic here for a second, Wolf, and flip it the other way and say, what if they're buyers? You asked this question to Jody earlier, Jody Jackson, when she joined us. I'm going to ask you now. What would you be buying if you were Mike Hazen and you were in a position to buy?
Bullpen.
Okay, that's what I thought you would say.
That's what I thought she would say.
And she did.
And she did.
So this is fairly unanimous.
But you have to ask the question.
You do.
Yes.
So in our survey of two people, It's unanimous that you would be buying bullpen. Is there anything else you look at and say, okay, I would need to buy that too if I was going for it? Let's say they're tied for the third wild card right now, and the trade deadline's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is there anything other than bullpen you're looking to upgrade?
I think maybe another arm in the rotation, possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nothing
I certainly
pressing,
don't
though.
want to. I don't want to. That's nothing pressing yet. At the same time, can you ever be sure?
No, the season has proven that you can't.
I think lineup-wise, they're
Pretty set
good.
lineup-wise, yeah.
They're good.
So that was
good to go.
That was kind of my point. Like, we saw what San Francisco gave up for Rafael Devers over the weekend, and it helps them immensely now. And I typically would like the proven talent over the prospect that might pan out a couple years down the line, unless it's like a can't-miss prospect. And even that in baseball is dicey. So if it's just bullpen, okay, that doesn't necessarily cost that much. Typically, it doesn't cost that much to get bullpen help. The bigger issue is can you identify the right bullpen help? That's so as a buyer, it might not cost the Diamondbacks that much to stick around and try and go for it this year.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. For me, I think closer is something you're going to look at and say we need a bona fide guy that can shut it down. I think of Paul Sewald. It's amazing. Think of the 2023 trade deadline.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden it's Paul Sewald, and they brought him in here. Would you say Paul Sewald had a ton to do with the Arizona Diamondbacks actually getting into the postseason, let alone going to the World Series?
Ask anybody on that team. They will all tell you he did. Hitters or pitchers will tell you he did.
Just stunning the impact that Paul Sewald had. The tangible base audience, the tangible impact, using his skills and his talents to go out and close the game. The tangible impact, and then the intangibles that he also brought. Stunning how important he was. And I think, honestly, if you're trying to replicate something like 2023, where I think they weren't buyers. They were buyers. They were buyers, but they were responsible buyers. Remember that?
Yeah.
I remember we were having that conversation. We were like, okay, yeah, they are. They're making some positive moves here. Tommy Pham and Paul Sewald, those two in particular. But boy, did those two guys have huge impacts on this team.
That's kind of where I was going with this, is if they were going to buy, that's about what they would need to buy this year. Now, look, finding your closer, easier said than done, and maybe that's a whole different conversation. Like, how much are you watching Shelby Miller now over the next month? You know, if he just goes out there, Torrey said the other day he's the closer now. So, I mean, if he goes out there and is just a lights-out closer, it doesn't mean you don't need bullpen help. But are you looking for – are you comfortable with him as the closer?
Isn't it amazing? Yes, I am comfortable with him as the closer, although I want another guy who definitely could close as well, because I don't believe the sample size is big enough for Shelby Miller right now.
Yes.
And that's no slant or slight against Shelby Miller at all. But, man, I think they do. I think there's help that they need in the back end of the bullpen. And what's amazing about this is coming into this season, how confident we were they had their guy. They had a guy, whether it was J Mart that you were confident was going to be able to get the job done, or AJ Puck. Those two guys, they didn't lose just one.
Yeah.
They lost two.
And they lost them both pretty quickly, honestly. I mean, I know J Mart pitched a lot more than Puck, but J Mart was hurt before this. He was gone for a while and came back. They never really got to have either of those guys. How many times did we have the conversation of who's going to lead the Diamondbacks in saves during spring training? And I think the overwhelming winner was Justin Martinez. I think for a while I said AJ Puck, and then I said dark horse, what if Dre Jameson goes on a run or you need him later in the year? I don't remember anybody saying Shelby Miller would lead the team in saves. And yet here we are, and he's been the brightest spot in the bullpen, obviously. But I just think it's something to keep an eye on if you're going to get to that point, if they can hang around in this. I don't know that there would be a whole lot of hesitation for them to buy as long as they're in it, because it's not like they're going to have to trade a ton of stuff. You may have to trade prospects, but again, Mike Hazen has proven in the past he can He can identify teams that need something that he has a surplus of in the system. And hey, whatever. I mean, 2 years ago with Paul Sewald, it was, we don't need any more outfield prospects. We'll give you one of them. You give us Paul Sewald, all of a sudden he's going to be a closer, and we're going to the World Series. It's not like they're looking for a cleanup hitter. You know what I mean? It's not like they're looking for a first baseman, or they're looking for a third baseman, or they're looking for a number one starter. They're quote, just looking for bullpen help.
Question for you guys. How would you feel about them giving up Jordan Lawler in one of these trades?
It all depends what they're getting. I mean, hypothetically, you're talking about a super talented dude in Jordan Lawler, having a hard time looking at that super talented guy and saying, okay, what could possibly be out there? What could you get for Jordan Lawler?
I don't think I'd do it. The reason I say I don't think I would do it is because it seems like he's part of their future at third base whenever Gino's not here anymore, whether that's next year or he re-signs, whatever. But also because you're trading for bullpen help, and it's just so volatile. You could trade. We've seen this in the past. We've seen great closers get traded at the deadline and go to another team and just not be able to close for whatever reason for the rest of the season. So if I'm trading Jordan Lawler, I want like a bona fide like top 3 starting pitcher in my rotation or something. But if I'm just trading for, again, just like it's easy. I don't mean it that way. But if I'm just trading for bullpen help, I'm not giving up a Jordan Lawler. I think you could get by giving up like your 7th or 8th or 9th or 10th prospect to the Marlins or whoever for a reliever. Like Drew Jones, would you trade Drew Jones? I mean, that was a guy that was a number 2 pick a couple years ago. But
he's been really struggling in A-ball today.
I know he's been struggling, yet at the same time, he's still so young.
Yeah. But like, you look at the guy that it was debated, it was either him or Jackson Holliday at the top, and the Orioles went with Jackson Holliday, and he might be an all-star this year, and he's already in the big leagues in his 2nd season.
We're all over Baltimore.
Who hit the home run in game 162 that cost the D-backs Jackson Holliday, by the way? Remember that? That was like,
I think they would have gone with Drew Jones no matter what. That was kind of the word on the street.
Really?
I think so, yeah.
Oh. I don't think you have to give up Lawler for a reliever. I would be shocked if they gave up Lawler. That's my point. I think you could give up like your 10th prospect for a reliever and pull this off. All right, when we come back, here's a name I didn't think I would hear associated with the Suns, but it's a well-known name in the NBA, and it is popping up more and more in a potential Kevin Durant trade. We'll tell you who it is and how we feel about it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my
head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a long road trip tonight in Toronto against the Blue Jays. First pitch is at 4:07 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt will get the start for the D-backs against Toronto's Chris Bassett. We are all awaiting what is next for Kevin Durant and the Suns. For the latest KD rumors, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Refi. And we could have a champion in the NHL tonight as the Panthers look to close out the Oilers in Game 6. Puck drop is scheduled for 5. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax release or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona sports.
The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, it's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
Well, this trade, whenever it happens, it seems pretty inevitable. That's going to determine this new horizon. It's going to determine a good 80% of this new horizon. I'm looking at the YouTube chat, Wolf. Big AZ. This is an interesting comment, and there's probably a lot of truth to it. Said if there was any value out there for KD, there would have already been a trade. There is no value. That's in the YouTube chat. Now, I don't agree that there's no value, but I kind of agree with that first part. Not that there's no value, but he seems to be undervalued. And why do I say that, Wolf? Well, I'm looking at a TV in here with an anonymous Eastern Conference executive saying, quote, "Name is better than the game," unquote, on KD. Really? Like, what are we doing at this point? It's like,
what is that, Mitch Kupchak from the Charlotte Hornets or what?
It's probably the Knicks again.
Yeah, right. Probably the Knicks.
If you don't want to trade
Kicking KD in the cradle
for Kevin Durant, that's fine. But KD was one of the best players in the NBA last year. There's no way around that. He
offensively,
was.
he still is
one of the best. Yeah. He's not SGA at this point in his career. He's not, he's not the best player in the NBA. He's also been in the league for like 16, 17 years. He is still. If you were picking a team tomorrow, if we were cutting out all the posturing and all this garbage, and it was just we're drafting teams for this upcoming season, just for this upcoming season, Kevin Durant would still be a first-round pick.
You know what's amazing about that, too? Just looking at it. Name is better than the game. Okay, so who do you think that might be? I don't know. Is that coming from Miami? Just trying to actually, you know what I mean?
He's no good, but we want him. But
yeah, that's right. He stinks. This guy's name is way better than his game. By the way, what could we get him for?
Now that you know his name is way better than his game, could we give you a second-round pick for him?
You know me. I am the grassy knoll. People do this stuff all the time. There are GMs who do it. We need to leak something defamatory about KD because you know what? It's getting a little tight here, and we might have to push something a little bit more into the center of the table to get this deal done, or we could go the opposite way. We could attack him, and maybe all of a sudden, Brian Gregory, the new guy over there, he might go, well, they're probably right about right?
That's the ridiculous part of it.
Right. What are they going to do?
Does whoever that is think they're going to convince everybody all of a sudden? Kevin Durant, I know we've been watching him for like over a decade and a half, and he's one of the greatest players of all time, but maybe he's never really been that good, and we were all wrong because this anonymous person said the name is better than the game.
Yeah. There could be somebody, Luke, they've got a lot of scouts. They got a lot of people. Would you say the Phoenix Suns have a lot of people in the front office?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. Think
pretty much all the same ones they had a month and a half ago, but they're all in different chairs now.
Think about the big rectangle and sitting around it. There could be some guys that are not big KD fans.
That's fine, but
that are sitting around there
that he's a great player.
Probably have the same view.
I don't know how you can watch basketball and think he's not a great player. You can say he's not the right fit for your team. You can say he's not the leader you want him to be. You can say he's not good enough defensively. You can say he's not as good of a trade chip as somebody else. All that stuff, that's personal opinion.
He's a great scorer of the basketball. That's what he is. And he's an unbelievable scorer of the basketball player. He's a great player. We all know that.
Well, not that guy, apparently. Not that East exec.
But I'm saying right now, at this point, that's what he's saying. Name is better than the game at this point in his career. He's taking into account his age. That's what I believe.
I guess. I still think if you were putting together a team for this just upcoming season, I mean, he was just a huge part of the Olympic team, 12 months ago? They could have taken other players.
Averaged 27 points a game for the Suns.
Yeah. I mean, if he's really not that good of a player, he was 6th in the NBA in scoring this year.
6th.
So if you want to say he's not as good as SGA or Giannis or Jokic or Anthony Edwards, fine. But if you're an Eastern Conference exec saying the name is better than the game, I don't know. I don't get it. This is the name I was going to throw out there because it has been thrown out there in relation to the Suns, courtesy of Jake Fisher, Kristaps Porzingis.
The
quote from Jake Fisher is not Jeff Fisher. The quote from Jeff Fisher is, "I'm not going 8-8 again." The quote from Jake Fisher is, "I've also heard that Phoenix has done some background work on Kristaps Porzingis, with Boston known to be exploring its trade options up and down the roster. Sources say you can likewise add Phoenix to the list of teams that had been hoping to elbow its way into Miles Turner's free agency this summer."
I'm not going 7-9 or 8-8.
Okay.
That was Jeff Fisher.
Jeff Fisher, right there.
That was a great poll to have that cut ready like that.
Right.
Thank Paul Calvisi.
Thank you for that. We appreciate that. Oh, my goodness.
Wolf, can I interest you in Kristaps Porzingis as part of your rebuild?
No. I mean, this isn't the guy that I'm thinking of. If this is accurate right here, we were talking about Karl Anthony Towns as well, and he's been linked to a possible KD trade, and Karl Anthony Towns does not strike me as the culture the Phoenix Suns want here, and neither does Kristaps Porzingis. Does he fit that model for you? A guy that's going to be a two-way dude who's going to be tough on the defensive end of the floor. He's going to tough guy. I see him more as a cat, man, than I see as a dog.
A cat as in Karl Anthony Towns or like a feline?
No, I'm talking about more of an offensive player and more of a guy that is really athletic and not a guy that is going to come in here and be a two-way dog. Does that make sense?
And I'm also trying to do the math here quickly on how many games he's missed over the last few years.
Does he have a reputation of being tough?
I don't know what. No, he does not have that reputation.
No, he does not.
I mean, he toughed it out in the finals last year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how tough he is or isn't.
I'm just talking about playing tough and being tough.
I'm doing this math on the fly.
He doesn't have that reputation to me.
And if I'm doing this math correctly, he's missed 113 games over the last 4 years. And it's been pretty even each of the last 4 years. He missed 40 last year. He missed 25. He missed 17. He missed 31. It was a big deal
when KD came here. Everyone talking about how many games KD typically
actually
misses.
Been playing.
KD did a great job being available. Bradley Beal, not so much.
I'd have to see what a trade package involving Porzingis would entail, or if they were going to get him a different way. I'm not trading Durant for him, though. Again, I keep coming back to this. Like, I feel like our view on this has been skewed. We've all gotten it in our heads. Like, okay, you don't want Kevin Durant if you're trying to build this up a certain way. That's fine. But then if you're going to trade for Rudy Gobert, or you're going to bring in Kristaps Porzingis or Karl Anthony Towns, all these guys are more towards the Kevin Durant side of things and not as good as Kevin Durant.
Yes. And, for me, Rudy Gobear, you got my attention only because he's a big and he's a tough dude. He is. And a great defensive player. Love that. The problem is he's 32. He's going to be 35, 3 more years of 30+ million.
And I don't know how he's going to hold up the way. I think we're all pretty confident KD's still going to be putting up 25, 26 points a game in 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I don't like it. The names that are being linked, it's almost like a rebuild or a reload, I should say, not a rebuild, a reload.
I will say the other part of that post.
Where's the coffee?
I thought you had it. Miles Turner and his free agency. Yeah, that's a name I feel like has been linked to the Suns for like 3 years. I'll take Miles Turner. If you have a way to go get Miles Turner,
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, you can go ahead. I don't know why Indiana would let him go, other than if they can't afford him, but that's a little bit different to me. Here's Harry Douglas from yesterday weighing in on the Kevin Durant stuff. I think he's kind of gotten back to where I think we ultimately are going to end all this on.
We're talking about a basketball team in the Western Conference, the toughest conference, right? Mm-hmm. Listen, to be able to finish second, you had to play a great brand of basketball because of the way things are in the Western Conference. Here's my thinking. Jalen Green, give him up. You give up Jabari Smith Jr., and you give up some more draft capital. I believe that for the Rockets and their team, for them to continue to go in the direction that they want to go, you got to have that bona fide guy that you can lean on offensively when stuff hits the fan.
See, Harry Douglas gets it. I don't understand why this is so difficult.
Yep.
That's the trade right there.
I'm with you. I've been saying that, though, from day one.
But that's basically the trade Bill Simmons said the other day. It's the trade you've been saying since day one. Variations of that. But you can look at that and you can see what Houston's giving up. And is it a little bit? Yeah, it is. But then look at what their team would look like after the trade. They really aren't going to miss those guys, and they're going to have Kevin Durant. Let's just make the trade and let's get it over with. All right, multi-platinum entertainer Dierks Bentley is headed to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater June 20th for his Broken Branches tour. Limited tickets are still available, and you can win a pair now by visiting the contest page on ArizonaSports.com. When we come back, how about best and worst case scenarios for the Arizona Cardinals? Which one are they more likely to work towards this year? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
as reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade.
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There are a lot of teams that are interested in getting Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Arizona Sports app.
And ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. 480-990-3300. When you imagine retirement, what do you see for each of us? You know, it's a little bit different, isn't it, Basinonians? And different goals require their own unique plan. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play for you, Basinonians. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals in retirement. As a veteran Trajan Wealth CEO, Jeff Jr. fully appreciates the importance of true independence. Former Marine Basinonians, he founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm, allowing fiduciary advisors the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your unique goals. 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. 480-990-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the D-Backs Patriotic Tee. Secure your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks begin a big road trip today. We'll discuss tomorrow morning. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Wolf, doesn't it feel like there's more buzz about the Suns now than there was for most of the season? nationally.
Yeah.
I know it's just because they're trying to figure out which team is going to take Kevin Durant from the Suns, but it feels like the Suns are more like center of attention now than they were for 80% of the season.
It's just the juxtaposition, of course, of Kevin Durant and Kevin Durant coming to the Phoenix Suns. How excited and jacked up. Even if you were filled with trepidation, you were still excited that it was Kevin Durant. It was KD and Book. Are you kidding me? KD and Book, there were going to be Suns, and this was going to be a new era. And now you juxtapose all of that anticipation, all of that excitement with where we are right now. I mean, to your point, yeah, it's still high profile. No doubt about that. But at the same time, it's such a downer.
And it probably won't be very high profile in about 2 weeks. You know, it feels like everybody's here, right? And everybody's focused on the Suns, but it's to see, because you have an all-timer, where he's going to go. You have an all-time great player on your team. It's to see if he's going to end up on the Rockets or the Spurs or the Knicks or whatever. But in 2 weeks, it feels like everybody's going to stop paying attention to the Suns. We'll get back into that because I think there's a lot more we haven't even really been able to dive into yet because there's so many different rumors out there. But let's take a little break here, Wolf. Let's just talk football for a little bit, okay? CBS has a story up, the best and worst case scenario for every team.
Okay.
All right. So just what their vision is for the best and worst case scenarios. I'll just read you the best and worst case for the Cardinals. Okay. It's pretty quick. You want the worst or the best first?
Give me the worst.
That's what I figured. Okay. The worst is Kyler Murray struggles to elevate the aerial attack without reliable secondary weapons, and Arizona can't keep up with the rest of the NFC West, finishing under 500 for the 7th time in the last 10 years.
Boy, that is a downer
that was
right
pretty
there.
Depressing.
That
actually.
is, yeah.
Now that I read it out loud.
That was a flat shovel.
Well, it was supposed to be the worst case scenario. It wasn't going to be like, oh, you guys all have fun and everybody wins.
That was bad.
Yeah, that really.
And I would agree. The worst case scenario for the Arizona Cardinals is that Kyler Murray never gets that chemistry right with Marvin Harrison Jr. That's what I would say.
The best case scenario that they have is Kyler Murray makes real strides as a passer, staying upright late in the season, and Jonathan Gannon's restocked defensive front helps power Arizona to its first playoff appearance in 4 years. Even that kind of felt like a backhanded compliment. Yeah, it's your first trip in one Olympic year. That's great. Good for you guys. Which one do you think is more? I'm not saying you have to pick one or the other, Wolf.
Oh, produce.
But yes, let's produce. Which side of those two? Like if you put one of those on each end of the spectrum, where do you think the season's going to fall? What's more realistic?
Man, for me right now, they've made so many improvements to the defensive side of the ball. I really do believe that if Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr., you've heard this before, but it's the truth. I believe if they can go ahead and solidify that chemistry in terms of throwing the ball down the field. Have you heard this before, Luke? Yes, you have. But this is why it's so important. Because if the Cardinals can do that, man, it sets off a chain reaction for this team that I think is going to propel them and compel them to actually win 10, 11, maybe even 12 games.
Is this one of those? I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way they can make the playoffs if Kyler and Marv.
I don't think so. I don't think it can. Yeah.
Really?
For me right now. For me, okay, so who's going to be your go-to wide receiver? I'm not saying based on means that people couldn't step up, that Michael Wilson could not step up. But I just don't see that happening.
It would really fall on the defense at that point. You would have to be a team that grinds your way in with defense.
And then I would think of a defensive coordinator. What are you going to do when you play the Arizona Cardinals? You know what you're going to do? You're going to do two things. Right? You're going to go ahead and you're going to stop James Conner. You're not going to let the Cardinals run the ball. So you're going to jam up the box. You're going to jam up the box, and you're going to double Trey McBride.
Yeah.
And you'll go ahead and single it out there all day long and say, go ahead. You want to throw it on the outside? You guys are having a hard time doing that. To begin with, we're going to go ahead. We're going to jam this box up in rundown situation. James Conner is not going to beat us. He is not going to beat us. And then Trey McBride, we're going to double you up as well. Can't do that if, in fact, Marvin Harrison Jr. is making plays down the field.
Yeah, I mean, I think even if First of all, I agree with you. Marv and Kyler have to take another step. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. But I think even what Marv was last year, you can't just totally ignore him. As a defensive coordinator, you can't be like, we're just going to focus on Trey McBride and James Conner. I'm assuming, as long as he stays healthy, that there's going to be a step forward. Again, just because he's going from year 1 to year 2. And we've seen Cardinals rookies going into their second year under Jonathan Gannon with this front office fairly consistently improve from year 1 to year 2. I guess the question is, how much does he need to improve? Does Marv need to be a 1,200-yard guy, 10-touchdown guy? Does he need to be more? And I guess a lot of that really hinges on Michael Wilson and the other receivers at a certain point. I'm just trying to figure out if there are ways where they can still get in if it's a step forward, but it's not a huge step forward. And it's tough, honestly. What you're saying is pretty much right. I think you invested a lot in that combination. It has to work.
I think there's a real possibility right now a defensive coordinator is going to walk in and he's going to put the tape on of the Arizona Cardinals and he's going to say, guys, we need to stop James Conner and we need to double Trey McBride. Even with Marvin Harrison Jr., even with him right now, watching tape from last year, I still think that's going to be it. You want to stop the Arizona Cardinals, it's their ability to run the ball and use play action and throw the ball down the field to Trey McBride.
I think that's fair. I mean, if you're a defensive coordinator, you're not chasing hypotheticals, right? I mean, you're not playing the Cardinals 17 times. You're playing New Orleans in week 1. If I'm the Saints defensive coordinator, I'm looking at what the Cardinals actually do well, not what they could do well.
Yes.
And Trey McBride produces, and James Conner produces. Marvin Harrison Jr. could produce. So I'm focused, like you said, on Trey McBride and James Conner.
Yes, and, honestly, that's the reason why it's so critical. You tell me Marvin Harrison Jr. goes ahead and learns to attack the ball. Go up and get it. I don't care. We got a 50-50 jump ball out here. You're one-on-one on the out. Go up and get the ball, attack the ball, use that great length that he has, and go get the ball in the air. And Kyler, don't overthrow it, underthrow it. Let it turn into a jump ball scenario.
Yeah.
Once again, I am really my expectation. I'm in the danger zone again on Marv because I believe he's going to get better. I believe he really is going to make massive strides in terms of attacking the ball and not waiting for the ball to come to him. I'm talking about running a dig route, a deep in route, and even running it over the middle and still going towards the ball as the ball's being thrown to him to attack it and go get it as opposed to letting it just come to him.
How much of it's on Kyler in your mind? Because you talk about that combination taking the next step forward and logically Marv's got to take more of a step because he's just going into year 2. But how much of this is on Kyler too?
Lots.
Yeah.
A ton is on Kyler. It always is when you've got a quarterback. Your quarterback, that's my quarterback. Your quarterback is the end-all, be-all. It is. If you don't have one, Basinonians, you're in trouble.
Here's Kyler Murray last week talking about how he feels right now.
Both. I think just, what they say, hitting your prime around what I'm about to be 28 years old. I feel good. I think we got a great young core of guys. On the offensive side of the ball, obviously the defense, we hit the defense pretty hard this offseason, so I'm super excited to see what those guys are able to do this season. But as far as offense goes, I believe we got the guys in there to go do what we think we're capable of doing.
There it is right there. And you know what? I love the fact Kyler has got to be the guy. He has got to be the reason why they get into the postseason and the reason why they're winning games, especially in the second half of the season. In the second half of games, they need Kyler to step up and play his best. And I think he's embracing that idea.
We all know this to be true.
He needs to.
I'm saying this on June 17th, but, we'll look through the season when it's over or, if they're making a run in November or if they're not. If this team struggles, Kyler Murray is going to get blamed. If this team's winning games and it's mostly because of defense, Kyler Murray is going to get the credit. I mean, that's just the nature of that position. All right, we come back. You think Matt Ishbia is actually going to go through a full rebuild? Is he going to be patient and do it like that, or is he going to try and just find a different version of this team to win next year. We're going to ask Empire of the Suns co-host Kevin Zimmerman. He'll join us in here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's my team. It's my quarterback.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of these 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
KMBT
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a long road trip tonight in Toronto against the Blue Jays. First pitch is at 4:07 on the Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt will get the start for the D-backs against Toronto's Chris Bassett. And speaking of the D-backs, MLB Network's John Heyman reports that they are signing reliever Anthony Goes. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
All right, final hour of the show, live from the Arizona Sports Studios. Wolf, we have KZ in here. We have Kevin Zimmerman.
Oh.
Not Kevin
Zim
Durant.
is
Kevin
what I
Zimmerman.
call him.
The co-host of Empire of the Suns is joining us right now. What's going on, Kevin?
It's a top 5 name in all of the NBA.
Is it?
I don't know.
Yeah. How many people call you KZ as opposed to Zim?
It's usually Zim.
Okay, yeah, good.
Yeah.
That's what your nickname
Going back,
should be.
yeah. It's just natural that way.
Yeah, it's probably easier since we already have a lot of KD talk. So, okay, look. You, in addition to doing 9 million things for the website, you do the podcast with Kellen Olson, and you've been doing the podcast with Kellen Olson for as long as I can remember.
Kellen's on his 10-year anniversary this week, I believe.
Wow.
Kellen's been doing that podcast for 10 years?
We didn't start right away, but it's probably 9 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So with stuff like this, where it just feels like it's constant Kevin Durant speculation, do you like that, or are you over it at this point? You just want to see what happens?
I need a little news movement. Like last night with The Athletic, it's like, okay, the T-Wolves, whatever it was, the Suns hope the T-Wolves want KD, and the Suns need to convince KD to want the T-Wolves.
Yeah.
Like that's a little something, but I need more. Yeah. I need someone's out, someone's in with this deal, the trade bids are increasing, getting better, something.
Something, yeah.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, Zim, when you look at this situation, it seems like Kevin Durant, you'd get more draft capital, you'd get more assets if, in fact, he was going to sign with you to your extension. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there is that floating around that, some teams might want to take a risk, but if we're at the point where those deals are not that good, then we need to see more. We need to say, hey, you need to focus on the teams that will give him the extension so the haul is that good.
I'm just saying, as a general manager, wouldn't you, we're going to have KD for 3 years.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and we're going to extend him 2 years. We're going to do that. And I know the bird rights, and I know all about this. To me, you're just going to get more for a team that KD wants to go to, and will sign an extension.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it makes sense to work with him in this scenario, just because, and that's the weird thing about the reporting on this. I could be wrong, but unless there's something today that was like, those teams definitely will sign the extension, because it has been Kevin will sign the extension, right?
Yeah.
And how much do the Rockets want to sign him? Do they need to see him for a year? I don't know. Do they only want to do one? So that's the other question on this is, how willing are those teams? Are they just okay with it, or is it just he's okay with it? We don't even know that part, I don't think.
Yeah, that's a great point, because there's been quite a few times through all this reporting where it's like, so wait, is that team being linked to the Suns because the Suns are calling them, or because KD likes it, or does that team just really want Kevin Durant? We're talking to Kevin Zimmerman. Kevin, is there a player, there's so many names have been loosely linked to if he goes to the Spurs, they could give this up, or the Rockets could give this up, or Minnesota would do this, or whatever. Is there a player or two whose names have come up that you really like for the Suns potentially?
Yeah, I mean, just from the teams that we know of, I think the Rockets deal makes sense. And Jalen Green is redundant with Book, and if you have Bradley Beal or not, it's still redundant. But you can redirect him in a trade later, and I think my guess is that's maybe why they're trying to get a trade this week done, so they have a full week before the draft to get even more picks or more players or something like that. If you go to I think a lot of these deals have centers in them. So Rudy Gobear, yeah, obviously. Clippers, Zubats, I don't know if they would pry him from the Clippers, because if he's like they don't have enough bigs there, so I would say they probably would love to have him, but I don't know if the Clippers would trade him. If you go to the Raptors deal, I actually kind of think dark horse, the Raptors have enough to offer because they have, whether you're talking Quickly or RJ Barrett, combo guards who could fit next to Book. Again, maybe not perfect fits, but are talented players enough, starting caliber players. And then Jakob Poeltl is a guy who's just like your solid, doesn't get enough respect, kind of like Zoo. Before Zoo had a really good year this year, but kind of the same thing with him. So, and the Raptors also, by the way, have that number 9 pick. So I think at the end of the day, it's like, can you get one solid quality starter? Can you get a top 10 pick this year? Rockets and Raptors kind of have both of those things.
Zim, I want to go ahead and play this for you. This is Brian Windhorst from earlier today. Is that right, Rick? Earlier today. Listen to this, and then I want to get your response. Go ahead.
It's a real stare down. Desmond Bane got traded for 4 first-round picks, and I see people saying, "Oh my God, if Desmond Bane gets traded for 4 first-round picks, Kevin Durant's got to get 6 first-round picks." No, you're not going to get that great of a package because the team paying for it isn't sure what Durant's going to do necessarily. And the teams that Durant wants to go to, Houston and San Antonio, for example, they're leery of paying a huge amount for a 37-year-old. Their whole teams are in their early to mid-20s.
Right.
So you don't have alignment in making everybody getting on the same page. What Durant wants, what the Suns need, what the teams want to pay
right.
with the contract. I would not rule out the Suns not being able to get a trade they like and having to make a decision like, do we not trade him at all?
Your reaction to that, Zim?
I still think they have to trade him and take a painful trade to get out of this because, again, they put themselves in this situation. It was never going to be pretty. They're in this situation because they did that and the Bradley Beal deal, and Beal's even harder to get rid of. So I think they will make a trade still. I don't know. That would be a terrible scenario where you try twice at the deadline and now to get rid of him and you can't. That seems untenable, I guess is the right word.
Yeah.
But I do think that they're in a situation where you just don't have high bids because people understand that. Like the Bane, and you go compare that to like Mikal Bridges, you're giving up like that many first round picks because those players are on pretty good deals, very long term. Like Bane's, I think, goes into the next decade, right? KD is not even in the same ballpark. It's like apples to cantaloupe or whatever random fruit.
You're trying to
dragon
the
fruit.
most random fruit.
Yeah, I don't know. Give me a random. Where's Jarrett? But yeah, so I just don't think it's even comparable. I don't think you should even look at those two things. Even like putting KD's age aside, I don't think it matters because of the contract length. I think that's all it is, and it's you don't have a guarantee past this year.
Before we let you go, I want to go back to Houston for a second, and I hear what you're saying about Jalen Green. You may make a trade for him and then try to turn around and trade him for other pieces. Is there a player on the Rockets, like how do you feel about Jabari Smith, or is there a player from the Rockets, if it's not him, that you like the Suns maybe getting and keeping and having as sort of a building block?
Yeah, Jabari Smith I think is a really good one where it's like he's not meeting the expectations of where he was drafted as this uber stretchy 4-man, but he's not a bad player. Like he rebounds, he plays hard, he can shoot decently enough. Now, can he be above average as a shooter from the 4 spot? We'll see. So I think definitely there's still upside with him. Dylan Brooks, I don't know, just money-wise could fit in a deal where you know what he brings. He knows every single person who's not on his team. Suns fans probably might roll their eyes, but like that would fit what they want. And then, like the Tari Easons, the Jock Landales, those are just pieces that maybe with the math you could fit, whether it's they're rotation players. Tari Eason, I think they probably don't want to get rid of either.
Yeah.
So they have some good pieces around Jalen Green too, where I think I would be satisfied with that deal, but also it's the number 10 pick is still the big piece in that one.
Yeah. Zim, great stuff as always, man. Great
Zim.
job
Appreciate
following
it.
the story along too. Hopefully it ends soon for you. All right, that's Kevin Zimmerman joining us right there in studio. Not even on the Arizona Sports Line. He's right there. When we come back, we'll stick with the Suns. Wolf, do they already know they can't move on from Bradley Beal? And if they know that they can't, how is that impacting things? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
As
as reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade. Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns' corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famer's trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There is no shortage of suitors for Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app and ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. Like, I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
All right, thanks to Kevin Zimmerman for joining us there last segment. I'll tell you, Wolf, just the more we talk about this, the more I just want it to be a Houston trade, which I know is what you said way back at the beginning. But it just, that's just the only team right now that makes sense in a way where the trade could happen and both sides could immediately feel good about it. Now, it doesn't mean that they can make a trade with Houston that's lopsided for Houston and we don't feel good about it. But if you could pull off a trade where you get Jalen Green and you get Jabari Smith and you get a first-round pick, and as you heard Kevin say last segment when he was in here, they might then just maybe turn around and try and flip Jalen Green because he's sort of redundant next to Book. But then maybe you flip him into a couple other assets. I mean, that's the quickest way to spark this turnaround is to not have everything hinge on one guy. That's the whole point of trading Durant is you want to have like 4 or 5 pieces that maybe could all pan out.
Yeah, it's, the Houston Rockets from the very beginning, just because of the fact they finished number 2 in the Western Conference. Think about that, base earnings. Think about their 2 seed in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
How difficult the Western Conference is. And then to get ejected from the playoffs the way that they did.
Yeah.
That to me, that creates a little desperation right there. And then the Rockets, of course, have the pieces that you'd be interested in. And then all of a sudden, I got all into the New York Knicks as well.
The second you threw your support behind that, the Knicks immediately bowed out. This is every
so
coaching
true.
search all over again.
It's so true. And I wanted Mikal. Come home, son. Come home. And I realized you could sign him after next season as well, right?
Uh-huh.
That's still a possibility.
As long as he doesn't sign an extension with the Knicks. That's the other thing to watch. If you want something else to watch, if you want to still pay attention to the Knicks for some reason, if they're not making a trade with the Suns, you really don't want them to be able to make a big trade with anybody because you want them stuck with all these guys, stuck with Karl Anthony Towns' contract so that they can't give Mikal an extension and he just becomes a free agent next summer.
By the way, Devin, you might want to use your position just to let it be known what's going on out there. I'm just saying.
Hey,
the grapevine is vast and varied, is it not?
12 months from now, Mikal Bridges comes back. I don't think Suns fans are going to be too upset.
Right. I think that would be a real possibility right there. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
This is the other wrinkle to all this. And, you have to take all reporting for what it is. It's not gospel, but there's some truth to some of this stuff, and Jake Fisher is pretty reputable. And we mentioned this quote from his story the other day, but I think it's worth circling back to. It says, a key element of the Suns' increased determination to trade Durant between now and the June 25th draft that bears repeating. Phoenix, in all likelihood, would currently be working to reshape its roster around the tandem of Devin Booker and Durant if the franchise could find a suitor for Bradley Beal, but they can't. Unquote. Now, there's a lot more he talks about Beal and teams that might have been interested and how unwilling Beal might be to even waive his no-trade clause, all that. But just that simple sentence that the Suns might just be trying to do this with Booker and KD if they could trade Beal.
Yeah.
Doesn't the fact that they are so aggressively now trying to trade Durant indicate they can't move Beal?
Yes.
And
I don't know that.
But that's kind of what it feels
like, right? It kind of feels that way, yes.
Are we going to play another season with Bradley Beal on this team?
Oh, no. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't.
That's going to be weird if he's still here.
He might be on the team, but not on the team. The old Jay Crowder thing.
Yes.
Which is just a lot of money to pay a guy to not play.
Yes.
But you'd probably be paying him to not play either because he just can't stay healthy.
Yeah. There's something that is going on. I have no idea. But to me, Bradley Beal is not going to be a Phoenix Sun. If you listen to Gambo, John Gambadoro, of course, our own John Gambo.
I have a cut right here.
This is a guy that knows and is tied in base earnings. And because of that, if you listen to him, I just don't see that being a possibility that Bradley Beal's going to be here.
This is Gambo from like a week and a half ago.
Then all eyes turn to Bradley Beal. Look, make no mistake about this. They don't want Bradley Beal on this roster. They don't want him. They don't want him here. They want him gone. But it's a lot more difficult because you can't trade him because nobody wants him. They've tried that, and it didn't work out. And then you get to the buyout option, and they can't buy him out fully, so they'd have to get him to take less. So it becomes more complicated. But make no mistake about this. They don't want him. They don't want him on this team. They want him gone. So now they got to figure out a way to make that happen. And then after that, he'll have free agency, and you'll get a whole new roster. They need to build a roster with younger, more athletic players, that can defend and play with a little bit more heart and passion. They want guys that will dive on the floor for loose balls. And more than anything, just make the fans proud. Because let's be honest, the fans were not proud of this team the last year.
So that's pretty definitive right there from Gambo.
It's pretty definitive.
He's not going to be here. It's one of those deals where you're talking to somebody on the phone, and they're telling you, we do not want him. And this is what Johnny does. I mean, he works the phone all the time. I can't stand talking on the phone. I can't even handle the phone.
We should have Wolf do Gambo's job for one day.
Yes. My brother, my older brother Craig, used to call my mom, Hoopy, every night. Call her every night at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay? That's what I'm doing now because he has passed away. So I'm calling her every night, and she knows. My mom knows. Ronnie can't handle this, man. He can't handle hanging on there. So she's bada boom, bada bing. I'm off the phone. Gamble's on the phone all the time. Somebody must have been telling him he's not going to be saying with certitude. To listen to John say what he said, somebody had to be on the other end of that phone saying, we don't want him on this roster.
But there's the only thing is there's a little bit of a gap between we definitely don't want him and he's definitely not going to be here. That's the problem. They could definitely not want him. He doesn't have to go.
Yeah, but, if you think he is not going to be on this roster, there is no way. It's because you don't want him on this roster if you're going to speak in those terms.
True.
And that means he's not because you think it's not beneficiary to the team to have him on the roster.
It's so important that they get rid of that contract. I mean, let's not forget. Everybody take a step back and look at just the reality of the situation. It's imperative they get rid of Beal's contract, not that they get rid of Durant.
Yeah.
Now, they can easily get rid of Durant. He's not really the issue. Beal's contract is the issue. So if you're going to trade Durant, that's fine. I get it. That seems like almost 100% that's what's going to happen. But if you're going to do that, you want to go do it the whole way, which means you have to get rid of Beal too. You're getting rid of the guy that was playing for you and was producing for you. You also have to get rid of Beal's contract so that you can do what Gambo is talking about in the second part of that cut, so that you can go out there in free agency and add guys too and start the rebuild. Otherwise, you just got Beal hanging out. Like, oh, yeah, that's like you move into a house and the person that used to live there still lives there. Like, hold on.
That's a great analogy.
Why are you in my fridge? Oh, I used to live here. Like, that's not how this works. Get out.
Okay, put the milk back, shut the fridge, and get in the living room.
We'll buy you out of the fridge. It's the biggest. It's not as interesting to people nationally. I get it. Because people nationally are not like, Beal, watch, where's he going? But it's going to limit what the Suns can do if he's still here, even if you make a great trade with Kevin Durant.
Can you just say, what a mess?
Yeah, this is exhausting trying to untie all this. All right, we come back. How about a break from this? We'll get to baseball. What do you expect from Brandon Pfaadt tonight in Toronto against the Blue Jays? He needs another bounce back. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You gotta fight for your right to party.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat?
Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul.
That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing.
One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof.
And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is.
12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned.
More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi.
Or you mention Gatos.
Or Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR.
Get that free inspection.
602-960-ROOF.
Or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing, they've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
You know, our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Calvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep. Don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a long road trip tonight in Toronto against the Blue Jays. First pitch for that one is at 4:07. And you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt will get the start for the D-backs against Toronto's Chris Bassett. Speaking of the D-backs, MLB Network's John Heyman reports that they are signing reliever Anthony Gose. We are all awaiting what is next for Kevin Durant and the Suns. For the latest KD rumors, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And we could have a champion in the NHL tonight as the Panthers look to close out the Oilers in Game 6. Puck drop is scheduled for 5. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
everybody. Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks begin a big road trip today. We'll discuss tomorrow morning. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, back to baseball. Diamondbacks getting ready to take on the Toronto Blue Jays in just a couple hours, actually, Wolf. It's already 1:30 somehow, so they will get first pitch going in about 2.5 hours from Toronto. Brandon Pfaadt on the mound for the Arizona Diamondbacks in this one against Chris Bassett of the Blue Jays. Been pretty good this year. Bassett's 7-3 with a 3.70 ERA.
He's had a pretty solid career overall.
Yeah, he really has. Pretty solid pitcher for Toronto. And you brought this up earlier when we had Jody Jackson on. Toronto was on a pretty good run before they just got swept by the Phillies. But before that series, they were 8 games above 500.
Yeah, they were 12-2 in a 14-game set, and then suddenly got swept by the Phillies. And that'll happen, as we all know. We've seen an awful lot of sweeping and being swept. We've seen a lot of that around here lately. But, having said that, they were playing very, very well before that Phillies series.
Brandon Pfaadt is on the mound for the Diamondbacks tonight. His ERA since May 1st is 8.31.
Wow.
And I get it. Some of that is very inflated because of that game against the Nationals where he didn't record an out. Obviously, that's going to drive your ERA up considerably when you give up 8 runs and don't record an out.
But it happened.
It did happen, so that's part of this. And also, he had a game against the Phillies to start May where he gave up 6 earned runs in 4 2/3 innings. He had a game against Atlanta to start June where he gave up 6 earned runs in 3 innings. He's had a few games where he's given up 3 earned runs, which would be fine. But when you factor it all in, 4 earned runs in 4 innings against the Giants, he hasn't been nearly as effective over his last 8 starts. There was a good one in there against the Dodgers, but by and large, over his last 8 starts than he really has been for the previous year, honestly.
Yeah. And also, too, can I just say this, brothers, that I believe Brandon Pfaadt is one of those guys, it's time to get going. It is.
Yeah.
It's time, Brandon Pfaadt, for you to go out there and to pitch up to your capabilities and do it as consistently as you possibly can. I realize it's very difficult. I know how difficult it is to compete at the highest level. At the highest level, it's so difficult. The other guy gets paid too, and I understand that. But Brandon Pfaadt has gone through periods where he looked like, oh my goodness, Brandon Pfaadt might be the best pitcher on the staff right now. There have been periods we have seen. This year, as a matter of fact, we saw him put some back-to-back-to-back starts together that were really, really good. We've seen it in the past of Brandon Pfaadt. It's time for him to go out and be more consistent himself.
The reality is if you're going to hang around in this race without Corbin Burns, then it's almost non-negotiable. Zach Gallen has to be better. And Eduardo Rodriguez has to be better. And he has been his last couple starts.
Yes.
He has been. And Brandon Pfaadt has to be better.
Yes.
And you could say, well, Luke, it's not realistic for all 3 of those guys necessarily. You got to pick 1 or 2. Well, then they're not going to make the playoffs because they just lost Corbin Burns. They need all 3 of those guys to be better.
But I just disagree. I disagree with the idea that you can't expect them to be better. Are you talking about Zach Gallen? You're talking about Eduardo Rodriguez, a guy who signed a 4-year, $80 million contract? Yeah, the expectation he needs to be better. Zach Gallen needs to be better, and they've got that ability. It's the reason why I don't think it's unreasonable. Brandon Pfaadt even, I don't think it's unreasonable to say you need to be better. You need to be more consistent. Not all or nothing. I don't think that's unreasonable by any stretch of the imagination based on those 3 guys and what we have seen them do at the major league level.
Well, we do this a lot. If you go through the Diamondbacks rotation right now, who's the ace? What's the order for you?
Yeah.
It's still got to be Mel Kelly, but his last outing wasn't good. But he's got to be the ace at this point.
Got to be Mel Kelly.
And Gallen's got to be your number 2. Whether he's pitched that way lately, because Ryan Nelson got lit up recently.
Yeah.
Brandon Pfaadt's got an 8.31 ERA since May 1st.
E-Rod has not actually had couple of bad outings. The last couple times have been pretty decent.
The last couple starts, yeah, he's been solid.
Right?
Right?
Just solid.
Right?
Right.
If that's the case, if you're going to say Mel Kelly and Zach Gallen are your top two right now, neither of them is pitching against Toronto.
Okay, great.
So this is going to be a challenge here. Brandon Pfaadt, Erod, and Ryan Nelson against Toronto. It's going to tell us a lot if they can win with these three against the best team they're going to play now until June 30th.
I'm really glad you brought that up because the onus is on the offense of this team. It is. Based on what has happened here, some bad luck with the starting rotation, really bad luck injury-wise with the bullpen, really, really bad. The onus is on the offense. The onus is on the lineup to go out and produce runs. It just is. There's no other way of cutting it when you look at this right now. Are they capable? Number 4 in runs. Well, number 1 last year in runs scored. Number 4 in runs. Number 4 in RBIs as well. Number 3 in home runs. The Diamondbacks have everything they need to win games. They just need to be more consistent overall in all areas. That's what's amazing about it. Just need to be more consistent. And if they were able to do it with their lineup, as opposed to the all or nothing that we've seen and talked about, they'd win a lot more games.
Yeah, and we're saying all this with the context that they are 9-4 in the month of June.
That's right.
They are winning more games. If you just look at the starting pitchers, and I'm just looking at ERAs, and I'm looking over the last 30 days, okay? But Diamondbacks starting pitcher ERAs over the last 30 days. The best one by far is Corbin Burns, and obviously he's not available.
Appreciate that, Luke.
Yeah, well, I'm just being accurate here.
Brought that up once again. I just got over
it's
Corbin
right here
Burns.
in front of me.
And all of a sudden, by the way, Corbin was having a great season. Thank you, Luke.
Mel Kelly has the best ERA of the starters over the last 30 days, a 3.41. Then it's Ryan Nelson at 4.14, Gallen at 5.19, Pfaadt at 5.5, and Erod at 6.27. Now, a little deceptive, though, again, because Erod's last 2 starts have actually been pretty solid. So,
and you know what? It's time, Eduardo.
Yeah.
It's time.
It is.
It is the ball.
Definitely time.
Go out and do your job. And I say that as a guy that knows how difficult it is to go out and do your job. Yet you have to do it. This is your job. Go do it, please.
Yeah, they're not. They don't really have any other options if he doesn't. His ERA since he came back off the injured list, is 3.18. This is a long way of saying the starting pitching right now, as you maybe would expect with Corbin Burns going down, is kind of inconsistent. Like, we don't really have a pitcher right now that just every start is lights out. Merrill was that guy. He's kind of hit a little bit of a rough patch up and down. He's still been their best option, but if you go over the last month, it's a great start for, the occasional player, and then they kind of trail off. Even Ryan Nelson had been really good. He had a pretty bad start 2 starts ago, so they're going to have to get that right here. And it starts, I think, with Brandon Pfaadt tonight because he was one of your steadier guys, really.
He was. And Ryan Nelson as well, because Ryan Nelson, we all know the back story on Ryan Nelson. And I just want to see him also take the ball and pitch like he did last year.
Yeah.
Boy, right now, you think about the changes that they made in the offseason. Just saying.
Yeah.
Coach Kaplan.
Pitching hasn't gotten better across the board. When we come back, what is Kevin Durant's value around the NBA right now, and how much are these trade talks potentially hurting the perception of his game? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The D-backs start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, summer savings are in full swing. What's the hot deal this June?
Hey, Dave, we're bringing the heat with unbeatable offers. All month long, save $12,500 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $7,000 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra HD Pro, SLE, or SLT.
Every driver scores this June with summer savings that deliver. So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Arizona sports.
The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, it's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
All right, Wolf. It's interesting, just psychologically, I know you love the psychology of sports, to see what the perception of Kevin Durant is all of a sudden, because he is very clearly on the trade block.
Yeah.
We saw that quote up on one of the TV screens in here earlier, that an anonymous Eastern Conference executive said his name is better than his game.
Yeah.
And it's funny to me. I looked this up during the break, okay? We're going to go down this path. Everybody's going to be like, oh, Kevin, you know what? KD's not even that good. Why should teams trade? He's not even that good. I'm looking at the top 100 lists from before this season.
Okay.
Okay, remember, this season, KD finished 6th in the NBA in scoring, okay?
6th.
Let's see. The Ringer, top 100 players, Kevin Durant, 14th, okay? Hoops Hype, top 100 players, Kevin Durant, 11th. And this is the irritating part. We're going to hear until he gets traded how he's not as good as he used to be, right?
Yeah.
And then next season's going to start, and they're going to put out all these lists, and then the season's going to get going, and he's going to be an all-star, and he's going to be, KD's the 12th best player in the NBA. People are talking about him right now like he's a bench player. Like, that's kind of what this has gotten to.
Yeah. But you got new sound, do you not, Luke? You have new sound over there?
That was all the research I did for the show. Here's Chris Broussard.
He just had to get to it, basically. He had to scratch that itch.
Because I wanted to make sure I wasn't, misperceiving that. When people then talk about the top 100 when he's on a different team in 2 weeks, he's still going to be considered a top 15 player, which goes back to my original point. If you were just drafting a team for next year, Kevin Durant would be a first-round pick if you were just drafting players for next year.
True.
And people are acting like he's like this burden that you have to take on, which I guess is just the leverage game. Here's Chris Broussard and Nick Wright from First Things First earlier today, comparing KD to another player who's being talked about a lot right now.
Next year in the NBA, for next year and next year alone, I think Jalen Williams and Kevin Durant are within 3 player rankings of each other.
No way. Jalen Williams is better than Kevin Durant right now.
That's what I said. Within 3,
the defense isn't even comparable.
I agree with that.
When you list out,
but I'm saying my point is, if you actually did it pen to paper, I think you would have Jalen Williams at 15 and Durant at 19. Let me take him out.
Yeah, but there can be gaps bigger gaps between 12 and 13.
Agreed. But do you think he's better than Pascal Siakam right now for next year? I do.
Yes.
I think obviously. Yeah. And we're all talking, and we're like, man, Pascal Siakam, pretty good second option.
Wow. I don't think I've ever agreed so much with Nick Wright before.
Yeah.
I don't typically agree with him. He's spot on. The perception has gone and that's the first time I've heard that sound. The Command and Control pulled it up.
Okay.
Because it just happened during our show. But he's right. People have gone so far with this where it's like, wow, you really think you're going to get a top 10 pick for Kevin Durant? Yeah.
Yeah.
And some good players. He's still better than 95% of the NBA. I don't care how old he is. If you want to have this conversation when he's 60, then yeah, maybe he won't be as good.
Here's the one thing about this. Anyone here think Kevin Durant is not going to play into his 40s? I think he's playing.
I think he can.
For the next,
At least.
I think he's going to be 40 years old and still in the NBA.
I feel confident that for the next 3 years, he's going to be a really good NBA player.
Yes.
So that's going to take him up to 39, almost 40. Yeah.
Okay, 40.
Yeah.
I'm going 40.
Yeah, go 40.
I thought he was 37 right now.
He's going to be. He'll be 37 when the season
starts. Oh, okay. Well, that's why I was so sure about the 40 mark.
Because you just measure things based on when the season starts.
Yes. But to your point, you're still talking about Kevin Durant, who finished 6th in the NBA. That's hard to say. 6th.
Yeah, when you get to
Isn't it? When you do it
on
with the
a
tongue
Tuesday.
and everything right there. 6th.
How else would you say it?
It's kind of like 11th.
I think Jamal just walked out.
Yeah.
I think he's just like, I'm done with these guys.
Give me some more sound, though.
Here,
you got another one?
I'm going to play more from Chris Broussard, same show,
okay.
Talking about KD.
Don't be fooled by the numbers. He is not impacting games anywhere remotely like he used to. For Kevin Durant not to make the play-in with Devin Booker, and some of this is on Booker too, but smack dab in the middle of his prime, averaging 26 and 7. Bradley Beal plays 53 games, gives you 17 points a night. Decent role players. Tyus Jones was effective in Memphis. Royce O'Neal has been effective in places. Obviously, the roster construction is kind of bad, but still, you couldn't even get your team into the play-in. And then 2 years ago, they got swept unceremoniously by a young, immature Minnesota team. So the notion that Kevin Durant is what he was years ago and going to come in there and lead your team to a championship is just not the case.
This is going to be so irritating. Everybody just remember this moment right now, okay? And I'm just playing a Chris Broussard cut, but there's plenty of cuts like this out there. Just remember this moment when KD's on his new team next year.
Yeah.
And that new team's doing great. And these people are like, what? renaissance year for Kevin Durant. You look at the bounce back. He's not bouncing back from anything. He was great this year, too. You're going to use Bradley Beal's production as a reason to explain to me that
he played in 53 games.
And none of them did they know he was going to play until tip-off. If you're comparing Kevin Durant now to Kevin Durant in his prime, yeah, Kevin Durant in his prime wins that matchup. If you're comparing Kevin Durant now to 90% of the league, Kevin Durant's still better.
Yeah, here's the one thing about Kevin Durant, basically, is I'm wondering if the narrative that is out there, and we all know what narrative I'm talking about in regard to KD being a great offensive player, yet at the same time not great in terms of chemistry inside a locker room. This has been the narrative surrounding him. It just has.
It's always been that way.
It's always been that way, but whether it's accurate or not, I believe it is a narrative that is alive in the NBA.
Yeah.
And because of that, and I'm not talking about just with analysts, I'm talking about with coaches.
Around the league, yeah.
I'm talking about around the league. There are people that are out there that believe, hey, the part does not fit the sum, if you know what I mean.
Well, this is the biggest, I think, obstacle for Brian Gregory right now of this perception, because you're right. It's not as simple. KD right now is not the best player in the NBA. He just isn't. It's not like you're trying to trade whoever you think that is. I mean, let's just use SGA because he's about to win a title and he just won MVP, okay? If you're trying to trade SGA, you could dictate the terms. But there is a difference between, okay, he's not the best player in the NBA and he's just some dude on a team that missed the play-in. That was not, again, we know that. The people in this city know that better than anybody nationally. Kevin Durant was not enough of the answer this year, but he wasn't the problem for why they weren't good. That's the biggest obstacle for Brian Gregory right now to try and get value for him is this gathering perception or movement or whatever that he's just not.
Yeah.
People are acting like he's an average player.
You know what's amazing? I agree with what you just said. And I also will say this. But I do buy the whole idea that if the Suns could get off of the Bradley Beal deal, that, you know what, they would try to build around KD and Book. Honestly, I'd buy that.
Yeah, it's probably too late now, but yeah, I agree. I think
it is too late, and we all know why.
I mean, that's
because, to your point, you said this earlier in regard to Bradley Beal. If they could trade him, you know they would.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you?
It sounds like they would take anything for Beal.
And they're not getting those offers.
No. And so it's going to be something to watch how much that limits whatever they're able to do even beyond a Kevin Durant trade at this point. I don't know. I mean, we had Kevin Zimmerman in here earlier, and he brought up a good point. Part of the reason that they might be trying to do this so urgently is maybe to make a second deal, depending who they get back for KD before the draft, which is now a week from tomorrow. All right, that is it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. Great job behind the glass by Command and Control today for Wolf. I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo. Coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Are the Suns doing any damage to their reputation as an organization by sending a star like Kevin Durant to a place he doesn't want to go? To prime the pump for the next star who comes to play for them. Would a potential star who wants to come to the Suns go, yeah, but man, they did Kevin Durant dirty a couple of years ago. He gave him a list of the places he wanted to go, and they sent him to Minnesota. They sent him to Toronto.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers by making just one phone call? That's what you get when you call me, Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or I will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, I deliver. Call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150 work truck or weekend warrior. Right now we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7 liter STX, or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing, or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Farrell, this with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks on the road again, and it will be a while before we see them again in the Valley. It's the first of a 9-game road trip. Tonight, north of the border in Toronto is where they will begin. Brandon Pfaadt starts on this Tuesday. He'll face the veteran righty Chris Bassett. First pitch is at 4:07. Pre-game coverage starts at 3:30, right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The latest rumblings in a Kevin Durant trade have gotten us no closer to a final result. But reports from The Athletic say that Phoenix is hopeful that Durant will reconsider his feelings about playing in Minnesota. Minnesota reportedly has pieces that the Suns would want. You can read more on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And the Stanley Cup Finals could conclude tonight. Florida has a chance to hoist the trophy for a second straight year. They're up 3-2 on Edmonton. Puck drop from Sunrise is at 5. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He's pointing, he's flexing. He's the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Happy Tuesday to you, my friends.
That's it, Tuesday. Yeah,
It is Tuesday, where the clock on the KD wall says it's not go time. The clock on the KD wall says, what does the clock on the KD wall say anyway? I can't read it from here. What does it say?
Yeah. It's, I mean, we're here. I mean, I still expect that something's going to happen this week. Okay. As they wade through the offers, and there's a whole lot of stuff being reported. Much stuff being reported and speculated on, and I'm just sitting back, and I have my original information that I have. I don't have much change from that, so I'm not saying a whole lot, but I don't have a lot of change from what I have originally.
Oh, unless you need to take that.
No, I'm not going to take that one. But I do have the phone on just in case.
we got
Gambo's contacts are labeled Chelsea, sauce, not sauce.
Sauce 1, sauce 2, sauce. No, it's Chelsea, Dbacks sauce, Suns sauce, Cardinals sauce.
I heard he recently got rid of Coyote sauce.
The Coyote sauce
Thank
he
God.
deleted from his contacts.
Although my favorite,
my aunt in Naples who makes the sauce.
Oh. I'll be with my aunt in Catania in 2.5 weeks.
I said Naples. I knew that was wrong, but I just had
don't have any aunts in Naples.
I had to pick one. I had to pick an Italian region or city. So I did the best I could. To Gambo's point, there is a lot of stuff out there about Kevin Durant. Yep. And then we'll get into some of the specifics in the following segments. Gino Suarez is going to join us. George Sedano from ESPN is going to join us to talk a little NBA Finals and KD rumors as well. But let's get you caught up on just kind of everything that's being said about this here on the Burns and Gambo Show. It's our top story of the day.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
All right, so as rapid fire as we can, because we want to get as much into this segment as possible. Probably the biggest story today that is the latest on Kevin Durant came to us from Sam Amick and others over at The Athletic.
Okay.
A long story today on The Athletic. It was really good. Lots of good. It actually came out last night. And the main takeaways from this one were twofold. Number one, that the Suns are still hopeful Kevin Durant will warm to the possibility of going to the Timberwolves. And number two, that the Spurs, Rockets, and Heat have not come forward with offers that are compelling enough to get the Suns to bite. Specifically, the Rockets and Suns have had meaningful discussions about a deal. Houston has a firm offer on the table. The Suns are underwhelmed by it. The Spurs have been, their word, not mine, conservative in their pursuit.
Yes.
So the Suns have reportedly circled back to Kevin Durant in an attempt to get him to warm to the idea of going to Minnesota, which is pretty clear he doesn't want to go to Minnesota.
He doesn't want to go to Minnesota. No, he doesn't want to go to Minnesota. This is, the Miami thing especially is that, I get railed on by a lot of Miami fans, but it is nothing short of what I've been saying all along with Miami. They did not have a great offer, one that the Suns were willing to accept. Now, with that being said, that doesn't mean like you make an offer last week that you can't change the offer, that you can't go back to them. Okay, what would it take? An extra draft pick? What if I swapped out this player for that player? There are ways to get deals done. Nobody is out of this thing from what I have heard. Nobody's out of it. You're just trying to get the best deal you can if you're the Phoenix Suns. The best deal on the table right now is the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Minnesota Timberwolves would prevent this, would give the Suns the best option on a trade.
Right now.
Right now,
in terms of what's current right now.
I don't know if anything's changed the last 24 hours or so where somebody upped their offer, but I agree. Like Houston, Jabari Smith, Jalen Green, that's what we've been talking about for 3 months. Me and you, Jalen Green and Jabari Smith, and could you get a pick out of them? That's the package we've talked about all along. The Spurs don't want to put in the number 2 pick, and they don't want to put in Castle, so their deal is not going to blow anybody away. The Timberwolves, I think, would have the best option of, veteran players, a young player, and a draft asset that you could look and you could say, okay, all right. This isn't a home run, but it's a good trade for us. It helps us now. It helps us in the future. It gives us a draft asset. Now, can you make the deal without Durant wanting to go to Minnesota? I think you can. I think you still can. It might be easier to get Durant to say, okay, I'll go play. Well, but is Durant going through back channels with Anthony Edwards to try to kibosh this thing the way he did with Steph Curry and the Warriors?
Look, that to me is what's changed since the last time we were on the air together. And I know, Bickley and Murad have been on. They've been talking about this all day. Wolf and Luke have been on. They've been talking about this all day. I think that's the thing that's changed for me is that yesterday we were of the mindset, hey, Minnesota's ready to do this, man. They get it. They get that KD doesn't want to go there. They're prepared to do it anyway because there's bird rights issues and because they might look at it as like a salary dump anyway to get off of Gobear's contract because they might look at that as an albatross. I think what this article is suggesting, all right, is that perhaps Minnesota is now revisiting this and going, on second thought, do we really want to go get a player who doesn't want to play for us? And the article went into great detail. It was really well-written piece. Went into great detail about one of the reasons why they got Rudy Gobear in the first place 3 years ago was because he wanted to go there. Like, oh no, I'd love to play for you guys. Great. They've had a hard time because of the weather, because of where they are, attracting top-notch talent to want to come there.
And they had Garnett and Marbury on the cover of Sports Illustrated 30 years ago.
Yeah, I know, but it's just, you want to leave Arizona because you hate the weather. KD might not want to go to Minnesota because he hates the weather.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like,
some
that's
people
a
hate the cold, some people hate the heat.
So the article was about how, that's why they pursued Gobert so aggressively. He wanted to go to Minnesota. And oh, you want us? Oh, okay, fine, let's go get you. They're now kind of having this thought, look, if KD doesn't want to be here, maybe we shouldn't do this. Yeah. And maybe to the point where...
I have not heard that they have pulled out.
Well, no, and I'm not suggesting they have. I'm just... The article is suggesting that the Suns are trying to convince Kevin Durant to change his thinking on Minnesota. So much so, the article also cited Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler wanted Phoenix. Nothing but Phoenix. I'm only going to go to Phoenix. Once it became clear to him, you're not going to Phoenix. It can't happen.
We're not an extension with Golden State.
He went to Golden State.
And signed an extension.
They're kind of hoping that might be what happens here. Hey, you're not going to Houston, KD. You're not going to San Antonio, KD. You're not going to Miami. We'll get you here if you want. Will you reconsider?
Or trade me wherever you want, and then in a year from now, I'll go to San Antonio.
Maybe.
And I'll spend the last 2 years with San Antonio.
And I'll do that there. That is kind of that and the fact, and Shams is reporting this too, that San Antonio is just playing this very passively right now. Here's what Shams said.
San Antonio's got a ton of flexibility. First of all, they've got Victor Wembanyama, potentially the future face of the NBA. You have De'Aaron Fox. You have the number 2 pick in the draft. You have the number 14 pick in the draft. They have their first-round picks moving forward. What that organization has done, now obviously Greg Popovich has moved into the president role. Mick Johnson, first-time head coach, full-time head coach, starting this next season. But what that front office, Brian Wright as general manager, Mick Johnson as coach, they want to have a similar run and be set up similarly to R.C. Buford and Greg Popovich. And in their minds, they have a ton of assets to where if there's a guy that becomes available that's on that timeline potentially, you go out and make that deal. That's not to say that they don't have interest in Kevin Durant. They do. And potentially they would make an offer. And I'm sure they have discussed different frameworks. But what the other teams are offering is just a little bit more aggressive.
You could get Barnes and Vassell or Barnes and Johnson as the main pieces in a deal with San Antonio. The Suns are going to want either Castle or the number 2 pick, and San Antonio is going to be very reluctant to give up either one of those things. They're not going to want to give up the number 2 pick. The kid out of Rutgers, Harper, they're not going to give that up. You try to get one of the other. I think they'd give up the 14th pick. You could have Barnes and Vassell or Barnes and Johnson, and then I think it's a matter of can you get Sohan in the deal too? And I don't know if that's a good enough deal. I mean, now everybody could win this deal. Houston could win the deal. The Spurs, everybody could win the deal by putting in something that they don't want to. If the Spurs put in the number 2 pick or Castle, it's game over. Like it's game over, done. It's a done deal.
Game over, man.
Game over, man. I think, yeah. Did that guy die? I think he did.
Yes,
die.
he did.
Good actor. I did like him.
He was wonderful.
What was his name?
Bill Paxton.
Bill Paxton. I liked that guy.
He's so good. It's so many different
Died
movies.
early.
He's so good.
Houston wants to give the Suns Jabari Smith and Jalen Green, but the Suns don't want Green. So Houston can get this over the top by putting in a player that the Suns want that they don't want to give up. But right now, it's just negotiating, trying to get teams to give in more.
I'm starting to get deeply concerned that we are going to be massively underwhelmed by what the Suns get back for Kevin Durant. Massively. That we're going to be, and we're going to talk about.
Okay.
We're going to talk about option number 2 in the next segment, which Brian Windhorst mentioned today on a radio show, which we got to talk about for a minute.
Okay.
We're going to talk about that in the next segment.
All right.
But my concern here is that we're going to be very underwhelmed because the teams that he wants to go to know that he wants to, unless he changes his mind about Minnesota, that the teams he wants to go to knows that he wants to go there, and they're not that motivated to offer a whole lot because, one, they don't feel like they have to, and number 2, because they've got timelines that could be 7 or 8 years long where they're thinking, and they don't want to jeopardize that, right? They just don't want to.
Clippers don't have a timeline.
No, they
long.
don't. But when there's not a lot of talk about the Clippers. And I know they're real, and I know it's relevant, but that's.
I think they want to give up Powell and maybe Jones and Dunn, but if they don't put Zubac in the deal, you're not going to be that excited about a Clipper deal.
Kind of underwhelming. So when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, it's time for the other option. First of all, let me remind you, this is a very important message. I want to pass this along. It's getting hot in the valley, obviously. And just 15 minutes of exposure when the temperature exceeds 100 can cause permanent damage. So please text the word water to 620-620. Help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or by donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. So, all this reporting, all this noise, could it lead to Kevin Durant being on the Phoenix Suns in 2025-26? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The D-backs start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
One of my favorite stories to tell about V's Barbershop, because I've been a customer for 25 plus years since they opened the first one, was I used to take my son all the time when he was just a little kid, big boy haircut, barbershop, right? Like he'd sit in the booster chair and I'd tell the barber what he wants. And then eventually he got old enough to tell the barber what he wants. And then fast forward like 25 years later, and Jake's about to get married, and 3 days before his wedding, we're there at V's Barbershop, getting a haircut, hot lather shave, getting all the groomsmen ready, and the father of the bride and all that stuff. It was great. It was this full circle moment with V's Barbershop, and they were like a part of it the whole time. V's Barbershop is the best. Gambo is back at V's Barbershop. He went today, as a matter of fact. He stepped away from V's, and now he's back, and he's happy. You'll be happy at V's. You'll be happy with the haircut. You'll be happy with the vibe. You'll love it all at V's. Next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, just go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment at V's today.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on June 30th for a 4-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake and have Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Carol will even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Don't wait. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
Tire
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Not happy with the price quote you just got from an AC company. Thought all you needed was a repair, and they're telling you need a new AC unit that's going to cost $10,000, $15,000. More often than not, it may be a tech trying to upsell you. Well, before you sign on a dotted line, do what so many in the Valley are doing, getting a free second opinion from Christian Brothers. It's quite possible that all you need is a repair that may cost a few $100s instead of a whole new AC unit. Make that extra call. Christian Brothers has been around since 1976. If you do need a new AC unit, they carry Trane and Goodman and Bryant, all the major brands with great financing available. But their main goal is to repair your AC unit, to buy you more time, to get you up and running. So if you're not happy with the quote you just got and you want a free second opinion, call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Suns are reportedly hopeful Kevin Durant reconsiders Minnesota as a possible landing spot. Former Suns guard Ricky Rubio thanks Devin Booker in a letter of reflection, and the Arizona Senate could vote soon on a revised Chase Field bill. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi.
All right, welcome back. Thank you, Zim, to this Tuesday edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports. KD is still the topic of the day. Gambo's still thinking that something is going to happen this week with Kevin Durant and that we might be entering the final stretch of the story that feels like we've been talking about it almost nonstop, it feels like, for the last week or so.
Off days for the NBA Finals would be today, tomorrow, and then Friday.
Yeah. And we were talking about this. I'm glad you brought that up. We were talking about this behind closed doors in the prep room before the show. Look, if the story gets out, it gets out. If it gets leaked, it gets leaked. There's only so much the NBA can do to control that.
Right.
I highly doubt Adam Silver would want this news getting out on the day of Game 6 of the NBA Finals, which is Thursday. It just seems like that is counterintuitive to counter-program themselves like that by having news. I mean, it's already got to the point where they're talking more about Kevin Durant and where he's going to go than these finals themselves. I don't think the league would actively want this stuff to get out on the day of an NBA Finals game, especially when it could be done.
I mean, nothing against Desmond Bane, but we're talking about Kevin Durant here, okay? Desmond Bane was a big trade, but we're talking about Kevin Durant. It'll be hard not for everybody to turn their focus of attention to where Kevin Durant is going once this is announced.
So Brian Windhorst was on ESPN Cleveland today, and if you just, in the last segment of the show, we were talking about the Suns maybe trying to convince Kevin Durant to rethink his opposition to Minnesota. The offers so far are underwhelming from Houston and San Antonio and Miami. Brian today went there, and he listened to the very end of this 45-second soundbite because he went there.
It's a real stare down. Desmond Bane got traded for 4 first-round picks, and I see people saying, "Oh my God, if Desmond Bane gets traded for 4 first-round picks, Kevin Durant's got to get 6 first-round picks." No, you're not going to get that great of a package because the team paying for it isn't sure what Durant's going to do necessarily. And the teams that Durant wants to go to, Houston and San Antonio, for example, they're leery of paying a huge amount for a 37-year-old. Their whole teams are in their early to mid-20s.
Right.
So you don't have alignment in making everybody getting on the same page. What Durant wants, what the Suns need, what the teams want to pay with the contract. I would not rule out the Suns not being able to get a trade they like and having to make a decision like, do we not trade him at all?
And there it is. The Suns don't get an offer they like, and they don't trade him.
What's the benefit there?
Is that even on our – well, the benefit is that he becomes essentially an expiring contract for you, right? The benefit is exactly what we were talking about yesterday by trading him to a team that he doesn't want to go to, and it basically amounts to a massive salary dump
Basically, you keep Kevin Durant, it turns into a massive salary dump.
And you have the trade dedeadline. You could always move him.
You could always move him at the deadline if you wanted to. If there's a team,
Kevin Durant came to Phoenix at the trade deadline.
Yep, and there's a now I'm sure I would imagine at this point, and I'm just guessing here, Kevin Durant is more than ready to leave. That Kevin Durant might not want to stay at this point anymore. I know what EJ said a few weeks ago about staying with the Suns on the Bickley and Murata show, but I got to imagine at this point KD's probably quite ready to hit the eject button and get out of here and not be around anymore.
You can't make a bad trade. You can't make a trade that brings on salary you don't want. You can't make a trade that gives you a 2 or 3 years of a guy that you don't really like and you don't really want, and you can't move somewhere else. You are better off just playing it for a year and then getting off. But you're $15 million over the apron. This isn't going to help you, as far as getting under the apron in a trade. It's not going to help you at all. You'd probably still be an apron team with Booker and Durant, and then God forbid you get stuck with Beal. God forbid. I know they don't want Beal, but
you're speaking for an entire city. When
oh
you say
man,
it like
they
that.
don't want him either. But they're handcuffed. They got to have him work with them to get out of here. So I am fascinated by that. Well, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I still think that they're going to be able to get a deal done. There's 6 teams, that are interested in Kevin Durant to some capacity. I think you'll be able to find a good deal that you like. I actually like the Timberwolves deal. I actually like it. I'm not saying it's a home run. But it's not a walk. I mean, it's a little bit. It's better than that.
The suggested Minnesota deal is like a Gobert, DiVincenzo, younger player,
a younger player in a draft pick.
Thing.
Yeah, could you get Dillingham? Could you get Shannon? Get the 17th pick. I don't mind that at all.
That's a long time to be stuck on that Gobert contract.
It's
a long time to be stuck. And I know he's a great defensive player.
He made Minnesota a top 5 defense. He protects Booker and everybody else who can't defend on this basketball team by having a guy there like that. He is great defensively. He can't score. He hurts you offensively.
Plays himself off the floor.
Can't play some fourth quarters because spacing. He takes away the space. Because he can't go out and pop a shot. You'd have to have a stretch 5 that you could mix and match with him. So I understand the negatives of Rudy Gobear, but there are positives. He's one of the great defensive players in the history of the game, and he's still good. So I don't mind Gobear. I think a lot of people don't want Gobear. I get it.
He's got a trade kicker. Mitch is pointing out to me on teams, he's got a trade kicker, too.
Yeah, I mean, you might be able to negotiate that out. If it's possible, you can negotiate those out. I like Jabari Smith. If you make a deal with Houston, I like Jabari Smith. I've always liked Jabari Smith. I mean, you may not like Jalen Green, but I think there should be a deal to be made. But I can't rule that out. I don't know. I mean, would the Phoenix Suns just say, screw it? We talked to 6 teams for 2 weeks and we can't make a deal we want? Well, we're going to stick with Kevin. How do you bring Kevin Durant back?
I don't know how you bring Kevin. And again, I think you do have to factor into, does Kevin Durant want to come back, or has he made it clear that he wants no part of this anymore? And look, this is where I know there was a headline in the Arizona Republic today, AZ Central, about the Suns lowering their price on Kevin Durant. I don't know if it's a lowering the price or if it's just more of a kind of getting used to the reality that you're just, it's not going to be a great deal, right? You just hope it's a good deal. You hope it's a good enough deal. But if you feel like the offers just aren't where they should be from Houston or San Antonio or Miami, and he doesn't acquiesce and he wants to go to Minnesota, I mean, unless you just, if Toronto comes through at the last minute or the Clippers
I hate the Toronto deal.
You do?
I hate the Toronto deal.
RJ Barrett.
Terrible contract.
Jakob Poeltl and the 9th pick in the draft, something
quickly,
like that. And quickly. Yeah.
Don't like Barrett. Don't like Quickly. Jakob Poeltl's a top 20 center in the league. He's a better backup on most teams than he is a starter, but he could start on 7 or 8 or 9 teams. I hate the Toronto deal. The only thing you like is the 9th pick. So I talked to an NBA executive on another team today. He said it's a 2-player draft. It's Flagg and Harper. Then it's 2 to 8. Your next round is 2 to 8. After 8, 9 and 17 are the same similar players. They're similar players. What you would get at 9, what you would get at 14, what you would get at 17 is a similar player. The Toronto deal is one I don't like at all. If they make the Toronto deal, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't like the deal. I think it's a terrible deal. I would say that the Suns are big losers if they make that Toronto deal.
I think at this point we need to be prepared to be underwhelmed. Be prepared to be underwhelmed by this. We'll see, but this whole thing is kind of taking a tone that I like a shift in tone that I don't love over the last 24 hours, whether it's the Minnesota thing, the lack of great offers from the other teams, this idea now they could just keep him. I don't like the tone of how this conversation is going. Multi-platinum entertainer Dierks Bentley is headed to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on June 20th. It's his Broken Branches tour. Limited tickets are still available. You can win a pair now by visiting the contest page at arizonasports.com. The Snakes are hot right now, and a big part of why is the power bat of Eugenio Suarez.
Good vibes!
We're going to chat with Good Vibes. Gino, the Diamondbacks third baseman, joins us next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Houston, San Antonio, Miami. Those are the destinations that are reported to be high on Kevin Durant's list or on the list. They comprise the list. How close do you consider those three teams? I mean, Houston probably is the closest to competing for a championship in my mind. The other two aren't close.
No, that to me is really the big takeaway that very, very, very few people are talking about, in my opinion. That if this is accurate, that this is where KD wants to go, winning a championship is not at the forefront of what he's thinking about. It just isn't.
Totally agree.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When you need it, when you absolutely got to have it, you want the very best team to represent you. And I can assure you that Berg Simpson is the very best team, a law firm that you can rely on. Their slogan, Good Lawyers Changing Lives, is way more than just a slogan. They have good lawyers, excellent lawyers, some of the best lawyers, routinely named by publication after publication as having some of the best attorneys in America, some of the super attorneys in America work for Berg Simpson and work for you. And not just one of them, they all work for you. All of their researchers, all of their investigators, all of their attorneys. Look, sometimes you just need the help, and I get it. I've been in those shoes where we didn't ask for help. We didn't reach out to Berg Simpson. We made a huge mistake, and I don't want you to repeat our mistake. If you're ever in need, go with the Berg Simpson Law Firm because they are good lawyers and they are changing lives. 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ready!
Matt from Ready Services came to my house first thing on Saturday morning to take care of a floor drain that was blocked and was on the verge of flooding. He was friendly and provided excellent service.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Ready.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
In 2012, I said, hey, let's restart this moving company under a different name. It's got to be something with veterans. My dad's a veteran, my sister, my uncles, everybody in my family. And so we came up with Moving Team 6.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
As a family, we've kind of all joined in ranks, and we love what we do. Giving back, that's, to me, that's the most important thing when you're running a business. That's important. we're passionate about it.
Contact us at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Hit a home run with bold flavors at Doghouse Downtown Phoenix, serving gourmet dogs, sausages, chicken, burgers, and more 24/7. Hosting a watch party, Doghouse Catering delivers with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and their legendary build-your-own dog bar. Load the bases with flavor and bring the heat to your lineup. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and let them deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks on the road again, and it will be a while before we see them again here in the Valley. It's the first of a 9-game road trip, and it starts tonight north of the border in Toronto. Brandon Pfaadt starts on this Tuesday. He'll face the veteran righty Chris Bassett. First pitch is at 4:07. Pre-game coverage starts at 3:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The latest rumblings in a Kevin Durant trade have gotten us no closer to a final result, but reports from The Athletic say that Phoenix is hopeful that Durant will reconsider his feelings about playing in Minnesota. Minnesota reportedly has pieces that the Suns covet. You can read more on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And the Stanley Cup Finals could conclude tonight. Florida has a chance to hoist the trophy for a second straight year. They're up 3-2 on Edmonton. Puck drop from Sunrise is at 5. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official Team Eye Doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
Clubhouse call-in time here on the Burns and Gambo Show, our weekly visit with a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And joining us this week as they are on the road in Toronto, getting ready to open up a series against the Blue Jays. One of our great interviews we had a year and a half ago when he first joined the team. It's a pleasure to welcome back to the show Eugenio Suarez, Gino Suarez, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Gino, welcome back. I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Thanks for coming back on. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys so much for having me. It's an honor to me to talk to you guys.
And what I will say is Happy Father's Day. I saw the photo of you and your kids, and they all had such big smiles, the girls. So Happy Father's Day to you. I know that's one of your pride and joys is being a dad.
My favorite my favorite thing to be a dad is, watch my daughters grow up and all the love they put in me, all the energy. It's something special, and I enjoy it so much. Being that is a lot to me, It's something that I've enjoyed so much, and I enjoy my daughters, and watch them grow up. It's something that is very special for me. It's something really good, and I enjoy so much.
Well, you've had a lot of special moments on the baseball field. Going up against your former team, you hit a grand slam to give the Diamondbacks a 4-2 lead over Seattle. You won the game 5-2. How special was that grand slam against your former team?
I mean, obviously it was really good, because the previous two games I have 0 hit against them, and they think that they beat me that day. And the last day, I got a really good at bat, and I had a couple hits, and the grand slam was really good for me, After going 0 for 9 against them, hit a grand slam and give it the team the lead. Obviously, it's very special. It's something that is really good for me, and it's something that you enjoy, because you want to do something against them. You want to send the messenger, and obviously, it's a good messenger. And for me, it was really good to be able to hit that grand slam of that day against them, and give it the lead to my team is very good, So, yeah, it's something that is very special. Every time you hit a homer, it's very special. But that one, the grand slam, even more special.
And special for a couple of reasons. Obviously, coming against your former team in the Seattle Mariners, but also by doing so, you became the third all-time leading home run hitter among players born in Venezuela. And I'm sure for you, there was a lot of personal significance to that as well. Behind only Miguel Cabrera and Andres Galarraga, you're now third on that list. What did that mean to you? Because I know you've got a lot of pride in where you're from, Eugenio.
I mean, it's putting my name on that list, behind those names like Miggy and Andres Galarraga, as a kid, we grew up watching them hit homers. And I never thought that I'm going to be there, with them and be able to put my name on that list is really, really special because it's something that as a kid from Venezuela, you never thought that you're going to be one of the leaders of the home run, the old time from Venezuela. You never think it that way. But after that, I hit the homer, and then I got messenger from Marley Ordonez, who was the guy behind me now. It's very special. It's something that I be enjoying. I be so grateful and passionate about it because it's so many greatest hitters that we had in Venezuela, and putting my name on that list is something else for me. It's something that I never saw as a kid. It's something that I've enjoyed so much, and now, continuing doing that and continue to help doing it for my country, doing it for my family, my wife, my daughter, my dad. It's very special. To just put my name on that list is a lot for me,
Yeah, Eugenio Suarez is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. D-backs and the Blue Jays coming up later this afternoon. You're obviously having a terrific season for the team. It feels like you found a little bit of a groove over these last couple of weeks with the series win against San Diego, the sweep against Seattle, the sweep against Atlanta. What's the confidence level in the clubhouse right now with the way you guys have been playing the last 2 weeks or so?
Obviously it's very high right now. We have been playing really good baseball lately, and I think that our confidence is about win games. We came together. We've been dealing with injuries. We've been dealing with some, bad loss as a team. We lost Corbin Burns, Jay Marr, and something that I hurt our team, but. We have confidence. We know still with the injury, we have the chance that the running for the position for the postseason spot. And we've been playing really good baseball lately. We've been playing everything, all the little things that help the team win games. But we've been doing it so well. So we just got to continue. That's our mentality right now. Try to not do too much, but doing the little things and help the team either defensively, even offensively, or base running. Everything matters right now, and we've been playing really good baseball lately, and that's something that I will send the messenger that we're not done yet. We got a chance. We still believe in our team. We got to stay together for win more games, and that's going to be our key,
Well, you're a terrific power hitter and always been known as a great defensive third baseman. But you may not be the fastest guy on the team. Have you talked to the third base coach about maybe holding you up and not sending you home? I think you've been thrown out at home like 5 times.
I agree with you. It's something that we've been working on. I'm the guy who tell him, send everybody, send them. But I think he takes the messenger in the wrong way. I'm not that fast guy. He might be. Got to do something else on that because like you say, I've been taken out for like 5 times on this season, and it's something that I don't like it. But I like that aggressive. You gotta put something on there, and you gotta run hard every time and try to make run for the team.
I know Torey Lovello had told us that last year, after the first 2 months of the season, you were really struggling. Since that time, you have been a great Diamondback. But he said it was about warming up a little bit faster. As you're getting older, you've got to kind of get in your routine quicker and maybe warm up faster. From last year, from the first 2 months of the season last year when you were really struggling to where you are right now, you're playing great baseball. What changed?
I think that's one thing that I changed in my routine. I've been putting more like intensities on my workout, try to come in earlier and warm up my body, because like he said, we sometimes you think you feel good, but you're getting old, man, and your body got to be in shape. It's something that I've been working hard on my body and keep my body warm, and I do some routine with the strength conditioning people, and they help me so much to warm my body up and stay ready, come ready to the game, and not just wait to the game to be ready. I came in with the same mentality every time that like you gotta stay ready the whole day. When the time that I put my body on with the uniform, it's something that I gotta change my mind and stay ready. And I've been working so hard, and I've been working on my body, and I think that's something that helped me a lot. And I think that from last year, the second half of the last year, I changed that, and putting more work on my body, on my pre-workout, and been working hard and stay ready is something that has been helped me so much.
Gino, last one for me. You are one of those guys on the final year of your contract. You and Mel Kelly, Zach Gallen, Shelby Miller, Josh Naylor. How important is it for you guys to keep winning so you guys can try to take this team to the playoffs instead of being guys that are talked about being traded to other teams at the deadline?
I mean, this is something that obviously you think about, but our mentality right now is not think about get traded. Our mentality is think about win games and not give it the chance to the front office that trade you. Because if we continue to win games and we in the good position to make the playoff, I don't think they're gonna make those moves. And obviously we understand that this game, we know how that works, but nobody in this thing, I can telling you, nobody in this thing want to get traded. We came here for a reason, and our reason is make the playoff and try to win the World Series again. That's our mentality, and let it the game give you whatever the game give it to you. That's my mentality, obviously. And I don't think about trade right now. Even with the rumors, then a lot of maybe we got trade, but I don't think in that right now. I just think to win games and help the D-backs win the World Series.
Yeah. Well, Gino, best of luck the rest of the season. We very much enjoyed the conversation. We very much enjoyed watching you play this year. Congratulations on your success. Good luck against the Blue Jays, and we'll talk to you soon. Okay.
Thanks, Gino.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for having me. You have a good one.
Gino Suarez joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. The D-backs and the Blue Jays coming up at 4:07 this afternoon here on Arizona Sports. When we come back to Kevin Durant in the trade that might happen any moment, might happen sometime in the next week, might happen sometime soon. How much should the Phoenix Suns actually prioritize Kevin Durant's happiness in a potential trade? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In, brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time. A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back to tell you about Sanderson Ford, and as the final days of employee pricing wind down, you've got until July 4th to take advantage of employee pricing at Sanderson Ford. You've seen the owner, David Kimberly, and Luis Gonzalez Gonzo talk about employee pricing, and it is coming to an end. Employee pricing from America for America. It was extended through the 4th of July, but that will be it. If you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, head on over to Sanderson Ford. They've got all of the inventory out there, tons of new cars, trucks, and SUVs, like the Ford F-150, like the Ford Escape, the Ford Bronco Sport, the Mustang Mach-E. You're going to love the lineup of trucks and cars at Sanderson Ford. They've even got a 2024 Ford Escape starting at just $26,795. You can go online at sandersonford.com, rate your vehicle right now for trade-in, see some of the great offers that are available, or go visit them on 51st Avenue in Glendale. Online for more info at sandersonford.com.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Back here to tell you about Global Credit Union locations all across the valley, and never a better time than right now to join Global Credit Union and become a member and take advantage of all the great things they offer. They offer everything a bank has to offer: checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, and more. But Global Credit Union does not answer to shareholders or stockholders like a bank does. Global Credit Union answers to you, their members. I am a member of Global Credit Union. Because of that, benefit after benefit is available to the members of Global Credit Union, whether it comes to their real commitment to eliminate fees, whether it comes to their customer service, which is unmatched. You can always talk to a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer any questions about your money, a real person with real answers about your financial goals. So you could bank with a bank and answer to a bunch of shareholders and stockholders, or you could bank with Global Credit Union and answer to the membership, and you'll see the benefits right away. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
Poll questions today on this shorter edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. We'll make way for D-backs baseball coming up at 3:30. But we do have a poll question. It's brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Lauren has it here. What do you got?
Well, our focus is still on Kevin Durant, as it will be until he actually ends up somewhere else.
Saga is done.
Yes.
Okay.
So with that saga in mind, we're asking, which outcome do you think is more likely when it comes to Kevin Durant? Is he traded to Houston, San Antonio, or Miami?
Okay, so his preferred teams.
His preferred destinations. Or is he traded elsewhere? A Minnesota, Clippers, Toronto option.
I think he'll get traded to one of his preferred teams.
I'll say not a preferred team.
Okay. I'm competing with...
I don't.
The guy who knows. So
no, I don't know.
Why not?
I know
mean,
what the.
When I say who knows, I
Yeah,
just mean who is blessed with a little more information on this than the rest of us. But
I just want to get away. This stuff is starting to take its toll on me. This Durant
now,
stuff.
I would never presume how to. Well, I'm about to say I wouldn't tell you how to do your job, but I'm about to tell you how to do your job. A third option would have been he stays. I wonder how many people would have voted for that.
Thumbs down.
What? Thumbs down on that one?
Thumbs
Okay,
down
so
on
the
that
question is, what do we think is going to happen?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I think his preferred teams. Gambo think his non-preferred teams.
And preferred teams is leading the way, but only with 52%
Close.
of the vote, 48% going with he's traded elsewhere.
Very close on that one. That is the poll question.
Or he retires, just says, you know what, I've had enough of all of this.
I don't think he's going to do that. I don't know what he's got, $55 million on the table this year, plus at least
He's made like $400 million.
Oh, come on, man! We're gonna have this conversation again, like.
No, I know.
You know how that
somebody
goes.
just walked away from a lot of money. It was the quarterback, Derek Carr.
He did.
He walked away from a ton of money.
He did. He's the rare exception.
Yeah.
Most guys aren't walking away from that kind of money. Kendrick Perkins on NBA today says, forget about what KD wants, man. Suns just do what's best for them.
KD got a no-trade clause?
He does not.
Then why the hell do the Phoenix Suns feel like they have to work with him? They don't have to.
Maybe a mark of respect for the body of work he's put together.
What body of work? With the Suns?
The body of work over the course of his career.
Well, it's nothing. He hasn't done nothing for the Phoenix Suns. And at this point, if I'm the Phoenix Suns, I'm not giving this long time for KD to figure out where he want to go. Sooner or later, they're going to have to do or need to do what's best for the Phoenix Suns.
I agree.
Yeah,
100%.
We all do.
I think
Make the best deal for you.
I think the problem here is not so much the Suns' willingness to send KD somewhere he doesn't want to go. It's the other team. It's the Minnesotas of the world who go, on second thought, it's just kind of bad. Kind of bad juju to go trading for a guy who doesn't want to be here. And we can sit here and say all we want. Oh, we've got bird rights and we've got this and we'll convince him and we'll talk. Like all of the reasons you can convince yourself to pull the trigger on a deal like that anyway. But at the end of the day, if KD or whomever is sending enough back channel signals, don't trade for me. I do not want to play for you. It takes a real leap of faith from that organization to go ahead and make a deal anyway.
Unless that organization feels I have a chance to win you over for a year, and if I don't, I can do a sign and trade with you because I have your bird rights and I can pay you more money than anybody else. So if it is money, they'd have the ability to pay him more than anyone else. They could do a sign and trade. Now, if you're worried, that it's going to be a disruption to your team because you got a guy that's just going to go through the motions. I don't believe that Durant would go through the motions. I think he has too much respect for the game and that he would play at the highest level possible because that's just who he is. But if you're worried that having a guy that's a lame duck player, basically like a lame duck coach with 1 year left, I mean, with a lame duck player, that it could hurt your team, then maybe you're reluctant to do that.
I remember back in what feels like the heyday of the modern Phoenix Suns, or at least the current Phoenix Suns, 2021, 2022. We used to talk all the time about James Jones as the general manager of the Suns. And what is it that we used to say about James Jones in his regards to if you don't want to be on my team? If you don't want to be on my team, fine.
Don't want you.
I don't want you.
We'll trade you.
I don't want you here. If you don't want to be here, I don't want you here. I don't care how professional or unprofessional you are. If you don't want to be here, you're not serving the purpose I need you to serve. And I think ultimately that's kind of the takeaway from maybe Minnesota's hesitancy here is that for all the good that might come of bringing him there and convincing him it's a good place to play and the how much better he'd make your basketball team, if ultimately he does not want to be there, it's just not worth it.
I remember
for
a player
Minnesota.
that came here and didn't want to be here. Trevor Ariza.
Yeah.
Hated it here.
Yeah.
Said, I wish I would have came here and checked it out before I had agreed to come to the Suns.
Stupid you should have came and checked it out before you came.
Yeah.
I know everything happens fast in free agency, but yeah, he didn't want to be here.
Didn't want to be here.
Didn't want nothing to do with this place.
Miserable. Makes it miserable.
Yeah, it does. It makes it really, again, I agree with you. I don't think KD would make it hard on Minnesota. I just think Minnesota, it's the whole Kevin Durant scuttling the thing to Golden State. The Suns could have sent Kevin Durant to Golden State anyway, but once Golden State got word that he didn't want to go there, they're like, it's just not worth the trouble. It's not worth it.
KD went to Steph, and then Steph went to Kerr, and then Kerr went to Lakeup, and they nixed it.
Yep.
Now, if he goes to Anthony Edwards and says, through back channels, man, I'm telling you, like, and then Ant goes to the coach or the owner and tells it, like, who knows? Maybe they decide they don't want to do it.
Yeah. So I don't think the Phoenix Suns need Kendrick Perkins lectures about doing what's best for them. I think they want to do what's best for them. I think it's the other side of the equation that might pull out on this. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, we turn our attention, we stay with the NBA, the perception of Kevin Durant, the outside looking in. Plus, we'll talk a little NBA Finals because they've been really good in Oklahoma City's one win away. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love talking to you about the Lund Mortgage team, where they are available to help you with all of your mortgage needs, whether it's a refinance, a new home loan, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. Right now is a great time to purchase a home. There's a lot of homes on the market, a ton of homes on the market, and the Lund Mortgage team is ready to help you. Matter of fact, getting pre-approved for a mortgage is the first thing you need to do. You need to know that you're going to have the backing of the bank, that you have the ability to go out and get a mortgage, and that's why if you are renting right now or still living at home and you're deciding, hey, I'm hearing about the houses on the market. It's a great time to be a buyer. There's a lot of seller concessions right now. There's homes that are sitting on the market a lot longer than normal, and people are starting to panic. The price comes down a little bit, and you jump on that, and you get a good price on a house. But before you can make an offer, you need to be pre-approved. That way the seller knows that, okay, you're making an offer. You're qualified to make that offer. And that's where the Lund Mortgage team comes in. 30 years of experience. Let them help you with all of your mortgage needs, including getting pre-approved for a mortgage. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of these 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Liberty GMC, they are in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Nowhere in this valley can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. So if you're looking at the Sierras, if you're looking at the Yukons, if you're looking at the Hummer EVs, if you're looking at all their great line of trucks and SUVs, you will not find a better selection. You will not find a better price than you will find at Liberty GMC. You will also not find a better service department in the Valley than you'll find at Liberty GMC. Hate waiting for your car to get serviced? You won't be waiting at Liberty GMC. They added this late night shift. You drop your car off by 8 o'clock at night, it's ready for you the next day. And if you really hate buying tires, which I do, they've got the best tire deal you're going to find in town. Buy 3 tires. Get the 4th for just $1. And that's not a limited time deal. That's an all year long deal. So if you don't need tires yet, but you're going to in the fall, go to Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks on the road. It'll be a while before we see them again. This is the first of a 9-game road trip for Arizona. They start in Toronto with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound tonight. He'll go against the veteran right-hander Chris Bassett. First pitch is at 4:07. Pre-game coverage starts at 3:30. That'll be right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO, Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Burns and Gambo.
At some point, we're going to retire that open for the show. I don't know when, but at some point we're going to. Joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo show, he has been calling the NBA Finals for ESPN. We frequently have him on the show to talk NBA sideline reporter, co-host of Sedano and Cap in Los Angeles, George Sedano, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show. And he's joining us via the air link from a hotel room in what I can only imagine is Indianapolis, Indiana, for the game coming up on Thursday. Correct? Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you guys, too. Yeah, it is Indianapolis. Already, I have my own radio show to do, so I had to go to, the steakhouse as they opened, basically, at 4 o'clock.
Breakfast at the steakhouse.
The Blue Hair Special, you know?
I'll tell you, this series, I came in wanting Oklahoma City to win. I like Shea. I like Lou Dort. But, man, the Pacers kind of won me over with the way they played. I thought they were going to be 4 and out, maybe like the 76ers with Iverson that won the first game and lost 4 in a row. But, man, they just played their ass off. That team, I didn't know a lot about them. But, man, they have won me over with the way they've played in this postseason.
Yeah, I mean, they're fun to watch. I think that this finals is basically the real basketball fans' finals. The casuals don't care. That's the type of people that aren't going to care about watching Indiana and OKC and these budding stars that we have in front of us and on a number of different levels. You got, obviously, Shea, the MVP. You got Jalen with OKC, too. And I think, look, I know there's a huge debate on my network about if Tyrese Hallebertton is a star. I would consider him one. I know he didn't play like one the other day. I do think he's been hurt. I think he's been hurt since game 2, actually, if I had to guess, because I feel like that's the first time I really saw him kind of favor the leg. But you're right. They've won a lot of people over just because they're never out of it by any stretch of the imagination, and they play at this breakneck pace that makes it certainly pleasing to watch.
George, that kind of leads me into my next question, and that is about Tyrese Halleberton and whether this series kind of is on the verge of treading into that what-if territory. Like, what if he were healthy? And I know we could do this with just about every series maybe in the history of the NBA Finals. But is there a concern now that his health is going to be the thing that keeps Indiana from being competitive in this? Or do they have time to get him right for Game 6?
Yeah, I mean, listen, man, calf injuries are very tricky, as we know. I'm guessing we're going to talk about KD at some point. Obviously, he's had a number of those in his career, even, I believe, as recent as last season with the Phoenix Suns. So you just never really know how that thing is going to react. They're going to obviously treat him around the clock. But, yeah, there is, of course, a sense of that, like, oh, no, like if they can't be their best, what is this going to look like on Thursday? But you know what, man? I've seen so many games in a one-game sample in the NBA, playoffs or not, where you get these outlier performances, particularly for a home team that can at least keep it close. And look, I don't think TJ McConnell is a 35, 40-minute player, but he sure is a hell of a 20-minute player. Can he give you 25 to 30? If he can do that, then maybe you have a shot, because they were fantastic with him on the floor yesterday, and they've been fantastic with him in general here in Indiana. He's been a real spark plug for them.
Yeah, the Suns have tried to get T.J. McConnell for what seems like since he was at the University of Arizona. They've been trying to get the guy to come here. They just were never able to get it done. They didn't have enough to get him, but James Jones always loved him, and they tried to get him. All right, we'll turn our attention to KD.
Yeah, you weren't lying. We want to ask you about KD. Yeah,
we'll talk Kevin Durant. I still believe the Suns are going to make the best deal for them, regardless of where Durant wants to go. The team that trades for him would own his bird rights, so they'd have the ability to pay him more than anybody else. So I still think the best deal gets made. Right now, I think the best deal that they can make is Minnesota, but we know that that's not one of KD's preferred teams.
Well, I just think the Minnesota deal is not as easy as you think, right? Because unless you're telling me it's Gobert coming back and you're fine with that, then I don't really see a clean scenario where it gets done and helps Minnesota, because you got Julius, who can be a free agent. You've got Naz Reid, who can be a free agent. And you got Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who can be a free agent. If you deal any of those guys in some sort of sign and trade, and by the way, I don't even know if you guys can do sign and trades under the second apron, but if let's just say for argument's sake you could, and you were somehow under the second apron prior to this deal, then that would hard cap Minnesota. So I just don't know how that helps them either. Honestly, I know you said they're going to make their best deal, and look, they should. But they may be waiting a while, because I think that teams are pretty steadfast in believing that a 37-year-old player, when the season starts, even as great as him, is no longer the player he once was. He's probably more of like a top 20-ish player, as opposed to a top 10 player. And I think you guys would attest to that. But I also think that you have to extend him. You're going to have to give him 2 years, $110 or $120 million. So teams are not willingly going to be able to do that. Certainly not giving up real assets. Like, I don't see Houston giving you anything that's, I could see them giving you maybe Jalen Green, but they're not giving you Jabari. They're certainly not giving you Amen Thompson. The Spurs, they seem to really love Castle. I don't know if that's going to be something that's plausible. And Miami's not going to give you Ware. At least, I don't think they're giving up Ware for someone like KD. I just feel like what the Suns want may not be what the market bears.
Yeah, I don't think this is about, the Suns are not going to win this trade. You got to try not to lose it. You're not going to hit a home run. You're not getting 3 or 4 first-round draft picks. But I do think there's scenarios there. I think you could get Jabari Smith and Green from Houston. You might be able to get Rudy Gobear instead of Randall in the deal with Minnesota. I think they can make a decent deal. I don't think everybody's going to say, oh, they won the deal. But I think that they can make a decent deal. They're not getting 4 first-round draft picks like with what Bane just had. But it is time to move on from Kevin Durant. It puts them in a tough corner, because they got to kind of move on. They got to try to at least get some pieces back that can help them for the future.
Well, but here's the thing. Is Kevin going to be willing to make this messy? And I don't know this to be the case, but if he does, then things can get testy. There's been reporting certainly done from his time in Brooklyn where, Joe Tsai and his wife met with Kevin. It felt like he was about to make that thing messy. And they promised him, hey, if you just play and play hard, we'll get you traded where you want to go. And remember, back then it was Phoenix or Miami were the 2 destinations, and you guys ended up with him. So if for some reason he doesn't get dealt in this offseason, I don't know if Matt Ishbia is going to have that kind of equity with him based on what transpired at the trade deadline. So like Joe Tsai had equity with him because he had never felt like he had crossed him in any way. It's pretty obvious that KD and his camp weren't thrilled about what transpired back in February.
All right, so leave us with this, because we know you've got your own show to get ready for and your stuff to do there in Indianapolis. 20 seconds or less, what team do you think should be pursuing Kevin Durant the hardest right now?
I would say it's down to 2. I would say I'll give you one in each conference. Houston, because if you watch them at all in that Golden State series, what they were desperately needing was someone who can close games for them. And conversely, the same thing could be said for Miami, who lost 15 games with a 15-point lead or more. I believe heading into the fourth quarter, if I recall correctly. So, and the East just stinks. So they could make hay, even with KD and that roster and the way they develop guys, they could probably win close to 50 games in a bad Eastern Conference. So to me, it's those two teams. The other ones, I mean, Minnesota makes some sense, but I just don't see how it actually gets done.
All right, well, George, we appreciate the insight as always. Thanks for joining us there from Indianapolis. We've enjoyed your work on ESPN. Great job covering the finals, and we will talk to you soon. Good to see you.
See you guys. Have a great rest of your show.
All right. Thanks, George Sedano, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back, D-backs-Blue Jays, first of 3 games north of the border. Can the hot D-backs stay hot? We'll preview the game next on Arizona Sports.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch. As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade, Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app and ArizonaSports.com.
The heat, the extensive heat that we're getting every day does a lot of wear and tear on your roof. It really just beats down your roof. Think about your roof. Thinking about that sun beating down on it all day long, the underlayment, how the heat could just destroy the underlayment. Then think about the monsoons. June 15th, 16th, I think we started monsoon season. Next couple of months, we'll get some monsoons. We had some rain earlier in June. That rain, if you've got any damage at all on your roof, just any area where rain and water can get through, could cause major problems. That roof has to be tight. It's got to be sealed up. It's got to make sure that it's protecting your home. If not, you end up with big problems. That's why I tell you about JLC Roofing. You see, at JLC Roofing, they are third-generation roofers. It's in their blood. From the grandfather to the father to the son, it is a family-owned company ready to help you right now. JLC Roofing, tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing. They offer our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement roof. You'll save $1,500, but they also offer free estimates. For many of you, you might just need a repair and not a roof, a new roof. So call JLC Roofing, 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go to jlcroof.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Sonic Radio. CIO coming to you live from the red carpet, and here comes the star of the summer, Sweet Topped Lemonade from Sonic. Wow, looking delicious as always. Tell us, what are you wearing?
Oh, this? Just a little blueberry lavender number. I was going for something tart and sweet.
Incredible. And is that cold foam on top? So chic. I wouldn't mind taking a sip of that.
Dude.
Wait, that came out wrong.
Try Sweet Top Lemonades from Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the GMC Sierra 1500 is a fan favorite. Why is now the time to buy?
What's up, Dave? Whether you're hauling, towing, or cruising, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 delivers. It's powerful, tech-packed, and ready for any job. And right now, summer savings means some of our best deals yet.
Like $12,500 off for 4.9% financing for 84 months?
Exactly. Kick off summer with a serious truck and a serious deal.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
After a 5-1 homestand, impressive series wins against the San Diego Padres and a sweep against the Seattle Mariners, the Arizona Diamondbacks are back on the road, and they are north of the border, taking on the Toronto Blue Jays for the first of three. Coming up this afternoon here on Arizona Sports, this is D-backs on deck. The game begins at 4:07. Official Diamondbacks pregame coverage begins in about 15 minutes from right now, but we are here to preview the game. Gambo and I, as the D-backs open up this series against Toronto. Your pitching matchup for today's game, and it is brought to you by The Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, Pfaadt rocked tonight. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start. The righty is 8-4 with a 5.50 ERA. Longtime pitcher Chris Bassett, the 36-year-old right-hander, gets the start for Toronto, 7-3 with a 3.70 ERA.
Yeah, Bassett has faced Arizona. This will be the 6th time in his career he has faced the Diamondbacks. He last faced them back in 2023 at the Rogers Center. He's made 3 career starts at home against Arizona. And check this out, 3-0 against them, allowing just 5 earned runs in 19 innings. He's got a 2.37 ERA at home at the Rogers Center with 17 strikeouts against the Arizona Diamondbacks.
For Brandon Pfaadt, his last time out against Seattle, it was better. He went 5 innings. He gave up only 2 earned runs. He did give up 9 hits and 1 walk. The concern with Brandon Pfaadt, I think, continues to be his ability to miss bats. He hasn't been missing a lot of bats. And just the loud contact that he gives up. Gambo, a lot of you look at the exit velocities. If you look at some of the way guys are squaring him up, he's not inducing a lot of soft, weak contact. He's given up a lot of hard stuff, and that's got to get fixed for Brandon.
Yeah, I was at that last game, and you walk out here and you're saying, wow, he pitched really good for 5 innings and didn't give up any runs. But yes, there were some balls torpedoed in that game, and he had some good defense behind him in that game. I still think it was a start in the right direction compared to his previous 2 starts, one in which he couldn't even get it out and had to take him out of the game. So being able to get through those 5 innings really, unscathed until he ran into trouble, I thought that was a good sign for Brandon Pfaadt.
Oh, I thought it was too. I'm not going to be picky. I'm going to be too nitpicky about it. I'm just talking about in general. You look at his 8-4 win-loss record. You look at the 8 wins in particular, and you might be deceived into thinking that Pfaadt is having a great year. It's been a good year. But the number I read this morning on, I think it was Sports Illustrated, 53% of the balls put in play against him have been classified as hard hit, 95 miles per hour or more coming off the bat. Just a lot of stuff like that.
And he's not missing a lot of bats anymore. He used to miss bats, and now not striking out as many.
For the Diamondbacks, as I mentioned there in the open a second ago, a continuation of the great play so far would obviously be very beneficial to this team. They made a big push the last homestand, got themselves to within 3.5 games of the last wild card spot. The series win against San Diego was progress against a team above 500. That was good to see. They've kind of struggled against those teams. They're 9-4 so far in the month of June. Get through this Toronto series with a series win. And I'm not saying it all sets up for them. We've seen them struggle against lesser teams, too.
Miami, Colorado.
You got 3 against the Rockies, 3 against the White Sox, 3 against Miami after this series. Seems like there's a real opportunity for them to shoot up the charts in this if they wanted to.
Yeah, this will be a big series against the Blue Jays for sure. They've done good with runners in scoring position. They played some good baseball as of late. So, yeah, this will be a tough series. But after that, you're right. right. The White Sox, the Marlins, the Rockies, you've got some teams that you would expect to win those series and hopefully put themselves in a position where, again, it's all about, making sure that come trade deadline, you're giving Mike Hazen every opportunity to go buy instead of sell.
Yeah, we had Kendrick on the show yesterday, and he said, look, if this team gives me a reason, there's no reason why we wouldn't want to add to the payroll and make a little push. As for the Blue Jays, currently, if the season ended right now, they'd be the second seed in the American League wild card. They've had a good season. They've had a really good month of June. They've won 8 of their last 10. Other than the series they just wrapped up against the Philadelphia Phillies. They were swept by the Phillies in that series. They were outscored 22-6 in that series against the Phillies. So it was a struggle for them this past weekend.
Ran into good pitching.
Ran into some really good pitching. They had the off day yesterday, too. So both bullpens should be rested, recharged, ready to go, and all of that for this series. I would imagine everybody would have their full benefit of options available to them in the bullpen tonight.
Yeah, especially for the Diamondbacks, because as we've noticed, they've made the move. As Torey Lovello told us the other day, Shelby Miller is the closer right now. It's just a matter of, okay, if Fott can only go 5 innings, the biggest challenge right now is how do you get to the 9th? How do you get through the 6th, the 7th, and the 8th inning? Do you trust Ginkel? Do you trust Ryan Thompson? I think they like Jalen Beeks, but that's only 1 inning. So the biggest chore for them, I don't know if Fott's a guy that's giving you 7 innings right now. Maybe, but doubtful. How do you get to the 9th inning and get the ball to Shelby Miller?
The injury report for today's game is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. We did get an update today from Steve Gilbert of MLB.com. Left-handed pitcher A.J. Puck is going to visit Dr. Neil Elitrosh in Los Angeles on Thursday. That according to Torey Lovello, who spoke with the media today. So there is no update yet on A.J. Puck. The last we checked on him, they were backing him away from his throwing program. We found that out on Friday so we could get that elbow re-examined. Of course, everyone's got, the worst feeling about this, thinking it's going to be bad news. We might find out something later in the week. He's got that meeting set up for Thursday.
Yeah, I don't know that anything sounds good. I'm hearing Tommy Henry could have surgery too. We'll see on Tommy Henry, but it's just been a down year. They've suffered a lot of injuries to pitchers, starting pitchers, and relievers,
and yet they've managed to hang in there. And along those lines, the MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. We'll start with the wild card standings because that's probably the most pertinent, at least for now. Diamondbacks starting play today. 3 games back of the San Diego Padres for the last wild card spot in the National League, with the Reds, the Cardinals, and the Brewers also in front of them. There's also a little bit of a gap between the Diamondbacks and the next team in the wild card standings. The Braves are 7.5 back of the last wild card, so it seems like there's at least been a little bit of separation set up. Meanwhile, in the National League West in general, the Diamondbacks starting the day 7 games back of the LA Dodgers atop the NL West. As far as the Blue Jays go, as I mentioned, 38-33 on the season, 4 games back of your New York Yankees in the American League East. And if the season ended today, the Toronto Blue Jays are a wild card team. They'd be the second wild card team along with the Tampa Bay Rays and the Boston Red Sox, an all-American League East AL wild card if the season ended right now. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. Gluten-free, protein-packed, and ridiculously good. G2G Protein Bars are grab-and-go goodness.
I was looking at this lineup, and they've had some guys that have had some real good success against the D-backs, like Andres Jimenez. Last year, as a member of the Guardians, hit .417 against them, 5 for 12. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. did a really good job in his 3 games at Chase last year with a double and a homer and some RBIs. But the guy that's always killed the Arizona Diamondbacks, George Springer. He leads all current Blue Jays with 31 career games against the D-backs. He's hitting .403 against them. Wow. 8 doubles, a triple, 8 home runs, 22 RBIs, slugging .667, an OPS of 1.126. Even last year against them, he hit .308. The success he's had against them is remarkable. Stay away from George Springer.
All right, that's going to do it for us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow. Straight up 2 o'clock. D-backs baseball is next. We'll see you tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Have a great night, everyone.
still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
We'll take Amen Thompson and the number 10 pick overall. Okay? I'm just telling you right now.
Yeah.
You want KD? Okay, you don't. You must not really want him because